broader governance in the social sector? Is it possible that if you take a specific context, that we have so mismanaged everything, but yet we think that for the natural resource sector, we will be able to achieve good governance there? But in order not to suggest that I'm saying throw your hands in the air, the point I'm simply making is that this conversation about addressing inequality in natural resources sector cannot just be had alone. It has to be linked with the broader governance efforts in the country, so that if it is about rents that we are talking about, the rent from the natural resource sector cannot simply, it cannot be managed if the broader public financial management system is screwed up. So it wouldn't matter whether it is oil or gold money or it's coming from cocoa. So long as every money that gets into the public basket is stolen or mismanaged, oil or mining and other monies will also be mismanaged and will leak. It will not get to the people. So the two will have to be linked. The effort to address the governance in the natural resource sector will have to be linked with the broader. The other things I wanted to say is touch a couple of things. Is that so? To address the problem of inequality and poverty and exclusion, governments will need to mobilize revenues to be able to, through taxation, and hopefully invest efficiently and equitably. And so the issue about how we efficiently collect rents from the natural resource sector is very important. I know that yesterday, Professor Raymond raised this, but he looked at it differently. But this is very, very important for us, especially in our sub-region, in the natural resource sector, because a lot of money is being lost. And if government needs money to be able to address the poverty questions and inequality questions, we have to pay attention to this. Not just for now, but also for the future. And according to one of the recent IMF data on this matter, and it's strange that the IMF is now talking about this, because it used to be the ANTAG and the others, that, and this is 2021, tax-based erosion and profit shifting from Sub-Saharan Africa. And if you look at the figures, you see that the countries in the sub-region actually features high. Nigeria topmost, and then Ghana and the rest also follows. Between $470 million US and $730 million annually is lost through tax-based erosion and profit shifting, mainly from the natural resource sector. That's a lot of money, many, many times higher than all the aid that is coming to these countries. And so if you can find a way to plug these loopholes, it will help, it will make a contribution. And to complement what Prof has said, even for the future, you will see that green economy, and there's a session on the green economy, so I won't go deep into that. But just to mention that because we are so natural resource dependent, and apart from the fossil fuels, gas, petroleum, and the minerals we have, especially in the minerals, a lot of the minerals that are going to be required for this green transitioning are also minerals that are very abundant in the sub-region. And Again, according to recent research, you will need to increase, the world will have to increase, for example, cobalt and lithium production by about 500% in the next 20, 30 years to be able to achieve net zero. What that means is that there's going to be an intensification of mineral extraction in our region. So if we are going to continue with this kind of tax erosion and tax basing, then this problem is going to persist for a very long time. And which is why we need to pay attention to this. Prof paper also raises an issue that I think is also very important. And I want to complement that by saying that we need to look beyond simply and it's about local content. Part of the challenge that we have faced, and it's also one of, if you look at countries that have made significant progress in using natural resources to address some of their social problems and, of course, bring benefits to the countries, they have not simply focused on the rents and taxation. A lot of the emphasis have been also on local content. Again, the challenge in the region is that for most of our countries, local content came many, many, many years after. Even when it did, we have not taken it seriously. And local content has simply been reduced to how many locals are being employed by the company and so on. Local content is more than that. It is really about maximizing value. You know, what value is being added to the economy as a result of undertaking an extractive activity. That's what local content is about. So in countries like Norway, actually, an extractive company, you don't go start any exploration, production until you have submitted a local content plan that has been approved by the minister. In our case, it's the reverse. So there is exploration done, production begins, and then there is some kind of local content. But even if you dig deeper, the reason why local content is important is that if you look at the data from companies, if a company makes a tax payment of, say, a total tax payment to a country of about $50 million, they would have spent about close to about $150 million or $300 million for that particular activity. Meaning that the government is focused on $50 million, while the company says, I've spent close to $300 million on this activity. So the question is the difference. The $150 to $300 million service or procurement activities, where is it going? The challenge is that, yes, actually the money is being spent. The only problem is that we don't have local enterprises that have the capacity to be able to absorb this money. And so a lot of it, you will find that you have foreign companies providing these services locally. And so the money leaves the economy and doesn't stay in the locality. Sometimes when it does, what you find is that the same problem of corruption gets in the way, and cronies of people who are closer to power and authority are the ones who are who gets these contracts, and not necessarily people who have the capacity. The other most important thing is that the local content efforts are not being linked to the local trade and investment policies in the country. So, for example, if you're having a conversation about local content and how local content should benefit the country, you will expect that that conversation should include the trade ministries. So that when the government says, I am building local enterprises, you know where you want to build those local enterprises. And I'll just conclude by giving an example to illustrate it. Yesterday, we were having a conversation with my colleague, and we're having a conversation, and he raised this issue for those who are familiar with Ghana about the one district, one factory, which is a government policy of industrialization at the local level to create wealth and address poverty and inequality. problem with it is that it has remained a political project. And I was in 2019 in a conference in Accra, where one of the mining companies' heads said that we are very surprised that the government is embarking on this brilliant policy, but nobody has spoken to us. Nobody has spoken to us. So you say, okay, if you're a mining company in this locality and you are procuring, let's say, let's go very basic, bread for your staff of about 1,500 staff, we expect by policy that this bread is procured locally. If you don't have the bakers, we are going to ensure that we train local people to produce the bread to the standard that you can feel comfortable to buy, instead of importing the bread from Accra or outside. And we have situations in our countries, you'll be very surprised, even water. In some cases, water is imported to the local places where mining activity is taking place. So if you can ensure that these activities are taking place at the local level, that's how you create wealth, local wealth. And that is how you address some of the poverty questions that we are talking about. Thank you very much.
I promise that there would be, we will go down one step from Raymond Frimpong, closer down. So this is enriched the discussion. So if Bishop can also keep this within 15 minutes, we will have sufficient time to engage the presenters and all of you.
Thank you very much. I want us to go back to basics. You see, before the white man came along, there was a certain political settlement around ownership and extraction of natural resources between the village chief and those doing the extraction. Recall yesterday's last session where the NDPC director told us about the fact that he was an ex-churcher. That means that even in those days, and I saw a dispatch, a colonial dispatch, complaining about the activities of chiefs, cornering gold extraction that did not go to their companies as far as 17 something. That settlement agreed on the sharing ratio between the chief and those doing the extraction. When the modern state came along, the modern state took over those responsibilities of the extraction. In the case of Ghana, we have state companies doing the extraction, and later on it was diluted to include foreign companies. But remember that when the colonial authority was here, they came for extraction. In fact, they came for exploitation. And in keeping with their policy of minimum expenditure to extract the resource, they used the indirect rule. The indirect rule required that they identify a particular tribe or organized group that looked like their system so that they can use that and leverage the exploitation. So they will pick one tribe and promote that over the others. Now, with that arrangement, they set up that extractive form of governance to be able to take away our resources. And also remember that they trained a few of us as clerks so that they can translate between the locals and themselves and be able to carry out our resources. Now, that type of governance, some scholars call the verticality of leadership and institutions. You pick one tribe, you invest in them, make them the leaders, but at all costs. Make sure that they help you to do the instruction. And in the event of self-rule, they become the local rulers. But then they need a funding arrangement behind them based on natural resources, both point and broad-based resources. We have not changed that arrangement. The current political settlement around natural resource governance is that central government takes its share, gives some to local chiefs and the assembly. The locals people are not in this equation. We haven't challenged that yet. Now, if you look at other countries, how they have used natural resources, if you take the case of Sweden, we started with timber to paper. From paper, all of a sudden, we transformed into mobile phones, Nokia. If you recall Nokia came from natural resources. When you take the case of the US, grains, cotton, railways, armament, all came from natural resources. The US transformed using natural resources. The UK, Osiwa sent me there some years ago to look at their local content. I went to the North Sea, looked through their files, and I was surprised at what they did with their local content to help them transform. So it goes back to the type of political settlement, and I'm inviting you that we need to upset this type of political settlement that allows a small ruling elite to capture all the benefits of the instruction. I'll give you an example. In the mining sector in Ghana, averagely annually we have about $4 billion going to local spend. Can you tell me who has that money? In the oil sector, we're having about $8 billion local spend. I was on the local content committee of the Petroleum Commission, and we tried to look at who is harvesting the benefits. You'll be surprised that there will be only 2 or 3 people who form 10, 20 different companies and are using that to harvest the benefits. So in this type of arrangement, you cannot have equality or reduce inequality because a few people are harvesting these benefits. Now, this brings me to the issue of the role of ideas in mediating between the political authority and citizens. Ideas, and especially elite ideas, would help, because I believe that there are 2 groups of politicians, the ruling elite. Those who are ignorant and do not understand the industry and what is happening, and then the greedy ones. The greedy ones are the majority, and they tend to have more power because they use their resources to the corner and finance more power. So we need to unpack power and incentives and interests around the rural elite and how they manage all the rents, policy rent, natural resource rent, tax rent, and aid rents. Remember that when you talk about local content, that is policy rent. because of the imperfect market conditions, there necessarily will be rents created. So when you say local content, you are intentionally interfering in the market and creating rents. But how you deploy that rent is the most important. You can pick winners, but if you decide that if you don't have a party card, a ruling party card, you cannot participate in local content. You are further distorting the market and if further creating inequality because you are intentionally intensifying the inequality by choosing those who will get access to the rents that you are creating. Back to upsetting the political economy. Now, in economics, we say that when you extract, you are basically changing the composition of your assets. So your gold, your oil are assets. And you are taking them from under the ground and bringing them up. Now, if you decide to extract, you have to begin to build an alternative economy. That's why you must invest in local economic development, in education, in health, and skills, so that when the resource is exhausted, you have other skills that you can apply in building value in the national economy away from natural resource dependence. If you don't do that, you are squandering the resources of today and tomorrow. Now, in building local capacities, you must remember that the resource you are dealing with is exhaustible, meaning that God will not replace it again. God is not that generous. So you won't bring back your gold and your oil that you've taken out. So you have to begin to build another economy now rather than later. So you have to move from lazy rent collector to ensuring that you're able to exploit the various linkages between the natural resource that you're extracting and the rest of the economy. So please, when you go back to your countries, find out who are harvesting the benefit from extraction. And we need to upset that arrangement and ensure that the revenues and the linkages accrue to the majority of the people. I think my time is up, so I would drop the mic here. Thank you very much.
Okay. So we have a handsome amount of time. Just a very 3 minutes capturing of some highlights so that you can now engage the presenter and the discussants. Dr. Frimpong's paper, the 3 main issues that I noted. It says, when you do the figures, it seems like when you are natural resource dependent, it doesn't necessarily lead you to inequality. In fact, it says there is evidence that there is some decline. But that's only income. So you remember yesterday, it's not about the wealth, but it's definitely that when you are natural resource dependent, inequality in access to basic services declines. Health, education, so it makes you more unequal. Inequality increases, makes you more unequal. So that's the dilemma. And we are still trying to explain why, what's our evidence on the ground? What is the explanation we need as to why being resource dependent may actually make you more unequal, or that it contributes to greater equality? He made it other point, but the more unequal you are, the less commitment the government is Oh no, the more dependent on natural resources the country is, the less committed a government is to addressing inequalities. It is the Oxfam work. So I think intuitively we can understand why government that depends on rent may have no interest in addressing inequalities broadly in the society. This has been dealt with as a question of the attraction for rent, natural resource rent. We need to find out a little bit more from Dr. Frimpong's point. How do you make government, natural resource dependent government, much more focused on addressing poverty and inequality? That's the big task, right? And we have to answer that question. Emmanuel raised the first really fundamental question. And the question is, but why on earth are we focused on extracting resources anyway? There must be a purpose. Now, economies that dominate public policy reduce them to revenues and foreign exchange. So a government is interested in revenue, which they really don't get too much of. And then foreign exchange, so that we can import things, right? But he says that because this question is really never asked in our development plans, we all have settled down to this narrow purpose, which then means that we end up, if you do a cost-benefit analysis, the cost of extraction may be far higher than the benefits that economists say, but they never really actually explain. So if the only purpose is exchange and revenue, where are the people in this? So if the purpose was different, which is why it has been integrated in national planning, such as so that natural resources lead to improving health, education, and reducing inequality, then we will see the link. So he said the second point, you see, there's no link in the discussion between those who are interested in health, education, water, and inequality, and those who are planning extraction. So if the two are not linked, why are we surprised that resource extraction doesn't contribute very much to health, education, water, and so on? That's one fundamental question. The second fundamental question he makes is, but those of us who work on resource governance, how do we expect that governance of the resource sector will magically be different from the overall governance of our economy and society? I mean, it's crookedness all around. Why do you think it will be less crooked in the natural resources sector? So we must link our governance work to the overall crookedness, lack of accountability in public policy management, in the management of resources, the general financial management in our system, from national to local government, right? So we can't disconnect them. If we disconnect them, we are fighting a losing battle. The third point is, but if the reason is to collect rents, which is revenue of a sort, then are we actually even investing in collecting those rents? Or is it in the end we are losing a lot of that money through the way that transnational companies shift their resources out and even reduce their tax obligations by shifting profits abroad? We need to understand these mechanisms of this shifting, if actually tax revenue is the purpose. I think just my final point on Emmanuel is that the local content point, which Bishop also picked up. It is not just about how many people have a job. It's about how does a resource we extract lead to a transformation, adds value to the entire economy that lifts every boat up eventually. And as Bishop, both of them said, actually countries that really mean to use natural resources, they will start by asking you to tell us how this your thing, besides our energy, this your plan, you are coming, how is it going to help everybody else? So you should integrate that and let's discuss that before we give you the permission to go and do, give the concession to go and then Bishop comes back to yesterday's discussion, Raymond Atogba's comment on Professor Gafaru's paper, which is the political settlement question. We go back to the beginning. the deal that was done by colonial administrators, our chiefs and local elite. That deal has basically been carried forward. So it's a partnership of central government, traditional chiefs, local elite. But you can't find the people in it. That's why people can get big concessions of your land without even asking you questions. Because the law says, as we were discussing yesterday, I think the Sierra Leone guy, gentleman said, the law says minerals under the ground belongs to the government. But agriculture over the ground belongs to the people. And there is no conversation about why you are taking my agriculture away and are not telling me what is there in return for me. So that political settlement question is central to the way. So we should disrupt this political settlement if you want equality. That is Bishop's key message. All right. I hope I didn't murder your presentations, right? Having tried my own reflection so I can remember, may I now open the floor for questions, comments? Professor Frimpong, Dr. Frimpong is still online. So yes, over there. You take 3 comments, and if there are questions in it, then the presenter and the discussants can. So direct your questions to the people, or if you are making a comment, it's a comment. But please keep it brief. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Frimpong, for that highly technical presentation being made. I think it's but important that you related what the extractive sector is relative to progressive taxation and how that could help to bridge the gap in terms of our inequality in West Africa particularly. I see one critical element, and that is the high level of debt of African countries, particularly West Africa. When I take Sierra Leone, to be specific, currently, our debt burden is 3 billion to the IMF. And when I calculate what we give to the IMF every given point in time per annum is 43% of our GDP. And that implies we are saying we are combining 3 allocation to 3 different sectors: education, health, and agriculture. All those 3 combined are even less than the 43% that we are paying back as debt to the IMF. So my question now here is, we said one of the solutions is to ensure progressive taxation that could be plowed back to ensure public service delivery. And that can help in one way or the other to bridge the inequality gap. But where are we as Africans, West Africa to be specific, now getting this progressive taxation, but at the same time, we are highly indebted. Just now I Googled, Ghana is having about $54 billion as debt to the IMF, which is about 78% of their GDP per annum. So where are we? Can we depend on progressive taxation to plow back to ensure inequality gap is reduced? And or we as a continent or a sub-region get this progressive taxation, but yet we have other commitments to make in the settlement of debt. Coming to the discussant, I see the extraction of natural resources, very crucial, complex. The analysis varies from time to time. Now for us, we own the natural resources, most of them, but we are more or less engaged in the production aspect of it, extracting it. But we cannot only stop from the extraction. From extraction, we distribute, it gets to the manufacturing industry, they transform that one to final product, and they bring those of the final product back to us, and then we purchase. And in the market economy, there are always profits, and these profits are distributed from one level to another. Where are we as Africans in the market chain?
in terms of the profits that we are making in this whole chain. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, I want to add my voice to the issue of local content. My name is Georgette Barnes, and I'm wearing two hats for women in mining, but I want to speak about local content because I run a mine support service company, and I want to share a few thoughts. So when we are speaking about local content, we are speaking about people, we are speaking about products. One thing that I have seen is that Ghana, in particular, when we speak about local content, in terms of jobs, we are doing very well. And we have to realize that Ghana is exporting a lot of skills in West Africa. I travel widely onto a lot of mines. And so the skill can be converted to service. And you would realize now that when you go to a lot of mines in Ghana, you would find that the expatriate numbers have greatly reduced. From when I started in the industry in '94 to now, Ghanaians are now mine managers. They are doing quite a lot, but we need to do a little more work in terms of the supplies. And from where I sit, I feel like we need to take the value chain. You take exploration, we need to unpack. What are we using in exploration? I am importing a lot of the stuff that I am selling. And sometimes it's very disheartening when, people tend to bash, why are you importing? Why are you importing? Why am I importing? It is not everything that the Ghanaian economy is ready to manufacture. If you want to manufacture, you need numbers. It's difficult for you to have commitment from a mine as a Ghanaian company that if you manufacture this, it is for certain, they are going to buy from you. And I don't blame them. How are they going to be assured of the quality? We have skills problem. Today, they manufacture, it is like this. The next day you go, the dimensions are not the same. So I feel there are a lot of things we need to work at the same time in supporting local companies. Access, if I do not have confirmed numbers, I'm not going to get access to financing. I get access to financing, the financing is not affordable. It is not affordable. Who is going to help me get that finance that would make it not profitable, but just bankable, just feasible for you to manufacture? Value addition. When you look at, there's a map that they call, there's a famous diagram that is the snail diagram. And you will see that Africa is producing. It's time to add value. Where are we? We are not adding value. And every time, so much time is spent on taxation and the rents. We the people, we are not benefiting from that. The people need to be involved in the production, value in the manufacturing of inputs into the mining value chain. From exploration to processing, we need to unpack. These are the items. These are the items. Who are the people who can manufacture? Ghana wants to manufacture. We need to go that extra level. Maybe Ghana wants to do sample bags. But you realize that Burkina Faso has the cheapest calico. Maybe Benin has the cheapest calico. So we need to go to that level where we are planning all this manufacturing. Who is manufacturing this input? Maybe by country, so that we don't, because with the mining inputs, when the manufacturing is small, it is not feasible. It is not feasible. So we need a session on local content, production, services. Now, Minerals Commission is doing very well. Surface contracting is being given to Ghanaians. Underground, if you are a foreign company, you have to partner with the Ghanaian. We are doing excellent in people and in service, but in manufacturing and inputs, consumables, we need more support. It takes a lot, skill, technology, money, energy, in terms of even if you want to manufacture a drill bit, you need high energy. You need energy. It has to be assured. That is why a lot of our money is going to, you know, all those places. So that is my contribution.
Once again, I want to refer to the paper presented by Professor Frimpong. When he listed the indices or indicators to be looked at, I want to ask a question today, which I want us to think deeply about in view of climate change. Is water a natural resource? Because you have to think of it. Some areas are drying up fast. So we have to start factoring those things into our calculation, because the cost into water and the contamination of tailings that goes into the riverbeds to retreat is a problem. Those are some of the losses. Then when you look at the progressive taxation versus depth, Mr. Emmanuel mentioned something which I think is critical and which we lack, and we are not honest with ourselves. I'll give you some instances. There are some countries where you find out that the people managing the sector at the forefront are completely novice, who knows nothing about the sector, beyond sitting down and appending their signatures. That is a sector that is very technical. And so I believe that part of what should come out of this meeting or this listing which you talked about is for us to push for experience and professionalism that will be accountable, because now if you put a professional, he has a body he's accountable to. So that will invoke transparency, because without that, you find that the accumulated debt that comes into all these things can be traced, you understand, to inexperience when decisions are taken. And Emmanuel rounded it up by looking at the issue of cost-benefit analysis. The cost-benefit analysis, I'll give you a typical example. Nigeria now, we've been talking about bitumen, which happened to be my project when I was an undergraduate 40-something years ago. Bitumen was trending. But you ask, is bitumen still trending in the world in view of the green technology? Countries in the world are shifting, looking for alternative means to put asphalt on their road. Now we want to go into bitumen exploitation. We will remove the palm trees that has been planted in that stretch in the South Senatorial District of Ondo State and possibly give way to bitumen. And then the bitumen, because of the technology, whether you want to use the hot water injection method or whatever, you will have to relocate people completely from that axis. So when you look at all those things, have we factored in? Are we still making the same mistake, overlooking the cost-benefit analysis? And I will now stress what the last speaker, Georgette, said. The issue of training, capacity building, because when we talk of local content, how do we approach the mining companies? We are eager to engage Chinese, yes, because they have cash in their pockets, but they plunder without proper remediation. So what are we putting on the table How are we negotiating the local content development package, which I think should go from mines to markets, that is across the value chain. Thank you.
Maybe let's pause a little bit so we can have some quick reactions, and then we take a final 3 or 4 for this session.
I don't know whether Professor Frimpong is still there. So yeah, just a quick one on the debt question. That's a very important point you raised. Thank you. But I also wanted to say that, especially in our sub-region, it's important to find out how those debts got accumulated in the first place and link it to natural resources. You'll be surprised to find that most of those accumulations happened during discoveries of natural resources. So what tends to happen is that as soon as there's a discovery, there is appetite from the government to borrow more on the back of natural resources, with the hope that sometimes even it's still just at the development stage, with the hope that they can pay. Forgetting that the natural resource rents are so volatile. It goes up, it comes down. So when the prices were very low, a lot of these countries couldn't pay. That's part of the reason why there's been such a huge accumulation. But then there's the bigger problem of where most of the countries are now, like you said. If you look, so you have a choice now, whether you should use your natural resource rents, you have worked so hard to collect a little, to pay debts, or invest in capital expenditure. And the sad thing is that a lot of the money now is being used. So even though most of the countries have revenue management arrangements, which basically set out how much to spend, the priority areas, how much to save, and how much to redistribute to affected communities, because of the debt question, it's taking away a lot of the money that would have been available for investment in public expenditure and also redistribution. But beyond that, it's even the bigger issue, and I talked about public financial management systems. If you look at most of the redistribution frameworks we have, Nigeria has a very elaborate framework of how much should go back to the communities. Ghana and Sierra Leone, Burkina Faso is very similar in terms of the mining sector, the arrangement. Problem is, first, the money doesn't go from the consolidated budget. 2, the little that passes through the pipe gets leaked, just like all other revenues. And then eventually, what gets to the communities for investment, we have a problem with efficient spending and so on. So those are some of the things that we wanted to say on that. On the local content, yes, I agree, except to say that it's important for us also to, and I'm happy that the Mineral Commission, some people are from the Minerals Commission. One of the ways in which you make local content work is to ensure that there's clarity on exactly what the companies have to do. But beyond that, that you have also sanctions when you fail to do that. Unfortunately, in some, especially in the mining areas, in Ghana, Sierra Leone, and Liberia, what happens is that the commissions, because they don't get money from central government, are allowed to take part of what the penalties that companies pay for failure to comply with local contents at parts of their internal generated revenue. So the commissions are very happy that the companies default on local content and pay because their internal revenue goes up. And by so doing, we are not able to achieve the local content target. So it will be interesting to look at those that are doing budgets and so to look at the correlation between internal generated revenue of the commissions that supervise the local content versus the actual local content compliance by companies. That's one problem that it needs to. The other one is just that a lot of the people who get these licenses end up importing, as Jojo was saying. And by importing, you are actually not encouraging the local manufacturing sector to happen.
Thank you very much. Dr. Frimpong.
I'm here.
Do you want to respond to any of the comments and issues?
Just a quick one on the first comment. So the question is, where are we? And from my side and from the way I read things, I think we are only at a point where we are more or less, I would say, we are squandering our resources on recurrent expenditure, and that's exactly where we are. And that's exactly what Emmanuel put it earlier on. So eventually, we are only borrowing to spend on paying salaries and what you might call consumables. And then we have two options. When we collect taxes, we use it to defray these debts, and then we use our resources. Look, I mean, recently Ghana had a very big discussion about whether we want to securitize our mineral resources, especially from gold and the oil. And I read a lot of arguments, and people are against, some people are for. But my take on this is that whether we like it or not, whether we securitize it today to take the money, which I suspect was eventually going to be used to, of course, go back into these recurrent expenditures, or take them as straight as we have it now, the purpose is the same. And unfortunately, we find ourselves in a loop, or if you want to call it, in a very vicious cycle where, I mean, I don't have a very good explanation or reason or idea how we are going to get out of it, but this is where we find ourselves. Whatever we do now, because we have already incurred this debt, we might end up using our resources to pay them. So probably we might want to find a new stream of debt accumulation where this one we specifically say, okay, now we want to transform our economies from the extractive to a more renewable source. And this should be the thinking behind what we do now. So we should actually look at our extractive industry as a transformative process where we are taking the resources from the non-renewable state and invest them in a different resource that is more renewable. So basically, this will be my take on that question. Thank you, Charles.
Thank you very much. Bishop?
My sister said something about Ghana has trained a lot of skills, and you can find them in many West African countries. It's not only Ghana. 2016, I was looking at a document, and Sierra Leone produced at least 518 aspects in oil and gas. And I asked myself, what are they? There are not a single one in Sierra Leone now. Ghana, as at 2001, owned its own drilling rig, could drill for oil on contract from other African countries, could even build estates as part of the National Oil Company's mandate. Come 2001, a change in government, and all of these skills were thrown aside. Most of them found themselves in other countries. When we found oil and we're trying to get these aspects, people back, they asked us two questions. One, if we come back to work for our country, when there's a change in government, can you guarantee our positions? Two, I'm working in Saudi Arabia or UAE or in the States. This is my salary scale. My annual bonus is this. Can you meet this, even if half of it? We couldn't. So back to the political settlement. Once your country has no vision of where it is going and the role of natural resources in it, and the role of those national oil companies, what they should be doing, free of partisan political interference, so that they can pursue the business side of things on our behalf, so that we can invest in them and they will help us to build the local enterprises. That's what Norway did. They went from national oil company to 3 to 4 other viable private enterprises supported by the state, so they can build value in the national economy. As for us, it is my tribe and my friends. Anybody outside that is not qualified to benefit from natural resources. So until we put this aside of this partisan approach to local content, and there's no consensus on what we want our national oil company to do. They are the concentration of all the skills we need, but we are not using them to leverage them to help the local businesses. So as soon as you give a local content contract to a local, next 5 minutes is calling China. I want to order this. 100% of the orders come from there. So if you want to make a dent in terms of using local content to build local capacities, we must make a promise to ourselves. 1, do it in Ghana, if it is possible. 2, if it's not possible to do it in Ghana, do it with Ghanaians. If it's not possible to do it with Ghanaians, have a plan, 5 to 10 years, Ghanaians should be doing it, or Nigerians should be doing it, so that you begin to put Ghanaians and Nigerians and Colonians in the driver's seat of natural resources. Otherwise, we cannot reduce the inequality between the international companies and the government, and between the government, the national company, and the people who are hosting the resources and the rest of the citizens.
Okay. This is, unfortunately, we are time bound. And I'm sure that these conversations will continue as we move down. So and then we probably will return to these conversations and when we discuss the country experiences and when we discuss the community experiences. So I won't be able to take any more questions and reactions. I would say thank you very much to everybody. Thanks, Dr. Frimpong, for being online yesterday and today. You are invited to continue to engage in the conversation going forward. I think the next session will pick some of these issues again from a gender perspective. And so may I ask, we should be on break now 6 minutes ago. Can we come back settled 10 minutes past 11 so that we don't overrun the second session? So please, very quickly, 10 minutes past 11, let's get seated. The presenters online, please take note of our little overrun of time, which will be 10 minutes past when you should be presented. So bear with us. All right. Have a very quick grab at your things. Finish munching quickly and bring your coffee and drinks here so that we are not starting late. Thank you very much for the audience. And please hand clap for the presenter and for Charles Abugri. All right. Thank you very much. See you soon. Please stretch. You have 15 minutes for stretching. Can we get seated? If you haven't finished swallowing your cake, you can take it to your seat. We promised the presenters online that we will get going exactly 10 minutes past 11. And it is almost 10 minutes past 11 by my watch. It is half a minute to 10 minutes past 11. Abu Brahma is half a minute to 10 minutes past 11. Chichi and Emmanuel and the 4 team. It is half minute to 10 minutes past 11. Okay. No problem. Good. It's half a minute to 10 minutes past 11. Oops. Sorry. All right. Hello? 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 I think, hello? Hello? Hello?
I walked past the thing. I need another one.
Did I blow it up? No, that's not. It's on now. Okay, I shall stay away from it. Okay, so yes, I want to. Can I ask the chair for the next session to take over? The chair of the session is Beauty Nati. Beauty is a well-known name in Ghana. Not just that Beauty is beautiful, but she's been leading the Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition for many years. As a central driver of not just what CSOs do, but also what the country's spirit of accountability should look like. Beauty, you're welcome. Thanks for accepting to chair also at a very short notice. We prevailed upon you, so very much appreciated. So your topic is the feminist perspective on the extractive sector in West Africa. And there you go. Your panelists are online. Both of them are online. Actually, one of them is here, I think. Yeah, he's a discussant. Oh, okay. So Chichi is a discussant. So you can just invite her and take him off.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. You all agree with me that since yesterday, we have seen how deepening and entrenched inequality and poverty is when you talk about the resource governance. And you also agree with me that when we talk about issues of inequality, the people who are mostly affected are the women. So we are privileged to have some seasoned speakers to share their perspectives on the issue of extractivism in West Africa. So the first on our list is Dr. Hibis Kasa, who is from the Center of African Studies, University of Cape Town. And then we also have Ms. Ihioma Obidi, who is an African feminist, a writer, and a human rights activist. And we are also privileged to have in person Dr. Chichi Aniogulu, who is the regional director for Ford Foundation, who will serve as a discussant. May I kindly ask Doc to join me here, even as we receive the presentation from our two online speakers. Please, can we give welcome, Doc? I don't know where she is. I haven't seen her. Oh, she stepped out. Okay, so she'll join in. So can we start? Is it okay for us to start before she joins in? Okay, great. So, Dr. Casa, if we can have you set the pace, and then we'll have Ms. Obi be joining you after. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this process. I was really excited, not just to see the focused discussions and what we've been engaging with, but the framing that the organizers provided for the conversation on gender justice and the way that feminist perspectives have been foregrounded. It's given us a lot of, I think, freedom to now engage in a more robust manner. So I'm very much appreciative of that. Just to start off, I think it's useful to take note of where we are at in the current moment before I get into the presentation. Just on Monday marked the 10th anniversary of the Marikana massacre in South Africa. And to recall, this was when 34 mine workers were executed publicly by police in front of live television cameras. And 10 years on, it continues to be a great moment of deep trauma in South Africa, not just because of the apartheid experience and how this brought back the understanding of the disposability of Black people and Black men in particular, but also it draws into question a model of development that South Africa tends to be seen as the one country that was able to actually develop from natural resources. And yet you have it being structured on a range of hierarchies, including fundamentally cheap Black wage labor, but more broadly speaking, also looking at the relationship between social reproduction and the ability to sustain that cheap Black wage labor, which very much came out in the Marikana massacre, specifically the women who were organizing the communities and also the partners of the mine workers, particularly the widows, who till today continue to shed tears, not just for the loss of life of their partners, but also because not only have they not received compensation for the trauma that they experienced, no one has been held accountable. And for those reasons, it continues to be a blight on South Africa. You see here on this image, in the top left corner, you see a group of people protesting, talking about environmental justice in their banner, Alliance Change for Fuel Change, and so on. So this, what we must understand is that the Marikana massacre also meant a tipping point for the working class in South Africa, and particularly communities that have been impacted by mining, and they began to organize on a mass scale. So drawing into question also the social impact, the environmental impact of this model of development. And so I'd like us to get into that conversation. Importantly also, at this very moment, the SADC region is having its own summit of heads of states, and they have been articulating, particularly here, Hichilema, and addressing the heads of states. The president of Zambia was talking about a strategy of development, which very much is in line with Agenda 2063, reviving the sense of focusing on agro-processing, being able to build regional value chains, regional mineral value chains. And this is essentially also the shift that they're trying to make at the regional level, which then brings us to the West African region, where they're also trying to bring in a regional alignment, ensuring that there's harmonization of policies to deal with investors. And the questions that we're posing in this space are, what are the terms and what is the model of development that we're trying to push forward with? And of course, what are the ways that feminists have critiqued this model, and what are women organizing on the ground also saying about it? So the key issue I think is important to kind of unpack a bit is what is this extractivism and what is the nature of the development model that then produces gender equalities. I argue that it inherently produces gender equalities reproduces gender inequalities, and that needs to be addressed. How has the ECOWAS region attempted to respond to inequality in natural resources? So mainly looking at the ECOWAS directives and the ways that women have organized in West Africa, and what are the lessons that can inform interventions towards shifting away from path dependency towards an African resource sovereignty agenda that, of course, centers the question of gender justice, environmental justice, and economic justice. All of these are conceptually and in real terms materially interlinked. So I'd like to start off, as I said, we try to understand extractivism and the ways in which feminists have engaged with this concept. It's really, in very simple terms, can be taken as an aggressive manner of resource exploitation. And everyone has historicized this in our conversations. People have talked about how during the colonial period, we had the pre-colonial period, before the encounter with capitalism, under the system of colonialism, people had a different relationship to minerals, resources in particular, but to nature and the environment, the natural resources in general that they're surrounded by. And when the system of exploitation, so this profit-motivated system that was responding to demand from outside of our continent, basically, it began to shift that relationship. The nature of the exploitation, the balance, the harmony that existed with nature was shifted, was completely destroyed. So it's not also a system based on consent. You must understand that in as much as there were some negotiations with chiefs and all that, but it was still underpinned by coercion. There was colonial conquest, which was more aggressive. Wars were fought, but also there was manipulation. There was trickery. There were all kinds of tactics that were used to subvert those institutions. But most importantly, those institutions were also undermined internally. So the colonial system also sought to dictate and subvert those institutions. So what we see today as our traditional institutions are in many ways shaped by the colonial relation. And therefore, the way our local chiefs may respond and may act is also, we need to historicize that they are de-linked from the communities that they are supposed to be representative of. And the spaces for democratic deliberation, engagement, and thinking has been completely cut off, including the spaces that women would be able to then also have their voice expressed and their interests represented. And when I say women, I don't just mean women broadly, but I mean particular people, women who have a particular relationship to the land, who have a particular relationship to the environment, to ecology, and who have particular roles in the community and society that are integral to maintain life. And in many ways, we must see that this whole system of shifts and this penetration of capitalism undermined our capacity to socially reproduce ourselves, our ability to reproduce, also to maintain the balance with nature, but also how we are able to maintain life, the health, the quality, the access to water, all of these things that women are directly in charge of also became undermined as a result of the kind of extractivist system you have in place. So the extractivism did not take into cognizance what the real cost of the process is on communities, and which is why you have all this discontent that has been building up until today. So there's recognition that in the immediate post-independence period, when and I don't want to demonize the leadership from that era and the vision that they had. They did not take into consideration the environmental element, mainly because of the nature of the colonial intervention. It tended to dislodge, they used the environment as an excuse to dispossess people. It was the whole justification of colonialism also, to say that we didn't know how to manage the environment. Particularly pastoralists were villainized in that way. Smallholder farmers were also villainized in that way. That's why they came with this idea of conservationism, which was to exclude people from their relationship with nature. And so the policy interventions that they sought in that era, in the immediate post-independence period, was to reverse that process and re-engage, and to say we can also make use of our resources. But their objective was to subordinate the natural resource strategy, so the extractivism that had been prevalent, towards building the productive capacity of the economy, particularly the manufacturing sector. And it's in relation to this that agro-processing is now being taken up more regionally as a way. So I would like I'd like to push the conversation so that we can begin to see agriculture as also part of this conversation on extractivism. The African mining vision, which of course specifically is dealing with the question of the mineral resources, but in itself as being an important articulation of this project thus far has had weak implementation or integration at the domestic level. Even though importantly, the African mining vision also in principle, it recognizes an important right, the free, prior and informed consent. But it continues to have gaps in terms of the way we hold corporates in particular accountable for ecological violations and also human rights violations. There's also a need to recognize okay, I've been asked to pause to allow the session chair to invite discussants. So I'm going to do that now.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to kindly invite Dr. Chichi to join us. Dr. Chichi needs no introduction.
So I actually want to speak.
So you could, okay. Okay. How about we also have Mr. Dembasio, who is the Senior Regional Coordinator, Francophone West Africa for Publish What You Pay. Would you want to? Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, so I think I can continue now.
Yes,
thank you. So for the, okay, so I've basically concluded on the African mining vision, very brief comments on that. So I'm recognizing the political importance of the African mining vision in terms of its attempt to articulate and the ways in which there seems to be an uptake in the SADC region indicates that there might be shifts taking place within the region and a revival of this agenda. But it still then means that there needs to be an engagement on the kind of model that we're pursuing and what, whether it actually responds to the inequalities or whether it deepens it. So in this sense, another aspect I want us to also take on board when we think about extractivism is to think about sexual and gender-based violence and the way this has a particular function. So if we think of sexual and gender-based violence more as beginning to a system that actually has a logic to it, that is integral to extractivism, because extractivism itself has not been a system historically that was based on consent. No one asked us whether we wanted to be part of this capitalist system. There was no democratic deliberation. It was all through force. And it continues to be through force when free, prior and informed consent is not respected in practice on the ground. So this form of violence that takes place in the instance of people being dispossessed, relocated to areas where they can no longer access resources that they previously could, and their quality of life begins to diminish, and the health risks that they're exposed to, and no support, no structural support in those kinds of processes. We must understand that then creates conditions where enabling conditions for gendered and sexual forms of violence, and that happens to women's bodies. So it's happening to territories, to the land, but also on women's bodies. And this understanding is actually building on movements in Latin America, where they mobilized a lot, particularly indigenous communities in Latin America. The movements, they did a deeper understanding about defense of territories. They spent a lot of time in the 1930s in particular until the 1990s defending territories from extractivist kinds of projects. And because for them, it was a threat to their very existence. And therefore, expanding this understanding about territories and relating it to women's bodies becomes crucial. So here's a quote from Zora Andrea Amaro, feminist who is explaining that the extractivism in itself refers to an unsustainable transgression of the limits of nature. That is the mode of accumulation of extractivism. And to take up the challenge we're faced with is to take up the pressing challenge of a new development paradigm that respects both human rights and the rights of nature, and ensuring economic, ecological, social, and gender justice. And here is a picture of women in Burkina Faso, in a mining town called Bombore. Bombore is significant because until very recently, there was no industrial mining in Bombore. There's a significant, the largest concession of gold found in Burkina Faso is in Bombore. So the parts of the community was relocated. Others are still waiting to be relocated. Those who've been relocated are already dealing with issues with water quality being very poor. People are getting sick. Some are living like internally displaced persons. They no longer have the same access to the water sources of a river or farms. They're essentially displaced, internally displaced persons. And so, and for the communities that have been left behind, there's been some compensation offered, but it's negligible in terms of the ecological, social, and gender inequality burden that they are faced with. And the women carry these costs, and the women themselves are reflecting on the mining project. We're talking about how they've been affected by it, and they are not in favor of developing the mining project, and affirm that in the real terms, when they were first briefed about the project, they were not told the truth about the negative effects and the impacts that will be generated by mining activities. We are neither aware of the negotiations that have taken place between Horizon, that's a Canadian mining company, and the Burkinabe government, nor of the contracts that bind the two parties. They therefore do not feel connected to the mining project because the process has not been transparent to us. So it's been essentially a very authoritarian process that has that they are paying for in their day-to-day struggle to survive within their community and in a context of drought. So we can only imagine what that it means for them on a day-to-day basis. So trying to reflect more broadly on extractives in the sub-region. Agrarian-based livelihoods have been impacted by during the structural adjustment period, when there were cutbacks on extension services and subsidized inputs. And that had an impact on their output. But I must say that that in itself was still dependent on agrochemicals. So very much still the agribusinesses definitely had benefits from the subsidies that farmers were being given to access their products. But women smallholders' livelihoods, as a result of this cutback, still had an impact on their productivity, but also there have been other forms of domination that the corporate agribusiness giants have begun to express in terms of trying to control the agrarian value chains. And this has had the effect of the use of outgrower schemes or contract farming in particular has been an important mechanism for that, but also the introduction of things like genetically modified organisms. The idea that agribusiness will be able to control and regulate. So it's a similar thing between both the contract farming and the logic of the agribusiness model, also the GMOs, is essentially to control the smallholder producers at the level of production, and to be able to determine the way they produce, what seeds that they use, whether they are able to reuse seeds or not, what chemicals that they have to now use. And therefore, it's a level of control that then undermines seed variety. So you see the lady there with her seeds, showing you the kind of variety of seeds that she has there. And that kind of seed variety that we'd like to think about as part of a more diversified food system is undermined by these kinds of controls that you have as a result of what agribusinesses are pursuing on the continent. And then thinking about the more sexual and gender-based violence that we see that is also inherent to extractivism, as I said earlier. You have a situation where there are also competing interests between the states and corporates, whose interests are aligned, that basically create conditions for violations. So when you have a phenomenon of land grabs taking place as a result of the expansion of mining operations, as a result of the ways that agribusinesses are also seeking to control the production systems in place, you have a situation where there's also policing. There are rules introduced to regulate, for instance, whether farmers can exchange seeds and so on. So all of these relationships that involve the state and corporates in utilizing the police and the military to be able to securitize areas where extraction is taking place, where you have in the situation where in Bombore, for instance, you have women artisanal miners, and now you displace them to introduce for Canadian mining giants to operate. It creates conditions where violations are possible. So the women are particularly subjected to regular body searches in some areas because they are curbing smuggling, and that's a violation of their bodily integrity. They're forced also into transactional sexual relations, and this is a point that is raised quite often in the South African context, but also in other contexts where women are looking for work, and in situations where women also attempt to access their farms, water, firewood, forests that basically cross into concessions that are quite large of mining companies, they end up also being possibly raped. And it's important to also understand the nature of the mining industry itself. Historically, the mining industry. The mining industry is embedded in a culture of toxic masculinity, but also racial hierarchies. And all of these are a feature of what we find also in agribusinesses, in the mining and the oil and gas corporations. So it cuts across. It's not particularly something of the mining sector, but historically, if you think about the mining industry, and particularly how it started in South Africa and spread to the rest of the continent, its roots are very much in this culture, corporate culture, and it spreads out also into the mine workers culture also underground. And therefore, with women also entering that sector, they are also exposed to this trauma for which the services and support and ability to actually deal with it, to stop it, is not something that there seems to be enough of if you will, vested interest to end it altogether. And I think we need to get to a point where we can think of forms of extraction that don't result in this kind of violence that we're seeing, that it's possible to live in a world without rape. And so on this basis, I also want to say, before I shift from the slide, is that the Zora Ndriamaro, who I mentioned earlier, she draws on the work of a Latin American scholar, basically drawing out three forms of extraction or extractivism. That's predatory extractivism, which is what we're very familiar with and what we find to be so problematic, because of the ways in which it creates the inequalities we're seeing. We see that there's very little development that we can recognize as being meaningful and improving the quality of life of people. We see the destruction of the environment. So that predatory form of extractivism is unregulated. It's characterized by corporate impunity and human rights violations. You have the cautious form of extractivism that we've also familiar with, where you have this practice now globally as a result of shifts that are taking place at the multilateral level about basically having voluntary mechanisms for corporate accountability. So this has been a mechanism or a tool that some corporations have used very well to kind of express their acknowledgement to certain degrees about these forms of violations. and then attempt to self-regulate to control it. But in practice, what it has been is essentially propaganda activities. And in real terms, when you look at the realities of how they relate with communities and so on, the picture is very different. So an example would be Anglo Gold Ashanti. It's rated in the Responsible Mining Initiative very highly, but when you do an assessment on the ground, you find that the violations continue, both of human rights, but also environmental, and also to do with their mine workers. So that's the cautious form of extractivism. Then you have the indispensable one. Now, the indispensable form of extractivism refers to the ways in which you have an attempt to kind of restrain the extractive sector. There's a certain degree to which you try to integrate recycling in the extractive sector. You also try to, if you will, to curb the extent to which you extract as long as it serves particular needs of society. So there's an attempt to kind of regulate it, not just in terms of the violations, but also how much of it you really need to do for the needs that are pressing. So unlike the capitalist kind of model, which is profit-driven, is this demand. So now we're looking at this lithium extraction where like rare earth minerals are so strategic for this just transition that the world wants to have, but on what cost, on what basis, when we know that in the African region we have an infrastructure deficit, and we also have we are also characterized by energy inequality and poverty. And so to respond to those needs, what forms of extraction are indispensable and what forms can we do away with? And so these are the different, if you will, frames of thought. And I would like to push us to think through the possibilities of an indispensable extraction, moving away from the cautious and predatory forms. In this vein, I'd like us to also now look at the ECOWAS directives. The aims of the ECOWAS directives in principle appear to promote or do state promotion of human rights and transparency and social equity. It makes explicit mention of women once, local communities and the environment. It aims to be responsive to the macroeconomic sustainable development, importantly, balances in the need to provide appropriate incentives to attract investors, protect the revenue base and resources of member states. So its notion of a balance is integrated at this level in terms of to provide appropriate incentives to attract investors and to promote revenue base. So it's really about the revenue, the capital that you're able to be able to retain within for member states. And I found it interesting that the notion of a balance comes in at this point only. When you look at the African mining vision, at least in principle, it also notes a need for balance between the environment and the need or the drive for extraction. And I find this kind of noteworthy that this is the focus of the ECOWAS directives. It does talk about an orientation so then there's the transparency in policy formulation and capacity building of mining communities. This is crucial because in the process of free, prior, and informed consent, it's not just about the moment of extraction, it's throughout the whole process of a project's operations. It has to be a continuous process, as was raised yesterday from there was an input from Sierra Leone about the level of seriousness that was being attached to this in Sierra Leone. And that's like a great gain to have, because in practice, we've not had that on the ground. So those are important advancements that are noteworthy and give us a basis to press forward. So the transparency in policy formulation is important, that they are recognizing the ECOWAS directive. And it has implications also for the free, prior, and informed consent, because there's when we are organizing on the ground, the immediate thing we realize is that, of course, communities need to be aware that this stuff exists and that it's a basis for them to build on it. But there are also inappropriate mechanisms for them to be able to, that are accessible to them for them to be able to even exercise these rights. So civil society tries to kind of fill some of the gaps on the ground at the local level, but in no way compares to what a capable state is able to implement. So the directive also states that, yes, so as I said earlier, the directive explicitly states that free, prior, and informed consent is important. Part of implementation, and therefore that's important. The way that it's been crafted in the directives, it's acknowledging that the nature of this process and so on. And these are important linchpins for civil society to draw as a reference point. But at the end of the day, what feminists have noted on the ground is that there are power imbalances on the ground. So even with the mechanisms in place, how do you exercise these rights and policies? By affected communities that are primarily in rural areas and are largely excluded from civic life in diverse ways. And therefore, if you want them to express this, especially women in the communities who also have to confront patriarchal silencing. And that's another mechanism I want to draw our attention to. The sexual and gender-based violence is not just the moment of trauma, but it's also about how it has an effect of silencing women and the ways in which they are no longer able to express not just what has happened to me, because at the moment you begin to acknowledge that, there's an immediate introduction of shame. And that's a very effective tool. Bell Hooks talks about shame as being an instrument of imperialism, as being an effective way of silencing, an effective way of also disciplining women. Ultimately, as I was saying, drawing on the work of Maria Mays, an important ecofeminist, about how that essentially disciplines women in the provision of being more stable workforce, an unseen, invisible workforce that's playing the social reproductive role that is important to sustain this extractivism, that subsidizes the extractivism. So here I would like us to just reflect a bit on agrarian extractive specifically. So after looking at what we have as our policy instruments, that's an important sub-regional policy instrument. Okay, thank you. So I'll just quickly then. So this is, yeah. Okay, so this is about the agrarian extractives, and we've talked about it already, but I've not talked about it in full sense of the word. So basically saying that, look, where we're sitting with is in a situation of a crisis, of a likelihood that we could have another moment of the food riots that we had in 2008. There's widespread, there's a greater growing acknowledgement that's where we're, the direction that we're headed in, and the conditions that create it. So the extractivist system that we have today is not just in the traditional form as it was before, it's also a financialized system. And nowhere do you find the impacts of the financialized nature of the extractivism and how it's deepening inequalities than by looking at food, by commodity speculation and the impact that has on food markets and how that impacts food prices and immediately causes this worsening conditions of life. And of course, the thing about European fisheries and how they've dominated the market and undermining smallholder fisher folk, including now the new entrance of Chinese fishers. Here you have a photograph of two women from Nous Sommes les Solutions, organizing across the West African region. These are women organizers really grounded in agroecology as a way of building power from below, for women to build their food sovereignty and retain control over systems against this agrarian extractive system. There's also the question about the COVID pandemic, and the way the COVID pandemic deepened the crisis of extractivism that we're having today, and the patterns that we've seen today only deepened during the COVID period. The inequalities also deepened. Similarly, in the oil and gas sector, you also have a situation where there's been concern about the natural resource curse, but also the ways in which it's played out on communities and women and the way they responded. And it's important to recognize the response of women was around a logic of care, that forms of resistance were focused on a fair distribution of costs and benefits of value generated, recognition of the rights of host communities, and the idea of intergenerational and restorative justice. And these are important elements to entrench, even though we know very well that the nature of the extractivism that is at play today, the restorative justice in itself is limited. That's why I think we should begin to think seriously about an indispensable form of extractivism and begin to actually build the ways that people are building their own economies, which includes critiquing the agro-processing approach and beginning to think about ways to make it work for smallholder producers. And it seems under the form of capitalism we have today, those tensions or contradictions are deepened as a result of that. And the model also fails. It's not just critiquing capitalism, but it's beginning to show that this extractivism is actually failing as a system to provide for the needs. Therefore, there's no actual logical basis to continue to support this kind of system. In conclusion, just talking about the need for, when we think about sexual and gender-based violence, think about the creating a collective space for women for counseling and healing, but also thinking about transformative justice, informal ways to rebuild community, strengthen social relations, and end a culture of shame and humiliation of victims. Importantly, also on the governance issue, thinking about more decentralized systems of governance. And there are examples of decentralized governance approaches to thinking about deliberative process, thinking about policies. For instance, in Mali, on the question of whether they should integrate GMOs in the systems or not, smallholder and women farmers were part of a very deliberative process that included indigenous forms of deliberation. Thank you.
Okay, so if you could kindly click at the right, extreme right bottom of the, yes, exactly. No, the next one, after, yes. So please double click that. Great, thank you very much.
Okay, I wonder if you can hear me because
yes, we can hear you.
Okay. At one point, I couldn't hear anyone. The sister that spoke earlier, thank you very much. I think some of what I may say may overlap, and apologies in advance if that is the case. There's some slides I may skip over because I feel as if there's no need reinventing the wheel. the discussions around extractivism and gender and feminism in West Africa is critical, as has been earlier identified by others. And as we know, natural resource extraction is largely male-driven. Traditionally, historically, was an exercise with white men having or using the privilege of whiteness, class, educational, colonial history, etc., etc. So all of these were factors that played into the hands of resource extraction. Who had it? Its leadership, configuration, always exclusionary, access to power, and evidence suggests this in the current format we see in many countries that have the industry. Language and infrastructure have played a part. The lack of transparency in the awarding of contracts, deliberate community isolation. At the end of the day, democratic processes, even though they may be in place, the act of isolating communities and affecting particular sectors of the community, women and girls, the vulnerable and disabled, all demonstrates around issues of power and how power is used and how access to power and those who make decisions have a wider impact on the community. Global evidence suggests that the global benefits of extractive industries are mostly captured by men. So we know this because we don't have to look far in our history and in the communities we speak of to see evidence of this. So, you know, men get into these positions and what do? They buy a big car, they build a big house, they wear a lot of bling, they have a dozen or one more girlfriends, mistresses. But the actual benefits that benefit the community are very limited. There are very few health centers that are built. Processes that are captured by men have very little direct impact on women and girls and on the wider community. So women bear a disproportionate share of social and economic and environmental risks, not forgetting the population displacement and accelerated levels of inequality and economic exclusion. This has been demonstrated already in the discussions that took place yesterday, in the earlier discussions today on taxation, and the sister that spoke earlier. So examples abound, and you can ask the women in Songkhele and Fuleni communities in KwaZulu-Natal, who took matters into their own hands when their water table was disrupted and demonstrated. So there are lots of communities acting, beginning to strategize around seeking to have levels of control over what is happening to them and trying to get direction and responsibility from companies, either in the agribusiness or in mining or in other spheres, oil and gas. What I've done here is an example from the community in KwaZulu-Natal, and they said, and it's a quote, it says, the first thing that disturbed us about the mine is where it's built, where they are extracting coal and where they have built their offices. That's where we used to live. That's where we farmed, and that's where we drew our water. They arrived and blocked our rivers. So now we can't fetch water. Right now, we don't have water anywhere. We buy water. So water becomes a central commodity of power and control. And this particular quote was featured in the No Good Comes From a Mine, a documentary, which I'll advise that people try and access and watch. It's on YouTube. And here in this picture are women demonstrating in that community on corporate greed and how it has impacted their community. So we know it's unequal, we know it's unjust, and we know it's gendered. It impacts women's bodies, sexuality, and autonomy, and cannot be underestimated. So the extractive industries have a huge impact on land and on water. The communal resources women use to sustain the livelihoods of their families and communities are often affected. So whether the discussion is acceptable, especially around issues of feminism, because once the discussion centers around feminism, people think it's just about burning your bra. Actually, it isn't. It's more complex than that. It's about identifying where power lies and how patriarchy plays a role in undermining communities. Now, because of inequality and gender divisions of labor, women take on a social reproductive role, unpaid labor, within the African working class communities and among peasant women. As such, they are heavily affected by extractive industries. We need to recognize the links between mining, extractivism, and violence against women and girls. Our sister spoke earlier, she mentioned a lot of it. And so I'm not going to go into repeating some of what she has already identified, but because it's the reality that we see and that is happening around us as we begin to document that process. Throughout the chain of exploration, contracting and licensing operations and extraction, VAT and royalty collection, and revenue distribution and management, women and men face different needs and opportunities. I think one of the speakers earlier in the morning talked about VAT allocation and collection of royalties. And that struck a nerve when he was speaking, because it affects the community very much so. And it's also about access to power and who has set up the industries and what is the distance between the person that signed the contract for whatever it was they signed and the person that is running the company? What are the degrees of relationship? In the initial stages of impact assessment and consultation during exploration, efforts must be made to capture women's concerns and include them when disseminating the findings. For some of the women in the Ogoni communities, they have identified that they were never consulted. They had no idea what was happening. They just saw exploration rigs. In some communities, they have indicated that there has been an unrealistic assessment or an undermining of the impact assessment. And that has also played a factor as well. COVID-19 global pandemic exacerbated the impact on women and communities, with a few governments, for example, the Recon Africa oil and gas exploration in the Kavango region in Namibia as a case study, categorizing mining as an essential service and contributing to economic recovery, aided by the Namibian state, thus enabling mining operations to continue despite the substantial risk to the persons and others working in the mine. So there are lots of factors here. And you can see the impact it has had on communities. And so what are the linkages, the gendered impact of the linkages? The violence manifests itself in different ways. For example, through conflict, as corporates and states employ divide and rule tactics to force community decisions in favor of extraction. We see this demonstrated in many, many, many communities, and examples abound. Land dispossession that forces communities off their lands to make way for extractive interests and then left with scarce resources to support their lives and livelihoods. Criminalization, sexual violence, and intimidation of women human rights defenders, women, because usually they are the ones that begin the campaigns and activism because they lack water, they can't farm, the farmland is polluted, there are lots of issues, and they are usually the ones to grab the bull by the horns before anybody else gets involved. The high levels of interpersonal violence against women in families and communities, and draw the links to state and corporate sponsored violence that take place in areas where extractive industries exist. So for those women that take part, who are campaigners or engaged in advocacy, and if their family are dependent or not on these industries, they face a level of violence. Some of them are raped, some of them are gang raped, some of them are kidnapped, some of them are deliberately forced out of their communities for voicing and expressing an opinion or attempting to seek change. Climate change causes drought and water scarcity, which also negatively impacts agricultural production. And because of the gender divisions of labor division and women's reproductive role, they experience disproportionate negative impact. Sorry if I'm watching, I feel as if we have limited time, and so there's room for discussion. So this is a very recent image of about 2 years ago. It's a woman in an Ogoni fishing community. Now, the oil spill in the Goi, Pei, Dere, and Bodo communities in the Gokana local government area of River State has contaminated the rivers and destroyed the flora and fauna that helps to sustain healthy livelihood. And this is an example of the impact of what many, many communities on the continent are experiencing. This is not an old image. This is, I think, 2 years old, and I've sourced it at the bottom for those interested in locating. So, and what are the things that women are doing effectively in different countries? Namibia, South Africa, Nigeria, Brazil. What are they doing? Sierra Leone, Burkina Faso. You know, in order to develop resilient and effective local organizing, women must lead and define the change and alternatives themselves. Women have to be the ones that come together at some point to say, look, this is not sustainable, as they did in South Africa, as they've done so in Sierra Leone, and as they've done so in other parts of the world. These are discussions within the eco-feminist movement that are constantly taking place and constantly being reinvented and recognized as a must. Grassroots movement building involving women and their communities, as seen as Uganda, DRC, and Niger Delta, working towards crafting a strategic here and now campaign while strengthening analysis on the realities of a post-extractivist transformation. And the new development agenda with alternative frameworks to be considered. So at the end of the day, what are the alternatives to what we have now? What is being suggested? And are those suggestions realistic and practicable? Can they work within the context of Africa? Can they work within the context of West Africa? What we're experiencing with the level of corruption and with the level of deliberate attempts at ensuring that communities don't take part in the process. Advocacy and campaigns around gender responsive due diligence, addressing community relations, land acquisition and resettlement, security, local content, grievance resolution, and strategic social investment are all campaigns and are all issues that many, many feminist organizations are addressing. There have been lots of papers, Association of Women in Development, and a number of others have written around these issues and how young women, young feminists can address them, and women in these communities can address them. And there's no other slide, I think. I think that's it for now. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen so that the chair can take over. Sorry if I rushed this. I just thought we didn't have too much time. There.
Thank you very much for the presentation. The two of you have really helped bring the issues on the ground and have helped us to see that this issue is not a perception, and that the negative impact that women go through by the day is a reality. And it's only not affects their livelihoods, but sexual abuses are also something that they go through. And I think the two presentations also highlighted the fact that lack of transparency is one key factor that affects all these processes. So I would quickly invite our discussants to respond to these two presentations. We'll first have Mr. Demba Seyoye, who is the Senior Regional Coordinator for the Francophone West Africa of Publish What You Pay. Sir.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think as a lecturer, I'm more comfortable when I stand up. Thanks. Great. So, ladies and gentlemen, some of you may know, due to my strong commitment and engagement on gender issues during the last couple of years, several activists in the transparency movement used to describe me as a gender champion. But yeah, this is also due to the fact that I'm one of the very few men who used to speak on gender issues, because most of the time it's women who are the advocates of gender issues and gender justice. As you can see with this panel this morning, we have two presentations from two great ladies, and yeah. But so this makes me think that if there is any shift we have to do is to give the floor more to men than women, so that we can advocate for women's rights and gender justice as well. Due to the natural machismo from men, sometimes due to the natural machismo sometimes from men, most of us may think that when women advocate for their rights, it's a kind of using or asking more power for themselves, and it comes as a threat for most of men. So that's why I think we should give the floor more to men to speak about gender justice and gender issues. That's my first comment. The second comment, I want you to be assured that today I'm not here because I'm a gender champion, because I believe that you guys are also gender champions. That's why you are in this meeting. Because when you see the agenda, several panels include equalities and gender justice. I'm here today because I believe, and you guys believe, that women's rights and gender justice matter. They matter as contract transparency matters, and contract transparency for which we have fought during the last 20 years in the extractive sector. This matters as revenue distribution matters as well, as environmental and social impacts matter. So this is the main reason I'm speaking in this panel, or I'm making comments on this. I will not make comments on the presentations, which are very clear with
let's say, concrete case studies and data on gender issues in the extractive sector. But my point is mainly on this. I think it's getting boring to say that women are impacted differently from men by the extractive activities. That is a fact now, and everyone can observe it, right? I think it will not be an exaggeration when I say now it's women's survival that matters in the extractive sector. Because beyond the economic inequalities women are facing in terms of revenue distribution, etc., local content, all these economic issues, it's their livelihood which is in threat. It is their psychological integrity and physical integrity which is in threat at the moment. When you observe how extractive activities are threatening women's livelihood, their rights, I believe I will not exaggerate when I say it's their survival which matters now more than the economic inequalities. So the last point is, I think we are not asking much. Women are not asking much. Women have their rights, the rights to access to water, the rights to survive, the right to have decent livelihood, the rights to get benefits from the extractives, positive impacts from the extractives. And for that, we've seen some efforts during the last couple of years in terms of policies and laws. Several national laws and policies now include provisions on gender. The ECOWAS has recently developed a model act in the extractive sector, and that includes provisions on women's rights and gender issues. They are in a process of developing a charter on gender mainstreaming in the geo-extractive sector. That is a great progress. And women in mining organizations, Publisher to Pay, the Ford Foundation, and other partners are all involved in that process. So the charter development is in process. What matters much more on this is we haven't yet developed concrete operational plans on how we want to implement those provisions, including those we have in the ECOWAS directive or the ECOWAS mining policy or mineral policy, which were developed in 2009. So 10 years after that, we haven't seen concrete progress on the implementation of those provisions. And I think one of the reasons is that we haven't developed concrete operational plans on how we can implement those provisions. The second thing I think we can add in this is to produce more concrete data on how women are impacted disproportionately by the extractive activities that will help us to have more evidence on why we need to ask maybe more as concrete actions from the government, from the industries, etc. And the final point is also, which is corollary to this one, this data can help us to demonstrate how and at which level the exclusion of women in all the value chain is increasing inequality, but also is increasing disharmony in the extractive sector and in the whole life finally. And let me conclude with the history. Maybe you have heard about it several times. of this young boy who went to school, and the teacher gave them an exercise, a kind of topic to discuss. The teacher asked them, according to you, what is the leader in your family context? He's a leader in your family context. When he went back to home, he didn't ask his mother what that means. Generally, the boys ask their fathers. And the father told him that the leader in a family is someone who may get or wake up earlier to make sure everything is okay for the kids to go to school, for everyone to get food or get breakfast in the morning. And the leader is, when you get back to home, is someone who makes sure that you can have food to eat, who can make sure the house is clean, who can make sure the doors are closed when you have to sleep. And the boy said, what? When I grow up, I want to be a leader like my mom, because all these, I see it in my mom. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. So we'll hand over to.
Thank you so much. And I thank the presenters for really good papers, really thought-provoking, and they have really done a lot in helping us think about what it means for women in the extractive sector. For me, I was able to identify, think about 5 issues that came up in terms of the relationship between women and extractives that I feel that needs to be, reiterated again. So they talked about the nature of extractives and its history. The fact that the extractive sector in itself is a very masculine sector. As a matter of fact, if you talk about masculinity, you talk about extractives. In the old days, when you talked about work, the reason women were excluded from work was because work was hard labor. And if you think about hard labor, you think about the extractive, mining, going into coal mines, the danger, everything. It really smells of masculinity in every sense of the word. And we need to recognize that that construction is also what has gone into the way we address mining and the way and the extractives in general, and the policies and the issues that have been designed. It's really been looked at from a very masculine perspective. And it's important to recognize that, because when we think about gender, it's not just about women. It's about the relationship between women and men. So if we look at how the extractives have constructed, masculinity, we also need to interrogate that if we're trying to see the way, to make it a lot more relevant, to women and gender. Of course, we look at the history as well, which Dr. Casa talked about, the racism that came with it. The fact that, again, as somebody said yesterday, we are exploiting natural resources. And when you exploit something, you're not looking at fairness. You're not looking at equity. You're looking at how do I maximize what I'm getting out of it. And that has been the construction, again, of the extractive industry, which has had a major negative impact on women. And if we look at the impact on women from the papers that had talked about, I see 3 impacts. There is impact on women's income. There is impact on women's way of life. So the fact that women are the ones, who cook, who fetch water, who do all these things in the household, it means that once a community is disrupted with mining, women automatically become the losers because they have to fetch water. They lose water because everything for livelihood is also what mining needs. Mining needs water, mining needs land, mining needs almost everything. So once that's disrupted, automatically women become, disadvantaged. And of course, their body. We talked about the sexual violence. In Nigeria today, we see a lot of violence associated with extractives. As natural resources become scarcer, you find that automatically the fight for it becomes violent. So a lot of the herder farmer clashes that we have in Nigeria, while there might be other dimensions to it, religious or whatever, there's a major dimension to it, that is as a result of scarce natural resources. Climate change is having an impact. We're having less rains. We're having rivers drying up. And the consequence is that the fight for natural resource is getting more intense, and violence automatically results in violence against women's bodies, more rapes, and other forms of violence. I also see another issue around policies. It talks about policies, ECOWAS policies, and the power imbalances as well. And of course, we have to look at how are the policies, just like my colleague said, how are these policies implemented? How do we make these plans work in a way, these policies, how do we interpret this plan, these policies into plans so that they can actually become active documents and not just things sitting on fences? And then we look at the practice of extractivism, how extraction is actually done. Again, that's another place that disenfranchises women. The very nature of how you do extractives. The fact that you need, like I said earlier, you need to take land, you need to take water. You actually have to displace communities to be able to do that. And while that affects everybody, obviously, but because women are the custodians, of the home, it has a major impact. So the practice of extractivism also has a major impact. And then finally, the engagement with the private sector, with government, what I would probably say, the M&E of natural resource is also disadvantaged because women's voices have really been missing for a long time until recently. Most women actually don't understand the extractives. Most women's groups don't understand the extractives. And maybe it's also made worse by the fact that the issues don't affect all women. So except you are coming from an extractive community or extractive region, it does not necessarily affect women in other parts. So when you have women's movements, the issues of extractivism is not something that becomes a national issue. It's usually those women who are in those communities that are dealing with it. And that, for me, is another issue. So just moving quickly, what then can we do? From what the papers have said and the things that we know, I think one of the very first things is the women's movement. The women's groups really there needs to be a connection from local to national. So the local women's groups need to begin to see how to influence national women's groups so that the issues they face become an issue for women's movements everywhere. I think he's already given some of the solutions. But I think also we also need to look at, we need to move from resistance to resilience. No matter what it is that we do, the extractives are here to stay. Where there is demand, there will always be supply. And I know that as civil society, our natural inclination is to look at what's wrong and to agitate for what's wrong to be able to make it better. And that's perfect. But we also have to begin to look at where are the win-wins, because government needs revenues. They may not understand that they need to do it in a much better way, which is why we are there. But we also have to look at, why does the government behave the way it does? Why does the private sector behave the way it does? And how can we make them behave better while at the same time not losing out on whatever it is they think that they're gaining? Because if we don't come from that win-win, mindset, we will always be the other. And unfortunately, the government and the private sector are more powerful. And so we have to say, while we are going to keep demanding for rights, we have to do it in a way that ensures that nobody feels that they're a loser. Because once they do that, they will come down on us. And we actually don't need to be losers, because the reality is that despite the challenges of extractivism, communities that are in extractive communities have actually also become dependent on extraction going on. No matter how minimal it is, no matter how disadvantaged it is, the reality is that if you go to many of those communities, they are supplying something or the other to the companies. Their livelihoods have become tied to the extraction going on in one way or another. So even coming to disrupt that could be a further disruption of their own lives. So we have to consider that and look at how do we create win-wins, in these things. And finally, I'll say, how do we ensure that we also, just like he said, how do we ensure that we also carry men along? Because while for me, yes, it's a power relation. It's an unequal relationship in which men have power, in which men are advantaged. But the reality is that it is not all men that are advantaged. There are also men who are victims of patriarchy. There are also men who are suffering from the unequal relations that is going on. So once we break it down to gender and not women, I think we create a space for really looking at how can we get everybody, men and women, to sit at the same table to say, this is how this will ultimately benefit everyone. Most of us sitting here, if we're given a chance to move to Europe or America, will jump on the next plane. Despite the racism, despite what we know we will face. But why is that? They're not perfect societies. But it is because there are certain rules and regulations and opportunities that are in those countries that we may feel that we lack. We're in a position to create that as well. And you only do that when we are able to negotiate the terms and conditions in a way that creates a balance and a win-win, like I said, for everyone. Thank you.
Great discussions. They really have laid out the issues. And I think one thing that stands out for me has to do with the fact that we must change the strategy by making it a gendered discussion instead of a women discussion. I believe that is a good way to focus on this issue so that it's not women talking about their issues alone, but we need the men to come aboard and talk about it. Thank you so much, Doc, for highlighting. I wouldn't want to go through all the things you said. In the interest of time, I'll just open up for questions, contributions, and discussions. Okay, so I would like to give the men, since we want to draw in the men as advocates. So this first session will take only men, and then the next one will have women. So please bear with me. All right, so sir, you go number 1, 2, I think there's a hand up. Okay, 3. Okay, so you'll be number 2. Number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yes. I can't see the face, but I see a hand at the back. Yes. So we'll have 4 men go for the first round, and then we open it up to the ladies. Thank you very much for your understanding.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me thank the presenter. And above all the people that have spoken, and in particular, the last speaker. I don't know, that Dr. Chichi. Yes, I would have spoken more, but she has said most of the thing in my mind. I was asking my sister here, when you talk of gender, is it women issue? But I'm happy, she has said it. There are some places women have comparative advantage more than men. And there's also where it is reversed. Well, I'm sorry, I happen to be a director of a department that 70% of them were women. And by the time I became a director of that department, somebody whispered, how can men alone be director here? I said, don't worry, see what will happen. 6 months later, a woman took over from me. You see, we make too much noise on this issue. Fundamentally, somebody has said it. I'm sorry, my words, I might not have chosen it appropriately. Please pardon me. The most important is the intent of what I really want to say. The fact is that we have comparative advantages on some issues more than the other. I must accept this. We have nations where we have women as president. I say how many? We are coming. And then we have places where men are president. Where we have men as president, we have the first lady. Have you gotten the first man where we have president? Has anybody spoken about that? Look, I love what was being said by, I don't know if that's his name, Dr. Chichi. You see, we have to look at win-win situation and influence. She mentioned it right. We can achieve anything in this world with influence. We are in my sister here, whether she's pretending, all of you know she's an honorable of House of Rep. She was in power before and still in power anyway. There was an election that was conducted in primary. She will peer me the testimony, the witness. A woman came up as a president. I know. A woman came up to contest for president. About 2,000 or so people were there to vote. This woman came with many people behind her. Unfortunately, this woman got only 1 vote, and that was her own vote. We need to sensitize. We need to move, to make serious movement. Because let me tell you, power is not given freely. We take it through influence, through, how do I call it? We need to really take it a serious matter if we want a change. Thank you very much. I know I will not deserve applause.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you. I want to make 2 quick points, and these are as follows. 1, to address inequality, gender inequality in resource extraction, I think we need to go 1 step below and address inequality in the society, especially at the community level, in areas where the extraction occurs. So in rural communities, which we know as being very patriarchal. And I think the steps we're taking in Sierra Leone right now are going towards that direction. And I'll give a few instances of what the law that was passed last week provides. First, it eliminates discrimination against women across all customary rules. So if your custom says women cannot own land, the law says no, they can own land now. They can own, inherit, use, transfer. They can participate in decision making, whether your rules like it or not. And the law provides that if... Thank you. And any customary rule that contradicts that is a nullity. The law also provides for women to act as heads of families. And in many parts of the country, you don't see that. Heads of families are usually men. But the law now says they have the same rights as men to represent their families as heads of families in decision-making processes. There is also provision that allows women to participate in land administration institutions, at least a minimum of 30% of those institutions at the local level, at the village level, at the chiefdom level, at the town level should be women. So my point is, if we want to address inequality at this level, we need to go right to the point where the whole problem starts, at the very fabric of society. Thank you very much.
I actually gave one of this now.
Yeah.
So I was trying if you can wait for the next.
The next.
Yes. I actually
Thank you so much for the recognition. Yes, I will be. I will be. I will be. It was an excellent, very excellent session. It's just to say that in Nigeria, which is the context I come from, the natural resource sector, the paradigms that exist there tend to favor the powerful. And it is, from colonial times, it's always, favored those who are powerful, colonial masters, and then men, and so on and so forth. So that's the prevailing paradigm there. And there's another aspect of this conversation that wasn't quite mentioned, which is how we share benefits. So in response to inequality, in Nigeria, for example, certain policies have been put in place to address those inequalities. We have schemes like the Niger Delta Development Commission to transfer benefit to oil-producing communities. We have a Ministry of Niger Delta Affairs. We even recently had we have a presidential amnesty program and so on, but it's important to see that the paradigms of inequality are reinforced even in this. So take the presidential amnesty program that came as a result of the militancy, that happened in the area, right? I did a research and discovered that even while women were very active in that movement at that time as militants and so on, when it came to settlement, benefit settlement for the so-called militants, only 0.1% of beneficiaries were women. Only 0.1% were women. And I've also worked in the forest areas in the eastern parts of the Niger Delta, that in Cross River State. Attempts by the UN Red Program to have conversations with people, FPIC and all that, have focused essentially on meetings with men. So even in the extraction of timber, in conservation and forest protection, women are still also excluded. So when you ask them why, they say, no, our tradition doesn't allow, this is it, forest is men's matter, and women are also routinely excluded. The character of the women's movement, no, just to say this is important. I discovered that where women have stepped up to address inequality, especially in the oil extraction sector, you study all the demands that women have made. They have tended to reinforce the demands of menfolk. So for example, you see women protesting to an oil installation. And when you ask them, what are their demands? You hear things like, we want jobs for our husbands. We want employment for our children. I think in responding to this kind of gender-based inequality, there's a need for women to put women's issue on the agenda, put women's issue on the plate, and it's all important that women insist that policies that the government creates, that in the implementation of those policies, women issues are deliberately taken into consideration. Nigeria now has a Petroleum Industry Act with a host communities fund, for benefit sharing to communities. The regulation has just been released, and if you look at it, there is absolutely nothing that mentions that a certain percentage or a certain level of representation should be left for women. Nothing. It's still going to reinforce that relations of production if women do not take the center stage.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Chris Ochonu. I work for Nigeria Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative. And for me, I think this session is not complete if I don't contribute or make an observation of what we in NATI are doing. The EITI in its wisdom in 2018 demanded that Nigeria goes into gender and environmental reporting. And since then, we'll be reporting on gender, we'll be reporting on environment. And what we do, we kind of provide the requisite data we need in reporting that sector. And recently, on 24th and 25th of May, we held a stakeholder engagement sponsored by Ford Foundation. And what we are actually looking at is a kind of increasing the advocacy towards inclusion of gender and environmental reporting. And in that meeting, we agreed that for us to go forward, our advocacy should be around the inclusion of women in decision-making, increase in employment, ownership of extractive assets, getting benefits from, that is, women should get benefits from extractives, and active participation. If you look at just like what Dr. Chicha Neglo said, the extractive is basically for men. But there's a need for a paradigm shift. There's a need for us to start looking at what women can do in that sector. And by the time we take this into perspective, we'll be able to address this issue and kind of reduce the inequality. For instance, if you go to our board, we have 15 members. How many of them are women? In a bid to address this, we are looking at a situation whereby even our laws, the NATI laws, will be revised to accommodate this issue. We are looking at, for instance, now in our civil society steering committee, in a bid to balance what we have in the board, we have created more opportunities for women and people with disability. So Nigeria in particular, we are not looking the other way. We are trying to provide solutions to this. Just like yesterday, we were having a discussion and we talked about, are we going to make an impact because the National Assembly are not here, because the parliamentarians were not here. So we are asking ourselves, are we going to make impact? Yes, we're going to make impact because most of the decision and policy makers are actually in government and majority of them are here. So I strongly believe that this event is succinct and is apt. It's good and it's going to help us address the issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will give the opportunity to our online speakers first. So Madam Obibi, if you can go first, and then Dr. Kasa can follow. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I just would like to briefly respond to some of the things that have been mentioned, but also mention a few things that I didn't mention during my talk. The first is, I think Chichi's point on a win-win is practical, is relatable, and is realistic. Where I would differ is in the analysis to make sure that a feminist analysis is what we're using. And I say this with utmost respect to the gender activists in the room, because in Nigeria, the majority of what we do is gender activism and not necessarily feminist activism, which is very, very different. And that is not about splitting hairs, it's about making sure we get the analysis right. Secondly, there was a gentleman that spoke prior, and not to trivialize what he was saying, but I think it's important to recognize that patriarchy has a strategic role to play in how we see women and the role in which we give women. I'll give you an example. The Shell General Memorandum of Implementation says 15% of community development fund allocated for women development activities. But the male-dominated cluster development boards do not disclose the value of that 15%. Women don't know how much is given to the community under the GMOU implementation, so they can't calculate their 15%. There's a constant complaint from the Council of Vicene Women that the committee chairman bought 3 buses for them to use for transport business. The women spent 500,000 repairing the buses. So even when allocations are made to give women the opportunity to be part of a process, the boards themselves are dominated by men who do not necessarily think the women should have access to whatever amount of money they think they should have access to. So imagine giving them 3 buses and then they're spending 500,000 to fix it. And that is happening on a regular basis. It's nothing new, it's constant. And it's happening all the time. So when we begin to talk about feminist activism and organizing in the community, men are our allies. They're very important and strategic. But guess what? They cannot lead the battle cry. They need to leave it for the women to decide the important things for them, and they need to be at the rear with their guns drawn, supporting us. They can't lead that charge because they don't know where the shoe is pinching. And I say this because as a Nigerian, one of the things we suffer from is men think they want to speak on our behalf. And I don't think they should. And within the extractive industries, it's really important we look at what women organizing in other parts of the world have done. What have the Brazilian women done? What have the other women in Namibia and all these other places done? The guy that spoke from Sierra Leone echoed my thoughts on where we should be heading and what we should be doing within the West Africa region, because we have these laws and policies, but sometimes they're not addressing really the issues that are affecting us. We need to leave women to decide how they're going to fight this battle. And then we need to have soldiers on the ground, as in our men, our husbands, our brothers. Don't speak on our behalf. Let us fight the battle, but be there to support us. I mean, I don't really, I feel it, I always feel as if I'm being patronized when you want to tell me, well, there's office of a first lady, and who cares about that? Office of a first lady, what is that? Leading by genitalia. That's not possible. The office of the first lady, what is that? There's no office of the first husband. That's an anomaly. So we need to be practical and realistic in what our expectations are. And I'm sorry if I'm rambling. It's just that I think that sometimes we get it not wrong, but we conflate the issues around gender with the issues around feminist activism and analysis. We need the analysis to move forward and to get the policies in place and to get the actions and the campaign and advocacy right. Thank you.
I am left just completely concurring with the statements by Sister Obibi. I think that your analysis and perspective is very much on point. In relation to, as you were speaking, I think in my mind's eye, seriously, I was just thinking about the Aba Women's War and how it's equally also very it would be undermining them if in that historical moment, imagine telling them that they are not the center of their own struggle, even though the struggle against colonialism was a national struggle. They were very much part of the national struggle, and yet they were leading and playing a leading role in a very particular historical moment. To be able to understand why that is the case, I think we need to also be a bit more careful about how we position our thinking in relation to the movements and spaces that we are trying to kind of dictate what the narrative should be and what the scope of imaginations need to be for people as they're organizing and mobilizing around. And women do need to articulate their struggle explicitly in relation to their context, because as has been said by the inputs from the floor, particularly there was someone who was speaking from the Nigeria context, but also Sierra Leone. And in both transformative requirements, it's not just, you have to transform the situation in terms of the relationships that exist, the power relations around land. Who actually owns the land? Who actually has access to the titles? How does our traditional system operate? What are the rules and regimes that govern that? And we did talk about the traditional chief, but then we didn't think about the system, the customary law that underlies that, and the different ways that women have engaged within it. And to be able to be more complex about the conversation around women, we need to think about class. And we also need to frame it in such a way that we are also able to now engage in such a way that we're able to understand the different relationships. So there are other groups that are also subordinated within the community, and with whom, because the purpose of struggling against patriarchy is also to rupture and transform the system. So I recently had the opportunity to interact with women from the Maasai community in Kenya. If you know the indigenous community in the Maasai, they're pastoralists, but they're deeply patriarchal also. They very much construct a lot of the power around the men. And the way the women talked about their situation, they acknowledge the patriarchy that they're living with, because they are constantly humiliated, even when they want to speak in public. And yet their imagination was the liberation of the whole society, to be able to fight against the common enemy, which is clearly the corporates that want to take their land. So they are not against the men. They just want the men to see them as humans, and they want the state to see them as citizens. And this is the tension women are caught between, being recognized by the state as citizens, an important shift that was being identified by the speaker from Sierra Leone, that the state is then seeing these contradictions in the customary law, is giving women the full rights that they need. Then they can struggle for it. On the basis of that, they have a basis to build on. And if you want to look at the situation of extractives, that's important. But even when you look at social protection policies, it is well known that when you provide funds directly to women, because of their social reproductive role, because of the particular relationships and responsibilities that they have, and because it is literally now in a condition where people are struggling for survival, it makes an immediate impact in terms of inequality. It makes an immediate impact in terms of ensuring food security in the household. It makes immediate impact on the well-beings of people and societies. So it makes a shift to begin to transform the context and situation that you find yourselves in. So I think it's necessary to begin to think through that. And once again, I want to highlight the suggestion I was making about a deliberative process, to be able to begin to deliberative democratic processes that can be instituted. And because Mali has already done it in relation to the GMO question and whether they integrate or they take up GMOs, and the people who are the smallholder producers, men and women, were able to, through a deliberative process, be able to express what their interests are and their thinking, and to be able to look at the policies, careful process, explaining through local languages and indigenous forms of engagement. That was an African democratic process, really rooted in society. And that's the liberation for the whole society. And I think that is in part what is very much in a feminist, African feminist tradition. And it can be situated broadly in that direction. So if we can begin to see it in that sense, and you know, when you talk about particular women who become presidents and particular women who end up playing a certain role socially and the way that's constructed, that's also patriarchy, because a man is in power, so a woman can be. Yes. That is at play, and we need to begin to think about that maybe if masculine, the way there's a shaming that's also associated with men who are related to that. It's not a function of women, but it's a kind of system that we want to shift away from. So I think that we can begin to build bridges along these questions, but really be careful, of course, as has been said earlier, about shifting the narrative away from women, because the implication of doing so has been found in different other forms of policy making. So mainstreaming, gender mainstreaming. Initially, that seemed like a really great idea, but in practice, what has happened is that you tend to disappear the women because there are power relations at play. And there's constant ways in which patriarchy also plays itself out. So making it more explicit then gives people a power to be able to transform their societies. And I think if we begin to think more broadly in these terms, also, we do need to take on board that, look, there are different ways that gender is also constructed on our continent. There are different relationships also that exist. It's not in all cases where women don't have the right to own land, but where they don't, where it's prevalent and where it's practiced, especially because of colonialism that has destroyed a lot of those, if you will, more progressive oriented kind of systems, we have to take it on board as a very serious issue to be dealt with structurally through systems and policies that are implemented. Thank you.
In the interest of time, I'll give opportunity for 3 ladies to speak. And after their question or contribution, then we'll have closing comments from our panel here and then those online. Okay, so 3, 1. Okay, so we joined it. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Then we even have 3 people. Thank you very much. Is there a hand that I missed? Yours. Okay, so the 4. At your meeting, my class, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Yeah, yes, so please. Please. Okay.
Thank you very much. And I want to say a big thank you to all those that have contributed so far. My contribution, I'm going to be very brief. In the first instance, we want to talk about the environmental assessment. I had somebody said they also do gender assessment. In Sierra Leone, it's not like that. It's just an environmental assessment. But the problem I have with this is, even the environmental assessment is not being done by government. It is done by the mining company. So how sincere that assessment is, to actually look at the needs of the people or the environment itself, how to deal with that is a very huge challenge. Dr. Chichi said that we should, carry the men along, which to some extent I agree, because few weeks back, I was in one of the communities we did some interviews, and quite, unfortunate, or something that I never expected, that most of the local chiefs don't even know about the operation of the mining company. What was the agreement? How did they go about it? So I was shocked, because normally we say these chiefs, they know what is going on. And these chiefs, I mean the men, they are the chiefs. And it was shocking to me that they have no idea. And they were asking us that we should carry them along with our advocacy and so on. I was just thinking, I'm very careful with them, because I don't want them to capture this whole thing along the line. Sometimes, because they are authorities, something can change at any time, but they are also going through a lot because of that. And also, with regard to gender-based violence, these are issues that really is not often taken, seriously, I could say, when it comes to extractive sector. So since last year to this year, we have been dealing with an issue like that, gender-based violence and the extractive. it is so real. You know, you see women who have been brutally raped. When I say brutally raped, you know, 5, 6 men raped them at a time in the mining community, and those men are nowhere to be found. And those cases are in these local police stations, and they have not been able to apprehend, you know, these men. They are at large. So these are issues we need to go, you know, taking forward, you know, when we discuss, you know, extractive and how it affects women. And these women, they have not been able to say anything about it until when we have, okay, yes. So also an issue of a resettlement. In Sierra Leone, we have something we call resettlement, but
sorry, please, I have to cut you, sorry. So please, if your submission should just be one issue, please. One issue, so that we can. So please, apologize.
Yeah, mine is around, no doubt that, of course, the discussant said there is a role of society, the very culture in Africa, the tradition, and that has led to a constructed mindset over time. Until we deconstruct our mindset traditionally, culturally, it will be very much difficult for us to bridge the gender gap. And ActionAid Sierra Leone did a research in 2018, and then what came out around the unpaid care burden on women was clear. That while the average Sierra Leonean woman works from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., the average Sierra Leonean man works from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. But when you compare the income they get, the men get more money than the women. The reason is that women are more or less engaged in unpaid care work than men. A Nigeria feminist, Chimamanda, said, just for me to close, that we should not pay attention to women and men. Let us also trickle down our attention to boys and girls. It is from that level we catch them, even when they are young. You allow the boys to do geology, to do chemistry, to do biology, but yet we want women at that stage to be employed into the mines. Where are we in all of those? Thank you.
So
yeah.
You and my lady over.
Thank you very much. I just want to reiterate the fact that discussions around women should not be lost when we are discussing gender. It's very important that women issues are addressed directly. There are actually some services that women provide that are also giving support to the extractive industry, and that should be recognized. In the very first panel this morning, the issue of the local content plan being discussed before being submitted to the Federal Ministry of Environment is very key. And that local content plan should also address women issues. Women should be adequately consulted so that their needs and concerns are included in that local content plan before it is being submitted. But what we have is that even that local content plan, community members do not have access to it, talk less of women who are not included in discussion. So what I am saying is that we should continue to empower women to be part of all the processes, because if we just look at gender, men and women, we will still come back to working more for the men and forgetting about the women. So the women issues should be paramount when we are discussing. And we should also create women-only spaces where the women can be able to speak about their issues. Because many years of marginalization, if you bring women, particularly those at the community level, to sit down and discuss with the chiefs and the kings and government officials, they will not talk. But when they are alone, they are able to open up and present their issues as they are. So that also should be promoted. I also want to say that in the Niger Delta.
Madam, sorry, I need to cut you. Thank you. Please go ahead. Okay. Ationo, I think you want to beat me up. Am I okay? Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam. And thank you for the two insightful presenters. I just want to make a suggestion. You know, this conference is supposed to be a West African conference within the sub-region. I would plead with you that next time when you're organizing such conferences, you should invite ECOWAS to be with us, because we are going to make suggestions, recommendations, so that they can amend their protocols. Amend their protocols under gender and inequality. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I would like to give a quick, Dr. Dabisaki. Your hand has been up, but sorry I didn't see you. Yes, so go ahead. But please, just one issue.
You see how happy I look? I almost feel like I'm partying. My point will be very quick. I really like the analysis of power that has been brought up in this particular set of presentations, because I feel like it's been missing from the previous presentations. There's been a lot of focus on income inequality, and I feel like we are missing out on some of the big questions around women's voice or voices of minorities and groups that fit within that category. So in some sense, I would think that the conversation, the intersectional conversation, should not be a standalone conversation. It should be one that is included in the ways in which we even create the measures. So the earlier statistical analysis, for example, I wonder if the expert that developed that paper could look at the model and figure out a way to include indicators that capture these questions around voice, agency, and participation of groups, not just women, but of groups that may be considered minority or on the margins of resource-producing communities. So that's the main point that I wanted to make. Thank you
very much. And Atieno has taken notes. So we have somebody online who wants to ask a question. Please, can we give that opportunity?
Hello, thank you very much, Madam Chair. My name is Fadum Lioko from the National Human Rights Commission. My intervention on this event will be just on one key issue, and that is the regulators that are regulating all these mining sites and mining generally. And my intervention is to the extent that when they are developing the EIA assessment, is it possible for, hello, can you hear me? Okay. Okay, good afternoon. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, yes.
Okay.
And we can.
Yes, my intervention, yes, the issue I'll be bringing on board, is that it relates to regulators of the extractive industry. And, from the experience we have here in Nigeria, we hear situations where people from Ministry of Environment are going for monitoring of assessments of EIA reports, in communities, and they'll tell you that they await the companies to always facilitate this particular movement. And when such happens, you're always exposed to compromise. And at the end of the day, the ministry, which is the regulator now, is not able to really assess the true situation of things. And you hear, the story always goes that he that pays the pepper detects the truth. For us to have an effective monitoring of EIA, it's always essential that the governments, and mostly the regulators, are on their toes, doing what they are ought to be doing. Because if that is not done, it exposes the host communities to gross human rights violations from companies. So I don't know how this can form part of the communique, form part of policies that will help, communities and government to come to a roundtable to discuss issues of monitoring of EIA reports, because it even doesn't even be EIA reports. We have been trying to advocate a situation whereby there should be a environmental, human rights, and social impact assessment for every organization or company that wants to come and do business, be it extractive, be agrarian, whatever the company is, be it oil. If you're coming to a community to come and exploit that community, most times they always leave behind sour taste of social responsibilities, because the workers go into the community, impregnate ladies in the community, and they go away. Who cares for these children? These are serious human rights issues that are always being raised. They have, even land are collected from people, and there's no adequate compensation being paid. That raises a lot of issues of rights to property, and the company and the government is not really up to its game to really monitor, to ensure that these companies are doing what they ought to be doing. So they need to reevaluate, one, the EIA report, and secondly, when they are going for monitoring, the government should be adequately funded. The regulators should be adequately funded so that the host communities are not left at the mercy of the companies in order to avoid gross human rights violations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam. Okay, so now we'll come to first to our discussants. They would respond and then say their final comments. When they are done, then we give the opportunity to online speakers. Thank you very much. So,
Okay, thank you so much. I think for me, something that has really come out from the conversation as a next step is really building the capacity of people in the local communities, especially women. Because if the activism, if the advocacy does not result in change, then there's no point to it. So if women don't have actually the capacity to take on opportunities that come out of advocacy, then we're just going to keep advocating for them. And so we have to keep trying to ensure that women at the community level, understand the issues, are able to effectively advocate, are able to take up opportunities when those when space is created, so that we're not advocating for the sake of it. So for me, that's really something that's extremely important. I also think it's important to make sure that the people who are the advocates or the people who are the women's organizations and the people who are doing the movement, who are working within the movement, also understand the issues. Because if you don't understand the issues, you're not going to be able to carry people along. So there are certain issues that are gender issues. Some things are corruption.
How are you?
Corruption. Some things are just the lack of capacity, with government and the rest of it. So if we conflate those issues and consider all of them to be gendered issues, then you lose people, as soon as you start talking, because clearly you don't know what is gender and what is corruption and what is it. So even at the advocacy level, we need to understand those. I think finally, I would like to clarify what I was talking about when I was talking about a win-win. A win-win does not mean that you don't allow women to have their own space, or that women will no longer be able to advocate for their own issues. That's not a win-win. A win-win is that people understand the issues and they come to the table to negotiate effectively for themselves. And when I say that we need to carry men along, it does not mean that I'm saying that we should empower men over women. But there are issues that we consider gendered issues that are also affecting men. So when a household is female-headed and the woman loses her home, if she has sons, do they keep staying on the land? If she has lost her home, it's not her whole family that loses the home, including the boys, including the men. So if people don't understand how gender issues have an implication for everyone, then they will continue to fight for things that will actually be beneficial to them. So if you have if you have men in a household who don't understand how giving women power also means that they benefit. What about men? I met somebody who said to me, I love to cook. I know this is not about extracted, but this is just to illustrate the point I'm making. I love to cook. My wife is a terrible cook, but I dare not go to the kitchen to cook because she will get offended because she's going to think, oh, he means I'm not doing something right. There will be an uproar, but the man is enduring this horrendous meal that he has to eat every day, even though he knows he could do so much better. Will he not benefit from a much more gender-friendly environment? It's a simple, silly example, but we can escalate it to the things that we're talking about. And also, finally, talking about, whether we're having a gendered conversation or a feminist conversation. I think Dr. Kasa mentioned it briefly. We have to understand that there isn't one feminism. Even if you look at the feminist literature, there is socialist feminism, there is liberal feminism, there is there's modernist feminism. There are all types of feminism. Even in Africa, there was a construction of a term called womanism as a way of trying to create a theory that better explains African feminism. So when we talk about feminism, it is not one thing. It is not an understanding that is unilateral to everybody. Even in one country, there's a difference between what feminism means for urban educated women than what it means for rural women. So again, that's why I talk about that those who are the intermediaries also need to understand what it is that they are fighting about, so we don't lose people, at the conversation table. Thank you.
I just want to add a point on the narrative about gender issues and giving you an example that happened in Canada when a certain moment the government wanted to increase, 1 minute, and promoting women or girls' education. They promoted girls' education till the situation where boys were left down. We came now in a new situation where we need also to promote gender in the perspective that boys should be prioritized. So just to complement what you say in terms of narrative, the understanding is just to balance the relationship between men and women so that each of them enjoys fully their rights in a win-win partnership, I would say. The key takeaways I want you to go with include for you to increase the comprehension of the concept and the dimension of gender issues around the movements you are dealing with. The second takeaway includes developing participation mechanisms so that you can make women's voices heard. Because I've mentioned several times women's rights in my speech because at the moment in the extractive sector, it's women's rights that are hindered. And finally, document the experiences you can see and that would inform the policies, that would influence other policies and laws, and that would also influence the practice everywhere else in the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So just one minute each. We haven't done so well on time. So Dr. Kasa, 1 minute wrap up.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to give a quick shout out to MM. Your point about local content and the need to also create space for women to engage and to be part of processes where their local content issues are centered, and to be able to engage at that level, to be able to see that their fair share of the benefits also come to them. I think that is important. It's a very strategic and important area of engagement, and we can then apply pressure on the system. And that's what I think that it's important to take on board. On one level, there's the broader limits of the system. There is the win-win argument that has been made, and that is also important. I think that as we're struggling to, what we're historically trying to do is to undo the legacy of colonialism in the long term. So there are multiple fronts of engagement on this thing, to deal with the patriarchy that is embedded within it, but also dealing with the benefits, a fair share of the benefits. And I think that's also very important for a lot of the communities that are on the ground. The immediate thing that they pose is that they don't get a fair share of the benefits, which also means that we'll be moving away from a system that is essentially a predatory type of system, at least, likely to be one that is trying to influence and control the scale of extractivism that we're seeing today, that we can begin to defend the rights of communities to also say no. So the free, prior, and informed consent doesn't go, is not just a question of just consultations are different from consent. Consultations is that the mining company came, met with you, and told you what they're going to do on your land. They're not asking you for what you think. But once you have the consent element activated as a right in practice, it also means that there will be instances where communities will say no, and that right to say no needs to be defended, mainly because you don't have the social license that the mining companies are so concerned of. But most importantly, you are not presenting a development model and an outcome that actually meets the material needs of people. And ultimately, that needs to be centered, whether people's material needs on the ground. But of course, there are multiple class interests that play within extractives, and that has to be taken on board. But as civil society, we need to be able to create a space where we are mobilized around an agenda for transformation, but one which is also inclusive of the right to say no, to defend a shift for a model that actually makes sense for communities on the ground. And we're not alone in this. We are behind Latin America in terms of the way they have developed and pushed movements, particularly the indigenous movement has been very important in that sense. And also the shift to resource nationalism that has also met its own limits because of the aggressive extent to which the environmental degradation has taken place, but also the impacts on people's well-being and on indigenous people's rights.
We have this, people have to go and I'm sorry, I may not give opportunity to Madame Obi. Please do bear with us, and I sincerely apologize. I should give her 1 minute. Okay, the 1 minute turns to 5 minutes. Okay, so you have some advocacy groups here asking you to wrap up in 1 minute. Madame Obibi.
Okay, thank you. Without wanting to reinvent the wheel, I think quite a bit of what I've said, or what I would like to say, MM has spoken and Dr. Kassa has just spoken as well. And I'm in line with their thoughts. So what I would like to say though is thank you for the invitation. I think that will wrap up the 1 minute.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Doc. So I would just like to end with this quote by Madeleine Albright. She said, "It took me quite a long time to develop a voice. And now that I have it, I'm not going to be silent. I hope and pray that with all these issues that we have heard and we have expressed opinions about, we will not keep silent on it, and we'll continue championing the cause of feminism and gender issues around extractivism." Thank you very much, and sorry for delaying your lunch.
Okay. I think we said initially we have very rich analysis being shared. The issues we are trying to cover are I think I'm fine. What do you want me to do? You want to see my picture? The mic. I moved from one to try and avoid. Okay, I don't know what to say. The issues are very rich. The ground to cover is a lot. That's why we're struggling with time. But I'm sure you'll agree with me that this has been a very interesting conversation. We have a lot more coming. So it's to beg your understanding. I hear murmuring, I don't know what's happening. We try and manage the time. So we've lost half an hour. We should have gone for lunch at 1. And here's what we propose in terms of recovering the time because of what we need to cover in the afternoon. We were to have a tea break in the evening. What we will propose is manage that in a way that we recover some of the time. So we may say as we go into the session, people can just go pick their tea and come back as we continue. That might help us recover some of the time. In terms of the lunch, we also plead with you to just try and keep it tight. So it's 1:30. So if we could try and be back by 2:15. So we do like we did yesterday. So we have 45 minutes. I think that just about makes it possible to eat and come back without choking on our food. So it's the same venue as yesterday. This time there are no vouchers. So you all just make your way and let's try and be back by 2:15. We have very exciting session coming up, looking at issues of the link between environment, energy transition issues, but also the country case studies. So if we cooperate, we get a lot more time to contribute. Bon appetit.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You have a good lunch. Is Professor Kopna here? Prof, please, why don't you approach the judgment seat? You're very welcome. This afternoon's session is going to deal with the environment to do with the environment, energy.
Thank you. And resource governance. And in the chair is my colleague, Professor Samuel Kobner, works with the University of Development Studies to facilitate this afternoon's proceedings. So, Professor Kobner, if Atieno will leave you alone, I'm going to give this to you, put it in your competent hands to invite your speakers and your discussants, and then we'll see how it goes. Thank you very much.
Clap for the man.
Thank you very much, Doc. I also want to welcome you back from the lunch. After taking a very good lunch, I know sometimes you become challenged because the level of oxygen in our brain, reduces. But I can assure you that we have very good presentations coming that I would say will replace any lost oxygen for you to be able to stay and be part of this session. This session is on environment, energy, and resource governance. And we have three presentations. We will have three presenters and three discussants. And as we know, this is so important, very, very critical. Issues of the environment, issues of energy, and natural resource governance. I wouldn't want to bore you. I wouldn't want to waste your time. I will want to go to the first paper. The first paper is on extractives, environmental damage, and inequalities in the ECOWAS region. What are the linkages? And it's a co-authored paper. We have Ms. Lumon Amanda Fesi and Dr. Chinli Nwapi. So let's just appreciate Ms. Amanda as she comes. Please appreciate her as she comes. Basically, what will happen is that she will do the presentation and we have a discussant online. We will bring him in, and after that, we'll invite the others to come. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lumon Amanda Fisi, and I and Dr. Chileyen Wapi will be presenting this topic, the linkages between extractives, environmental damage, and inequalities in the ECOWAS region. Next slide, please. So what we did is, the first question we're asked to answer was, does environmental damage cause inequality? And we looked at it from two types of two types of extractive activities based on the two categories: large-scale industrial mining and oil and gas production on one side, and artisanal mining, artisanal and small-scale mining on the other side. So each against the other. Second, the next, please. So we looked at it based on the literature, is that, power imbalances within the issues of inequality, there are winners and losers. And the winners in this case are the larger companies because of the access that they have, resources, and the losers in any case are the communities because they occupy the lower end of the spectrum. They occupy a lower position and they depend on the environment for their livelihoods. So the winners, may or may not do it deliberately, but except, gets called to their attention, they may continue to perpetuate the same behavior and affect people at the lower position of, in society. Now, even within this power imbalance is that, different groups, so urban groups versus rural groups, rural communities, suffer more than the urban groups. Between men and women, we talked about gender the last session. You can see how women are disadvantaged even within their communities and so on. So between the bigger companies and the smaller companies. Now, the impacts of the larger companies on the rural communities in which they extract the minerals, depend on the environment for their livelihoods. And unfortunately, because environmental degradation is so severe, they suffer the brunt of it. And then women even suffer it most, as we heard from the last session. Next, please. So here we combined the two together, large-scale industrial mining and oil and gas production. Now, both are important to national governments. They rely on it for revenues from taxes and royalties to fund their budgets and to, in quote, lift others up and support equality and, to bridge inequality. But in essence, in achieving those national goals, unfortunately, the rural communities suffer because, the extractive process by its very nature is destructive and it deprives them or the communities of access to land, rivers, and waterways. In several cases, it denies the artisanal and small-scale miners access to lucrative deposits. I think in West Africa, most of the deposits are almost on the surface, unlike South Africa, where it's buried deep in the ground. So when the mining companies move into a community, they probably deny the ASMs access to those deposits. Now, unfortunately, the activities of these larger companies are not appreciated by the rural communities because in order for the larger companies to extract the commodities from the ground, they deny the communities access to the means of their livelihoods. So they're hardly ever appreciated. So what we saw from the literature is that even where a company promises or even provides some under the community development agreement or corporate social responsibility, in effect, the new healthcare facility, the new schools that are built, some infrastructure is not enough for the communities because it replaces their livelihoods. So there tends to be more of an effort on infrastructure than livelihoods. It's almost like the companies have not quite understood what it means to lose a means of livelihood and then how to replace or enhance the livelihoods of the communities, no matter how well intentioned the company is. Now, examples in totality, across the countries that we were asked to examine. So we looked at, the countries we looked at included Ghana, Senegal, Sierra Leone, Burkina Faso, and Nigeria. So across board, what we have is in the Niger Delta area in Nigeria is 50 years of oil spills, pollution, gas flares. So you can imagine what that has done to the communities, the rural communities in the Niger Delta. Hence the agitations, the violent agitation over the years. And unfortunately, the situation hasn't changed much. Now, the problem is, if we don't find a way to address the inequality in the Niger Delta, what is the risk of this spreading to Ghana and Senegal, where they've also started gas production? Then we looked at another example of how severe this is Burkina Faso. It is amongst the poorest countries in the world, yet is the fifth, I think, the fifth largest gold producer on the continent, and yet the people live in abject poverty. And 34% of the land area has been degraded by mining. The communities have lost valuable, productive land. And the other severity that we need to think about, probably not now, the effect will be felt much later by the children and grandchildren and so on of the rural communities, is global warming from the EI degradation. So that's something to also look at. Next slide, please. Now, compared to the large-scale mining and oil and gas production, at the other end of the spectrum, we have the artisanal and small-scale mining. It's an important driver of rural economies in West Africa, and I think in other other parts of Africa as well, and in other parts of the world. But unfortunately, it also has its own severe environmental impacts. Unfortunately, the communities appreciate them because for them, it's all about survival, is a means of survival for them. Now, an outcome of the agitation, the activities of the oil companies in the Niger Delta in Nigeria is a new, should I say the artisanal subsector in the oil industry, which is the illegal bunkering. That's the term in Nigeria for oil theft and refining. This has provided a source of livelihood to the deprived people of the Niger Delta, but at the same time, it's also a source of degradation of their environment, and it's also responsible for killing them. So it's almost like they're locked in the Niger Delta communities are locked in this cycle of poverty, either from the activities of the multinational companies or even by themselves. Next slide, please. Now, the next question we also asked was, does inequality cause environmental damage? So we've just talked about how environmental damage causes inequality because it deprives already deprived people of access to their livelihoods, makes them poorer, and then, of course, deepens that inequality that already exists between them and the urban areas, and then even within their own communities. Next slide, please. So the literature around it, this was quite interesting, that inequality and environmental degradation rise and fall together. So the more environmental degradation takes place within a certain community, the more you would expect that, the more extraction takes place in the community, the more there will be environmental degradation, the more that there will be an inequality. But again, this all depends on the environmental policies in place in that country. When we looked at countries like Norway, for instance, Norway is one of the largest oil producing countries in the world. They don't have the same issues because the environmental policies are strong, the people are aware, the people in government are conscientious. Everyone takes their responsibilities seriously, and the oil companies as well abide by the environmental regulations there. So if there's an oil spill, there's an immediate response to clean up. Unlike the same companies operating in West Africa, the response to clean up is slow. They have to get dragged to the courts to be responsive. Okay. So what we've seen is that social inequality breeds and reinforces the likelihood of environmental degradation. And what we should come out from this conference or the summit is that equality is better for the environment. So what we should be thriving for is how to improve equality to address the issues of inequality. So now why is this relationship between, what's this relationship between inequality and environmental degradation? And why is it harmful? There are three, we looked at it from three aspects. One is that, people will engage in harmful environmental behavior. They'll embark on, for instance, illegal artisanal mining or the oil theft and illegal oil refining because they're poor. It's survival first. Make I chop before I think about my environment. I never chop. How you go say, make I no cut this tree, So it's really about getting survival first. Then the other is that inequality increases the need for environmentally harmful economic growth. So what we hear from the governments when they're explaining their budgets, annual budgets every year, is that this budget is going to support the drive to reduce inequality. The budget our objective is to reduce inequality. But then at the same time, the focus is on attracting FDI in the same industries that degrade the environment and reduces the opportunities for these poor people. So that's it's a funny concept, that the government on one hand is pushing for more FDI, and more FDI once it comes in is degrading the environment and locking people into poverty. And then inequality also hampers collective action to protect the environment. There's a weak consensus on what to do. We talked about this, I think, day before yesterday, that we don't have the parliamentarians here. We have some government officials here and so on. But when we have to sit down together to have a general consensus on how to solve these issues, there will be different, we might not achieve something because there are different objectives. The governments are really more focused on attracting more FDI. The policies are, for the Ministry of the Ministry of Finance, for instance, it's more skewed towards FDI rather than the environmental policies. And that's why you find that the environmental ministries are not as strong as, for instance, the Ministry of Finance. Next, please. I think I should just use my notes, yeah. So what are the mechanisms for addressing the impacts of the extractive industries? The existing mechanisms. One is the environment and social impact assessment. You can move to the next slide, please. So as some of you know, or I guess we all know what the ESIAs are. It basically answers several questions. What are the potential environmental and social impacts? Can the company mitigate them? How should the company mitigate them? How should it respond to environmental disasters? Should it proceed with that project or not? But many times that question of should it proceed with the project or not is, there's no option. The company proceeds with it. The government wants it because that's the reason why the policy is really around FDI. So at that stage, that critical stage, most times the government would, rather prefer for the project to proceed. But there is international standards for conducting these ESIAs. In West Africa, though, across all the frameworks, are we aligned, our frameworks, environmental and social frameworks, aligned with the international standards? In most cases, what we found was no. And what you also find is there's even a lack of the social governance frameworks. So it's more or less like what we have is an EIA. For instance, in Nigeria, it's it's more commonly called the EIA, the Environment Impact Assessment. The social is very silent, and it's the social that helps to address the aspect of inequality. And that's the part that doesn't get as much attention. So what we have, in essence, is even the EIA, whatever it is, if it's an EIA or an ESIA, the process is cosmetic, and there's a lot of tokenism involved. Then the next mechanism that's available, the other speakers spoke about it early today, about local content policies. So I'm not going to go too much into that. But in terms, when we're looking at the rural economies, now we have to be careful. Once it says local content, what most companies do is, and even the governments would focus more on local, being local from anywhere else outside of that community. I know that the local communities, the rural communities where the extraction takes place, may not have the capacity to meet the requirements for the international company in terms of, to meet that policy. But there needs to be a gradual process starting from that rural community. So local does not mean local. Local usually means national, to the detriment of the local community in which the minerals are extracted. Then the other issue, which my colleague will emphasize when he speaks, is a just transition to clean energy. So that's the next slide. So there are two aspects to look at the extractive industries in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals. On the one hand, the entire process from exploration right up to processing and transportation and so on can hinder the achievement of all the 17 SDGs because of issues around degradation, displacement, conflicts, and inequality. But at the same time, at the other end of this, so that most of the countries in West Africa, in fact, to be honest, I guess I should be honest, all the countries in West Africa fall on this side where the EIs have not been helping our societies at all in anything. There's a lot of negativity around it. But at the same time, the same sector, the extractive industries, can help a country and a community to achieve all the SDGs in terms of revenues that are generated and then pumped back into that economy, and the employment, linkages to the local economy to support an upstream sector and a downstream sector to be developed, and then green technology. So countries that have been able to, even before the SDGs were developed, that have reached that stage include countries like Norway, the Scandinavian countries, Norway, Sweden, Finland, and then you have Australia and you have Canada. But it's what's interesting though about those countries is that they are now world-class industrialized knowledge-based industries. In fact, the African mining vision was developed based on the examples from the Scandinavian countries. But they still have an issue because in Australia, the land where the minerals are extracted belongs to the Aboriginals, the same in Canada. They're not called Aboriginals, I think they're called indigenous groups, the same in Finland and Sweden. So they still have that challenge there in terms of where the minerals are extracted from, the communities from which the minerals are extracted. We still haven't solved that problem of inequality in those communities. But in the general and wider community, in the wider nation, they've been able to transform and become industrialized. So now what's going on, as you all know, globally is this, the climate change movement. And the World Bank has identified or estimated that we need about 3 trillion tons of energy transition minerals by 2050. So what does that mean? We've already identified some of those minerals in West Africa, like lithium, and there's also copper and a few others. What does that mean? It means more mining. And as you can expect, more mining means more impacts, more degradation, and so on. But we have this opportunity to take advantage of climate smart mining techniques, which means use of more environmentally friendly technology. So it's important that we also understand what these technologies are and then insist that companies that come to invest in mining lithium, for instance, that they use this kind of technologies. And then hopefully for the other mineral commodities, other metals, we start to use the climate smart mining techniques to also push for environmentally friendly technologies. Now, what are the challenges to mitigating? The next is the challenges to mitigating the impact of extractives on inequality and environment. That's another topic we're asked to, a question was asked to respond to. So we looked at it from the perspective of the government. What's the challenge that the government faces? So we put ourselves on the side of the government. One is that the environment, social impact assessment frameworks embedded in their legislation. There's a gap between how they're designed and what's in the international standards. The second is that the capacity within the government is weak to monitor and enforce compliance. They can't just compete. They can't compete at all with the international companies and their multi-billion-dollar paid network of experts and so on. And then coordination between the ministries of environment, mining, and then the other ministries that are key to ensuring that are key to enforcement of environment policies. It's quite weak, that coordination, whether it's at the national level and then with the local governments, the state governments, or the regional governments, as the case may be. And again, the challenge is that for the government, the focus is the economy first, rather than the people first. Next slide, please. Now, how do the companies benefit from all of this? All this, the weak governance framework in the developing in our countries. They benefit. What gives them that power to come to our countries and behave with impunity? One is that the power asymmetries between these companies and our national governments. They are more powerful. They have access to the well-paid lawyers, well-paid environmentalists, and so on. Their budgets are higher than our governments. So, they have immense power. Then there's even greater power asymmetries between them and our local governments, our local communities. Then the local communities don't have anybody. The local communities are left alone, if not for people like us in this room. Nobody is really speaking up for them. So this allows the companies to get away with bad ESG behavior. But how? What exactly? What are the instruments that give them this power? One is the bilateral investment trustees between the companies, the home countries of these companies and our national governments. If you were aware several years ago, I think maybe they've found a way to get the individual countries in West Africa to sign with them. The European Union has a treaty which they were trying to get the ECOWAS to sign with, but I think what they've done is to now go at to the individual countries to sign these agreements. So these agreements give a lot of power to the companies. The company can be so powerful as to stop the government from designing its environmental policy or trying to enforce any regulation. The other issue that the system that the companies use to take advantage is the investor state dispute settlement system. It's also linked to the issues of the BIT. And then, well, we also have to start thinking about the indigenous extractive industry companies. For instance, in Nigeria, we have a few indigenous companies that have bought over the licenses from the Shells and Co. They are also not exempt from, bad behavior. But how do we monitor what they do and, sanction them when they don't have the same advantages as the international companies? So they rely on other powers that exist within the countries. So quickly, I have a few minutes left. Recommendations very quickly. One is, what do? We start by strengthening the power base of the national governments, because our governments cannot, they have a role as duty bearers under international human rights law to care for their citizens and ensure that they are not exploited by international companies. The international human rights law, unfortunately, is not enforceable internationally. So the only way to get the companies to comply is in the national laws. But if the national laws do not include human rights provisions, then it's difficult to hold the companies to account. So one is that we need to review the bilateral investment treaties between, for instance, our individual countries with Canada, Australia, especially those countries where we get a lot of investments from the mining companies and oil and gas companies. Then, importantly also, we need to mainstream the AMV and the ECOWAS mining development policy in our national laws. The AMDC is here. I don't know how successful they have been with getting our governments to pay attention to the AMV, but if they need our support as civil society and so on, then we need to make that push, because a lot of the solutions are embedded in these two frameworks. The other is the IFC performance standards and the Equator principles. So something that's happened in recent years is that, and it's not just in West Africa, I think across the world, governments have found it difficult to get companies to be compliant with environmental policies, but a lot has changed. So in the last few years, we've had the push towards ESG, environment, social, and governance. So what's making companies compliant is the investment sector. So the stock exchanges where these companies are listed, Canada, Australia, London Stock Exchange, will not list these companies except they're environmentally and socially compliant. IFC will not invest if they're not compliant. So it's important that we also here, we start to monitor the companies, where are they getting their sources from, and track that process as well. The other is to develop a business framework for the ASM subsector. Next slide, which is last. Oh, sorry, that's not the last. Is to strengthen the capacity and capability base of the national governments. Let's look at Ghana and Sierra Leone that have independent regulatory commissions for mining, strengthen them and take a collegial approach to the ESIA process. Rather than just the environmental ministry, there should be a national group of stakeholders that focus on how the process is, the ESIA process and the licensing process. Lastly is to strengthen the power base of the international communities, build on existing community champions. I think we should need to establish, that's the last slide. One is to create a network of rural communities, NGOs, environmental activists, and civil society networks. We started that in Nigeria. The local communities have an association in the mining industry, thanks to Global Rights for setting that up. So there's a need to hook up with the international activists that are tracking the performance, environmental and social performance of these companies, international companies that are listed on the various global stock exchanges. So rather than go at it alone, there's a need for us to build a network within West Africa, network of rural communities, civil societies, NGOs, environmental activists, with our international counterparts to get the companies to comply. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Amanda. That was very insightful. That was very insightful. I know your colleague, Dr. Mwape, is online. Doc, we want to give you 5 minutes. We are so tight on time, so we'll just give you some 5 minutes to add to it.
Okay.
Please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Amanda, for that excellent presentation and summary of the paper that we wrote. Yeah, I think I said this earlier when we had a meeting a couple of days ago, that our approach to the paper was to be as less theoretical as possible. Otherwise, that's a lot of theory around the linkages between inequality and environmental damage. Linkages, I mean, running in both directions. Inequality, or rather, environmental damage leading to inequality, and inequality leading to more environmental damage. There are one or two aspects that I would like to emphasize instead of going through the entire presentation. One of them has to do with how the energy transition can help to reduce environmental damage and inequality. It's a very complicated issue, but at the end of the day, I think the pendulum swings in favor of the energy transition as a very important tool for addressing environmental damage and inequality in the extractive industries. It's expensive to do the transition because it involves a lot of money, a lot of sacrifices. The other aspect of it is that most of the activities that produce environmental damage come from the extractive industries. You have oil and gas, you have mining. And so stopping mining and oil and gas is just completely impractical for many developing countries, even for countries in the West. A country like Norway, for instance, which prides itself on environmental stewardship, they're still doing offshore drilling. So it's not easy to abandon the industry. I think what is needed is to figure out how best to conduct extractive industry activities in a way that is more protective of the environment, to reduce the environmental footprints. In the mining sector, there has been a lot of discussion around climate smart mining, to make mining more environmental friendly. And that has to do with the kind of technology that is being used. One area where we have seen improved technology has to do with oil sands development. Oil sands development is very common in Canada. Actually, most of the oil and gas developments in Canada comes from the oil sands, especially in Alberta, which holds the greater part of oil and gas resources in the country. When they started, the technology being used was relatively crude compared to what is being used now. But they have been able to improve it and are now able to use much better technology. Not that the technology they use now does not produce environmental footprints. It does, but speaking relatively, it is far better than what it was decades ago. And so that's the direction that Amanda and I feel that African countries should be thinking towards, to promote climate smart mining, compelling mining companies, and also inducing them, even if it means through the use of incentives, to adopt more environment-friendly technology. So that is one aspect. The other aspect I would like to emphasize has to do with local content. Local content has become very common among within the extractive industry, especially oil and gas, both in Africa and in other continents. But incidentally, the way local content has been framed in most countries is maybe described as too nationalistic, in the sense that the countries have adopted a definition of local that is more national than truly local. The meaning of local is not clearly defined in legislation or in policy, but one could decipher that the countries have adopted a nationalistic approach, in the sense that a local is not someone who comes, or is not necessarily someone who comes from that locality where the resources are being developed, but any citizen of that country. And what we are arguing in this paper is not really that that approach should be completely abandoned, What we are arguing is that it should also take into account the fact that the people that live in those localities where the resources are located feel the greater brunt of the negative impacts. And so account should be taken of that in the design and implementation of local content, so that some level of consideration should be given also to people from those localities to see how that can help to compensate them for the negative impacts of oil and gas and mining development, whether it is in matters of employment, whether it is in matters of procurement of goods and services. Companies should be encouraged, if not required, to give special consideration to people from those regions, in the same way that many countries now encourage companies to take into account gender issues, so that when procuring services or employing people, they should take into account the fact that women have historically been marginalized and see how they can help to fill the gap. That might be a way that the localities from those regions where the resources are located can also be supported, so that the negative impacts of the resources that they feel can be ameliorated to an extent. Those are the two aspects that I would like to emphasize in the presentation that my colleague has given. So I move it back to you. Maybe during the discussion, I may be able to contribute to more specific questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Doc. Well, to continue, I wouldn't want to give my version. I'll just go straight because we are behind time. We have a discussant online, Professor Aliu Joro. Oh, he's here. I'm sorry. Prof, please. I thought it was online. Please kindly join us. Please kindly join us. I'm sorry. He is the Director General and the CEO of the National Environmental Standards and Regulation Enforcement Agency, Nigeria. It's a whole profile, but I'll just pick a few. He's a fellow of the Chemical Society of Nigeria, the Institute of Chartered Chemists of Nigeria, and Waste Management Society of Nigeria. He has been a member of the Polymer Institute of Nigeria for 12 years. So, Prof, you are welcome.
Thank you very much, the chairman of this session. First of all, I want to thank ISODEC for extending this invitation to me to be part of this very important conversation. We all know that extractives leads to environmental damage, and when you have this environmental damage, it leads to inequalities. So this paper is apt and specifically is done in the ECOWAS region, looking at the linkages. So I want to thank the authors for a job well done. Even though there are some gaps, I feel are supposed to be filled. So when it comes to the environmental impact of these extractive industries, we have seen case studies of the ECOWAS member states. Specifically, if you look at in Nigeria, the mining sector in Nigeria has impacted a lot on the environment. There is a case of Zamfara state in which they embarked on gold mining, and the gold was associated with lead deposit. And it led to a lot of hundreds of children died as a result of this mining activities. And likewise, we have seen the case of Ghana, where a lot of farmlands were lost as a result of this gold mining activities. Burkina Faso, there is a case of mercury and cyanide pollution, which is associated with the gold mining there, and other countries. So when you look at it, we have asked a question: does environmental damage lead to inequality? And does inequality lead to environmental damage? So it's a two-way traffic. We all know that inequality is associated with poverty. And when there is poverty, especially human beings, they cannot control themselves. They are always out to find a means of living. So they can do whatever they can to earn a living, thereby impacting on the environment. And when they do that, the environment must also fight back. So under this scenario, we have looked at the challenges that is hampering us from achieving environmental sustainability, as we also carry out with this issue of mining and also petroleum exploitation together. We cannot abandon these activities because they are the source of income to our national governments. For instance, Nigeria, 90% of the income that is generated by government comes from the petroleum sector. Presently, the mining sector is also being developed. So as discussed by the presenters, one of our major problems, I think, is under application of the environmental impact assessment, EIA. We have provision for EIA, I believe, in most of our countries. Specifically in Nigeria, there is this provision for EIA, but it's not well applicable due to a lot of problems. And this EIA also encompasses the social aspect. It's not that when you say EIA that it does not concern the social aspect. So whether it's EIA or ESIA, there's also the social component that is being considered. So one major problem is on the application of the EIA. It is not done rightly, and even if it is done, there is issue of lack of cooperation between government ministries and agencies. For instance, you may have a Ministry of Environment is responsible for the conduct of the EIA, and you have Ministry of Solid Minerals, for example, in Nigeria. They are responsible for issuing out the licenses for the mining and the lease. So they don't work together. So it's a very, very serious issue. We also have weak capacity for the enforcement of environmental laws. The agency I'm heading, that is National Environmental Standards and Regulation Enforcement Agency, is the enforcement arm of the Ministry of Federal Ministry of Environment in Nigeria. So, but the capacity to enforce is not very strong due to a lot of factors, including lack of adequate finance, lack of enough staff, and a lot of issues. We also have issues to do with insecurity. When you talk about artisanal and small-scale mining, most of the areas where these mining activities are taking place, they are usually associated with a lot of insecurities. Nigeria, for instance, we have issues to do with banditry. So most of these bandits, they operate where some of this mining are taking place, so making it very difficult for the regulatory agencies to have access. So in order to address these impacts of these extractive industries, and to address the issue of inequalities. There is the need for efficient application or mainstreaming of the environmental impact assessment, which is carried out prior to development. And also, when the project commences, there is need to carry out environmental audit every 3 years in order to ensure that everything is working rightly. The essence of the EIA is right from the beginning to determine and predict the possible environmental impacts and also provide solutions, mitigation measures. So right from there, if there is no strong mitigation measures to be adopted, such projects shouldn't even be approved right from the beginning. And there's also the need to have a robust environmental governance, which can be done through regular inspection, monitoring, and enforcement. And likewise, as you have said, those the local communities where some of these minerals are found, they must have a say in whatever is done. So if you look at the EIA process now, most of them are always involved toward the tail end, and they don't have much to say. So there's strong need for the public participation of such communities. And this can only be achieved through massive education awareness and sensitization. Most of the local communities are not educated, and they are not aware of even their right. And also there is need to put in place mechanism to ensure that any activities that pollute any environment is well sanctioned by making provision, because there is this provision of the polluter pays principle. Most of these companies, they do pollute and they don't pay for the cleanup, thereby impacting strongly on the environment. So I believe this paper is well written, and it has brought an insight for us to continue conversing, but I believe there is still need for an empirical studies where data needs to be generated, raw data, so that you can use it to carry out interpretation using some of these coefficients like the Gini coefficient and the social progress index, in order to show the clear relationship between environmental damage and the inequality that is involved in these extractive industries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. So grateful. We will continue with the next presentation. But before then, I want to call the discussants to join us. We have a representative from the African Center for Energy Policy. That's Mr. Kojo Yaoche. Please, if you are here, can you just join us? Please give it to him as he comes. Mr. Kojo is a policy lead for petroleum and conventional energy at the African Center for Energy Policy. The other person is Dr. Steve Mantel. Doc, if you are here, please give it to him, help him as he approaches. Dr. Steve Mantel is somebody we all know. He's a policy analyst and communication strategist. He's worked with ISODEC for over 20 years. He has extensive experience in EITI. There are a whole lot, but I've just summarized it because of time. Please just give it up to them. Give it up to them. Great. The next one topic will be on how can equitable energy access and transitioning to green energy be achieved in West Africa. We have Dr. Pedi Obani online who will be handling that. Doc, please take it up.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and apologies for not being able to join you in person, but I'm grateful for the opportunity to join you online. And over the next 15 minutes, I'll be sharing my views on the question which has just been introduced. I have a few slides to share, and I hope that you can now see the slides. So essentially, I'll be focusing on the prospects for achieving equitable energy transitions within the context of West Africa, as we've been speaking, but broadly also within the context of developing countries. And the question is, why developing countries? There are three main reasons for which I'm positioning my conversation within the context of developing countries broadly. And that's because, to start with, the issues of energy poverty are prevalent from the perspective of developing countries. And within West Africa, we already know that energy access is very low. And at the same time, even where there is energy in terms of the infrastructure being present, the cost of it also has implications, particularly for poor and vulnerable populations. The second issue is then the rising costs of energy. Now, this is a global phenomenon, but more so within the context of West Africa, when we think about people's access to money for livelihoods and people's access to resources, broadly speaking, for their livelihoods and for their sustenance. The third reason is the paradox of climate change. Now, we're no strangers to the fact that the continents, Africa broadly speaking, but also West Africa, contributes very, very minutely to the greenhouse gas emissions, especially historical emissions that are contributing or that are the cause of the current climate crisis that we have today. Yet, the West African region or sub-region and the African region and other developing countries, broadly speaking, are very much exposed and vulnerable to climate change impacts. So this raises the paradox of having contributed really little, if at all, to the problem as it exists presently, but having now experiencing more of the impact and being asked to take on the responsibility of cutting back in order to contribute to the global climate change objectives. Now, if we think about, for instance, with the Paris Agreement if we think about, for instance, with the Paris Agreement and the nationally determined contributions, gone are the days where responsibility for climate action was mainly with developed countries, so-called, and developing countries were seen as more in need of support in order to achieve their development in a way that was also contributing to climate change objectives. With the nationally determined contributions, we are also now taking on responsibility for greenhouse gas emissions reduction, so for mitigation, in addition to adaptation. And if we think about the cost, the fact that the cost of adaptation hasn't been met, and even global commitments to funding adaptation in developing countries that are eligible, especially for projects that are eligible, has not been realized, then we see that there's really a paradox of climate change that affects developing countries, the West African sub-region specifically, in ways that are different if we think about the impact in other parts of the world, particularly in the so-called developed countries. So having laid that background, I'll move on to talking about what exactly do we mean by energy transitions. Of course, we all know what we mean by energy transitions, but I think it's still important for us to interrogate that meaning, because when we think about the perspective of the West African sub-region and we think about the meaning of energy transitions, we may find that in a sense, this goes to the root of the equity issues, this goes to the root of the prospects of achieving green energy transitions, because we need to understand why are we transiting, what are we transiting from, and what does this imply for each of us? When I say each of us, I mean at the global level, because essentially the meaning of energy transitions, the way in which we conceptualize it has implications, which if we just assume that energy transitions is energy transitions and that's all it means, we may miss the mark. So one of the first things is that the meaning is evolving. We largely speak about replacing fossil fuels with renewables or moving away from fossil fuels to cleaner forms of energy as energy transitions. But if we think about the fact that we are dealing with countries whose developments is very closely linked to natural resources, specifically fossil fuels and mining and minerals, then it makes us pause and consider whether or not that simple definition of let's replace fossils with renewables is actually one that can even bring about equity from the perspective of oil and gas producing countries. And that leads us to thinking perhaps more broadly about energy transitions as indeed including decarbonization, broadly speaking, and even including carbon offsetting. So essentially, if countries in the sub-region take on the production of fossil fuels, should we be thinking of energy transitions in a way that accommodates some level of emissions and allows for the carbon offsetting to take place so that there's a space, for them to develop in a way that does not restrict their potentials and restrict their use of the resources that are at their disposal? And then that also leads us to the issues of just transition. So if we say just transitions, what will that then mean? Should we then be defining energy transitions in a way that accommodates just transitions as well? And what will just transitions mean for the companies? What will just transitions mean for the communities? What will just transitions mean for the wider society? We've heard a lot about local and national in the conversation this afternoon. So does just transitions at the local level mean the same thing as just transitions at the national level? These are all issues that come up when we think about the evolving meaning of energy transitions. Now, looking at the literature, which is the basis for my conversation today, there are three main perspectives to the pace of transitions. And I think that conversation around the pace of transitions is also important because we are all aware of the negative environmental, social, and possibly economic impacts of fossil fuel extraction and indeed the extractive industries, if you think about it broadly. But having said that, we are also aware of the dependencies, and we're aware that that transition will come at a cost, particularly for vulnerable populations. So that then means that we need to think about how the transitions occur. And sometimes it's about a slow transition, which essentially means that we move away from fossil fuels, but we do that over a long period of time, usually over a decade. It could be a fast transition, which means that we make that transition within a relatively shorter period of time, usually under a decade. And it could be somewhere in between. And I think that if you look at the examples of the different countries, what we may find is that there is indeed a combination of both slow and fast in different sectors and subsectors. So a simple case of let's replace dirty cooking fuels with clean cook stoves, for instance, could occur relatively quickly and within a small geographical region. But if we then want to do something more extensive, like let us change the national grid and the source of energy that comes into the national grid, the infrastructure that goes with it, that could then require a longer period of time, more planning, more resources, and indeed a so-called slower transition. But you then find that within countries, these transitions are occurring in different sectors in a way that shows both fast and slow at different times. So that's something to be mindful of as well. Now, this has implications for the ways in which the countries take on responsibility for energy transitions. So if we adopt a policy or if we sign up to commitments that say that we're going to engage in a fast transition, we have to think deeply about what that would mean for larger projects, infrastructural needs, the cost as well. Is this something that we can afford to do? And what is the social cost? Because we may be thinking about the economic cost, but there's also the social cost of it. So for instance, in countries where the government has tried to take out subsidies from the fossil fuel sector, we've seen the uprising that comes with it. We've seen the pushback from the public, because at the end of the day, they bear the cost. So if we're taking out the subsidies in a way that does not create a cushion for the economic impacts, then there's a pushback, and that leads to unrest, and all of that has implications for even the achievement of that transition that we want. And so what do we find? We find that there's always back and forth with the policies. One day the subsidy is there, next day it's been removed, the next day we hear, oh, well, it was only partly removed, just in response to or trying to cushion or mitigate the social impacts as well. So essentially, whether we decide to go slow, fast, or somewhere in between, there's always a cost to pay at the economic level, at the social level, and at the environmental level. And achieving justice and equity requires that that cost isn't borne disproportionately by those who are vulnerable and those who are least able to speak for themselves. Now, what are the drivers of the transitions? And I think it's important for us to think about the drivers because, again, energy transitions are nothing new. We have always experienced energy transitions. And by we, I mean humanity as a whole. But what has changed over time has been the emphasis on the drivers. What is driving the transitions? Now, the current narrative is very closely tied to climate change. And so we find that the environmental commitments, the environmental considerations seem to be the focus of the current energy transitions. There's also the emphasis on transitions when we think about the minerals or disruptive technologies. So the fact that we're discovering critical minerals, we're discovering minerals that can actually promote, again, the transition to renewables, which is linked to that environmental consideration, become some of the main driving factors. But we also have to remember, transition is already occurring. In fact, it's sometimes already forced by factors that are beyond the environment. For instance, the issue of insecurity. There are parts of the region where there's insecurity and we cannot even have access to the minerals or to the resources that ordinarily provide energy for development. That in itself is leading to the stranding of assets and in a sense is leading to transitions because people are trying to find alternatives away from dependencies on those resources that they cannot access as a result of insecurity. Another driver of energy transitions, and now it could either be a push or a pull factor, is cultural practices and processes. So for instance, I remember working with a PhD student who was doing some work on the use of wood fill. And she was talking about, cooking banku, and she was saying, if you go to the chop bars and they're using gas, it's not exactly the same taste you get out of the food as if they were using wood. Now, that is a very simple analogy, but in a sense, it also causes us to pause and ponder the ways in which energy transitions would have implications for our cultural practices and processes. There are places in which even the issues around burials, the disposal of human bodies at death has implications for energy. So in a society where, for instance, we don't do that anymore for environmental reasons, let's just shift away. We're already in a way influencing even the cultural practices and processes. And there has to be a dialogue, there has to be deliberation. Earlier today, some of our colleagues spoke about deliberative processes because we cannot just transit away without taking into account the cultural and social implications of that transition. Other drivers could be economic as well. Now, I spoke about the fact that energy transitions are nothing new. In the past, energy transitions have sometimes been driven by cost implications or cost considerations. So clearly, people would always move towards cheaper forms of energy. Within Europe, for instance, we know that with the war in Ukraine, there have been issues with rising energy costs, especially natural gas. And what do we find? We find that as a result of that, there seems to be resurfacing conversations around the use of coal. Isn't that ironical? So on the one hand, everyone's championing green energy. Suddenly, there's something affecting the cost of energy, affordability of energy, and then we're backtracking and going back to having conversations around the use of coal, which is not even allowed at the global level. So those are all issues that point to the fact that indeed the drivers of energy transitions, the climate change is a big issue, but there are also other big issues. And especially thinking about our context within the West African sub-region, we have to be mindful of those issues and understand the ways in which each of those would either drive people towards the transitions we want or away from those transitions. And the process needs to be well managed. Now, what are the trends in the literature? One is that there's a shift from conversations around low carbon to carbon neutrality and zero carbon. That in itself has implications for countries within the sub-region that are thinking about using gas as a transition fuel. Because if we say we want zero carbon, then clearly it means no emission at all. What does that then mean for sustaining productive processes and the development that is deeply required in the sub-region? The second thing in the trends is that there's an increasing focus on end-use energy technologies. So things like the clean cook stoves, things like energy efficient equipment in households, in production processes, that in itself could be a way of promoting fast transitions, or in a way, it could be one of the processes through which we have a combination of both fast transitions and the slower transitions as required. A third trend that emerges is that the energy transitions discourse is very closely linked to climate justice and human rights obligations of states. So on the one hand, we've talked about the fact that the environment is the main issue, but this question of human rights obligations of states and climate justice is really important, especially when we think about the liability of countries. So what this means is that if a country decides, you know what, we'll go ahead anyway with granting licenses for the continued production of fossil fuels because we are sovereign countries and we're allowed to use our resources the way in which we want. The fact that somebody else can then come up and sue that government for, you know, the emissions from that project, or for even granting the license, or for granting permission for someone to come extract and emit greenhouse gases, has implications for the liability for that country. And that is something we cannot take for granted. Because it then means that not only will the country be losing out on the resource, but they would also be incurring liability. And that could go into really significant amounts. So that is a trend that is rising, or that is on the rise. And it's something to be mindful of when we think about energy transitions and the ways in which we want to approach it as countries within the sub-region. Now, there's a lot of talk around leapfrogging. And I think that if we think about leapfrogging, we have to also be mindful that it's not a simple case of the technology exists and we'll use it. Some of these are technological, some of these are economic, social, environmental, political, or indeed regulatory. Just to speak about this really briefly, on a spatial level or spatial dimension, we have to remember that these are sovereign countries we're thinking about. And as sovereign countries that have a right to their resources, the arguments around we want to use the resources in the way in which we wish to comes up. And that has implications for whether or not a country decides to leapfrog or they decide to continue using their resources that they have at their disposal. And within that context, again, there has to be a distinction between countries that have access to oil and gas, for instance, and those that have access to other minerals that are relevant within the context of moving to renewable energy. Now, if we have countries that are, in different positions in terms of their access to these resources, then clearly even their interests may not necessarily be aligned. So do we want to start thinking about a situation in which we're forging a synergy between countries that have oil and gas, those that have other critical minerals, and are then supporting each other in the transition process? And this is really important, again, if we think about the technological aspect, because the technology exists, but it exists at a cost. So even though we're saying that the global community has a responsibility of supporting that transition through technical assistance and also financial resources, experiences with the Adaptation Fund and other commitments already show that we cannot be reliant on the global community to meet that gap. So perhaps we have to start thinking about ways in which that gap is met at a sub-regional and indeed a regional level. Now, the economic aspect will be the cost, like I've already mentioned, and then the social aspect, not to belabor the points, but for instance, earlier this afternoon, we talked about gender, women's issues. So the ways in which situations, I really like the point that was made earlier about even women having the resources in terms of the training, the knowledge, the capacity to engage in the spaces where these transitions are occurring. So there are all sorts of issues around access to land, being able to speak within the spaces where the decisions are being made. But there's also the important point of even having access to the know-how to make a contribution to that technical process that leads to the transitions. And then there are environmental considerations as well, and political considerations as well as regulatory. I'll just emphasize the regulatory a bit more because that's not something that has been touched on earlier in much detail. Now, the regulatory aspect being that a lot of the times the contracts for extraction are usually long-term. And what this then means is that if a country decides that they want to make a change in a different direction, and they already have this contract signed for a long term, again, that could lead to liability if they decide to just put a hold on those contracts. So these are all some factors that actually affect the freedom with which countries can just transit in one direction or the other. And indeed, these are things or factors that need to be taken into account, because at the end of the day, whether we choose to go through a slow route, a fast route, or a combination, there are implications on each of these levels. And I hope this shows how complex the process is. In other words, in terms of policy options, I would say that there are three main options we can consider, having just looked at the trends in the literature. One of them is the slow transitions, which indeed could result in negative externalities, and the risk of carbon lock-in as well. Mainly because if we continue in that path and the world moves on, then we may be left in a situation where the sub-region is locked in. And in fact, there isn't even an incentive for people to invest in renewable energy technology. So it's a vicious cycle of, well, we're holding on to these resources because we need to develop with these resources, but we intend to move on, but we never really get to move on because we keep shifting the goalposts. Now, the second option would be a fast transition, but even then, we have to be mindful that there are potential implications for livelihoods, socioeconomic and cultural activities of communities that are directly dependent on fossil fuels. But there are also implications for the environment, especially where there's no consideration for environmental remediation and we do not take care of the problem's historical pollution that has already occurred. So if you look at the Niger Delta region in Nigeria, for instance, I mean, speaking with the communities, one of the things that they'll tell you is now that the companies are moving away. So how do we hold them to account for the damage that has already been done? So in a way, that transition sort of takes away the power of the communities because they don't even see anymore. They can't even go stand in front of the gates anymore of these companies because they're just not there. So while transitioning away may be seen as good for the environment in terms of we put a stop to emissions, we also have to be mindful of the damage that has already been done and the fact that that needs to be remediated in order to actually achieve equity and justice. Now, thirdly, if we think about the combination, perhaps that provides a pragmatic response which countries in the sub-region can take on. But we have to again be mindful of the need to avoid carbon lock-in through leapfrogging, particularly through the adoption of clean-end energy devices. But at the same time, we need to think about diversifying our energy mix and indeed thinking about the ways in which we can offset whatever emissions occur in the critical sectors that are still reliant on fossil fuels in the short or medium term. Now, the highlights, I would say, or the summary of my presentation will then be that energy transitions ought to address the unique development priorities and the diverse drivers of energy insecurity within the sub-regions. And these include the environment and climate concerns, but there are other factors as well. Secondly, the transitions should prioritize decarbonization through the substitution of fossil fuels and other strategies that promote carbon offsetting. This will then create a space within which development can occur, perhaps through the reliance on fossil fuels, but in a way that shows that we're actually moving away to cleaner forms of energy as well. And thirdly, we need to think about transitions and the various pathways that are possible, but also be mindful that each of these pathways offers differing prospects and indeed risks for countries that are dependent on these for their respective contexts and energy assets. And in this process, we need to think about the vulnerable populations the most. To achieve equity, therefore, I would say that we need to think about protecting vulnerable groups from the negative externalities of energy transitions pathways. Because like has been mentioned by most of the colleagues who have gone before me, a lot of the times, it is those in vulnerable situations that bear the negative consequences of the process of the production, even where there is economic benefits. They usually often do not benefit from the economic gains directly. The second thing to remember or to think about is that we need a data-driven approach. So listening to the conversations around, should we be talking about gender? Should we be talking about women and all of that? It is legitimate to ask those questions, but the data is there. We can't argue with the data. So we need to think about how to generate the data that would actually first show us where the pressure points are and show us the ways in which we can move away from affecting certain populations disproportionately, spreading the risks and spreading the benefits also. Now, that data-driven approach is indeed required in order to support an optimum mix of regulatory and policy interventions for equitable energy transitions. I didn't really go into much detail with this, but one of the things to mention is that I've said optimum mix of regulatory and policy interventions, because what we found is that even where we think about, say, subsidies, there's a research to show that subsidies may not always support those who need them the most. So there's a need to rethink the ways in which we design the interventions. And very often we have to think about a mix of different approaches, taking into account those factors which I showed earlier, the spatial, the technological, economic, environmental, social, policy, and regulatory aspects as well. Thank you very much for listening. I look forward to the conversation.
He's ready.
Hello, did you, I'm done with the presentation.
Yes, please. Maybe you have to be online for us.
Yes,
we have
yes.
another, and, yes. Dr. Opanachi. All right. He's muted. All right. We'll now want to listen to Dr. Opanachi. Please, if you are ready, please take it up.
I am, brother. Atino, can you please help me upload the slides? I can't do it from here. I don't know why. Hello? Hello, can you hear me? I'm waiting for the slide, please.
Atino. Yeah, Dr. Opanishi, please, we can see your slides now.
Okay. Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone, and sorry for the slight issue about the slides. I couldn't upload it from my end. So I'm going to talk about the nexus between natural resources and equitable energy transition in West Africa with insights from Ghana, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Burkina Faso, and Senegal. I don't have so much time, so I'm going to be very brief and fast about this. So the first way to address this is to have a concept, a frame, and I utilize the energy justice frame. The next slide, please. No, the previous one. Okay, yes, thank you. So the energy justice sees a a just and equitable energy transition to include the distributional aspect, recognitional aspect, the procedural justice, and I'll add here the geopolitical ramifications of energy justice, which Paddy talked about briefly. So the distributional justice talked about unequal burden sharing of the costs and benefits of energy production and consumption. The recognitional justice talks about factoring in the experiences of the vulnerable communities and recognizing that their views matter in how energy systems operate. Then the procedural justice talks about the participatory aspect of this, right? An inclusive environment or inclusive process where the views of the different key stakeholders are not taken for granted, but are considered very, very important to how energy systems should operate. Then the geopolitical ramifications deals with the geopolitical ramifications deal with the issue of global inequality, which could be historical, and how that affect present processes of energy transition. Yeah, the next slide. So what are the current dimensions of energy poverty and inequality in Africa and West Africa? So over half of Africa's population, do not have access to electricity. Then 19 million people do not have access to clean cooking. West Africa has about 42% access, with regional dimensions, regional inequality regarding to those living in the rural areas. And of course, there is also the issue of erratic, and very costly energy process that Paddy referenced. And finally, these shortcomings have made a lot of people in our region to utilize generators, right? With serious environmental and health and climate change risk. The next slide. So basically in this paper, I tend to focus more on electricity. This is very, very important to me because we know what unreliable electricity and even lack of access can do in terms of disempowering people and businesses that have suffered extra costs that are invested into, fueling generators and whole lot of inconveniences, right? So electricity is the basic focus of this. There are different dimensions of energy, of course. Cooking, transportation, all these things are part of it, but I tend to focus on the electricity sector. So this is the chart about electricity access in the key countries. So Ghana has done well in terms of access, with 86% of the population having access, and 94% of these being urban dwellers, while 74% are rural population. Nigeria hasn't done well with its population, over 200 people. It means that we have almost 100 million people not having the access. And of course, we've seen the figures for Burkina Faso, And Sierra Leone, Senegal has also done well. Next slide. Yeah, we also have to understand that when we talk about access, we are talking about basically the generation, right? So what gets to the customers is also a different thing. In most cases, sometimes what is generated, half of it doesn't get to the customers. They are lost along the way because of poor infrastructure, energy theft, waste, and a whole lot of issues, right? So we have to bear that in mind. Okay, so here is the electricity generation capacity mix with the different energy sources component. So as at now, in most of the countries, fossil fuel is the king. So except Sierra Leone, where the prohibitive cost of importing fossil fuel has made them to rely on local renewables. Of course, that has also had important impact in access. It has actually curtailed access in some ways. The next slide. Yeah, so as Paddy referenced, stated then, the impetus for the transition, which has actually been there, but the recent ones are the need to bridge this wide energy access gap and how to tackle the problematic issue of climate change, which it is believed that the use of fossil fuel has actually exacerbated. The next slide. So what are the pathways in the countries that we studied to energy transition? So the countries have tried to increase the share of renewable energy in their national energy mix by expanding the capacity through centralized grid-connected renewable projects. They've also tried to embark on decentralized electrification to connect communities that are off-grid. These also align with the climate change goals. So many of the countries have set targets regarding emissions reduction and carbon neutrality. Nigeria has a 2060 goal to become carbon neutral. How that works is a big question. I think Ghana has the goal of increasing its renewable to 10% by, I think, 2030, which has actually taken place. But as Anka argued, this was because the country didn't factor in renewables as, hydro as renewable sources. So when you put that, it means that the country has exceeded the 30%, and so it has to review these. And then many countries want to use natural gas as a transition fuel. Okay, so what are the issues? The issues here are drawing from that framework, the exclusion of the people from decisions on energy projects, and land use, livelihood issues, and environmental footprints. A current, an ongoing case about this is in Senegal, where communities have protested the Senghor coal-powered plant. It's a coastal community. It's located in a coastal community, and the people have said this is going to destroy livelihoods. And so the government say, okay, we're going to review it and stop the process in 2019, but this didn't take place. So in 2021, the coal-powered plant was completed. And so the government blatantly kind of ignored the interests of the people in this project. So the plan now, according to the government, is to convert the coal project to gas later. But the issue of exclusion of the people, the issue of recognition, recognitional justice, and different forms of injustices still feature in ongoing efforts to provide energy. So there's the gas question, and this is very important because as at the moment, renewables are not really enough to supply Africa's and West Africa's growing energy needs, right? So that question is there. I'll come to that later. And then there's the governance challenge of developing critical minerals. So part of the pathways that many West African countries, of course, and Africa generally, want to go regarding the transition is how to leverage on the critical minerals they have. So these minerals are very important for renewable technologies, and the estimates, the forecasts say that in the next coming years, these critical minerals, such as cobalt, zinc, copper, manganese, right? That these minerals may replace oil and gas. So they are very important, right? So many countries want to leverage on these, and but there are challenges. Can you go back, please? So there are challenges. There are governance challenges. The series of sessions talked about the challenges of developing the extractive industry. So I'm not going to talk about that. But suffice to say that the issue of conflict, right, that attend ongoing mineral sector will also attend the critical mineral sector. Illegal mining, smuggling, and criminal networks, and how to mitigate the negative environmental externalities and the gender dynamics. All these challenges will have to be tackled, right? If West Africa is to leverage on the critical minerals for energy transition. The next slide, please. Yeah, so gas is important here because it's the burning issue that connects the national level, what happens in the African countries and internationally. So the argument for gas is that it's a much cleaner energy source than coal. And as I said earlier, there's the argument that at its current state, renewables are not enough to help Africa, West Africa's provide the access it needs for electricity generation. And so this statement by Gumbi and Daya highlights the real shortcoming, right? That the world's energy poor countries, of course, West Africa and African countries are a key part of these, account for only slightly above 1% of the global wind and solar generation capacity, right? So there's still a lot to be done, even though we understand that renewables are very important in the energy mix, but there's still a lot to be done. And so the argument by those who favor the use of gas as a bridging fuel is that if we wait till renewables can take us to the promised land, then we are all going to be in in darkness, right? So natural resources, natural gas now provides that kind of opportunity to fill in the gap before renewables become developed. Okay, and of course, many of the African countries, especially West Africa, have also developed oil and gas, right? In recent times, Senegal has developed gas. Sierra Leone is in the process of discovering gas. Ghana has discovered. Explorations were taking place in Nigeria. So all these provide incentives for the use of gas in the sense that government will not just want to waste these resources, but will also want to make money and also utilize it for energy. And the final case for gas is the high energy needs of Africa. The next slide. Okay, so here there's, in graphic terms, the energy demands for Africa and the rest of the world, right? So
you have 2 minutes to wrap up.
Yeah, I'm almost there. The next one. Yeah, and African leaders and politicians have actually keyed into this idea that they have to use gas. This statement by the president of Ghana kind of highlights the hypocrisy of the global North countries that at once want to stop funding of gas infrastructures while they have reneged on the promises of financing renewables. And then he highlighted also the historical inequalities of carbon emission between high and low carbon emitters, right? Okay, the next one. Yeah, so here is the views of those who oppose the use of gas, the fact that use of gas has transitioned energy locks in countries into carbon dependence, and because they feel that renewables are going to be the key thing in the near future, most of the oil and gas finds are going to be wasted. And then they also feel that investment in oil and gas detracts from investment in renewables. And again, there's also the issue of the environmental footprints of natural gas, as examples from Nigeria's gas flaring and oil spills demonstrate. The final one. So, my take on this debate is to ask questions. How do we ensure the proper balance between traditional fuels and renewables in the energy mix, right? Then how fast can West Africa countries transition away from fossil fuel-built power generation without causing energy insecurity and disruptions that can worsen the energy problem that the region already faces, right? Should the transition to renewable bypass traditional fuels or be built on it? So these are the questions. Looking at the serious energy needs we have on the continent and at the regional level, my view is that renewable transition to renewable energy should be accelerated, hastened up, in order to provide that kind of cheap energy access and more sustainable energy systems. But you should also do this while with considerations for the strategic nature of fossil fuels and how they can, especially natural gas, how natural gas can be part of this equation, right? So if natural gas is taken as part of the equation, then what is to be done the key challenge will be how to prevent the negative impacts of developing fossil fuel. Yeah, the continent or the region has not done so much, but the civil society has a role in this regard to nudge these developments into sustainable paths. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. We'll come to the table to our discussants quickly. We are far behind time. So I'll start with Mr. Yauche. Please, let's take it up.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank to the speakers. A lot of things to unpack. But I mean, it's important to state that the energy transition is an imperative. It is something that is happening. Countries would only have to shape the options that are available for them, whether it's going to be slow, it's going to be fast, or in between, and that will be based on the context. But I want to focus on what is already happening in terms of access to energy. When you look at power, we are talking about transitioning to solar, more renewable energy sources. And that creates equity concerns in terms of who is producing these technologies. Currently, all these technologies are not produced in Africa, but the base inputs for these technologies are found in Africa. So how do we ensure that as African countries, we don't end up transitioning from our fossil fuels to become consumers of the renewable energy technologies, and also being dependent in terms of energy security on these countries? And so we have to start thinking about how to participate in the economics of the transition. How do we ensure that we leverage as African countries on our comparative advantages when it comes to the inputs to these renewable energy technologies, and begin to cross-border collaborations to manufacture these inputs right here. And then when you move to another energy access concern for me, for transport, in Africa, much of our transportation is commercial. And we have already seen the problems that fossil relying on petrol and diesel bring to us. The current conversation is on e-mobility. We are accelerating e-mobility. How do we get electric vehicles to come on stream? And we are expecting that the cost would come down. But we need to design cheaper and sustainable public e-transport to ensure equity and justice when we move away from fossil fuel cars into electric cars. Because again, much of the people are going to depend on commercial transport. How do we ensure that the subsidies or the incentives that we are giving out to ensure that electric vehicles come on stream quicker benefits the poor people who are going to use the commercial transport? We have seen it in petrol. The subsidies on petroleum products only go to benefit the rich who have the private cars. The poor people still use the commercial vehicles, and they don't get to benefit from these subsidies. How do we bridge those gaps? When it comes to fuel for cooking, another energy access area, we are pushing for clean cooking technologies in the form of improved cook stoves and LPG, and to move away from wood fuel, charcoal, and the firewood. The point here is that charcoal and firewood is making the production of these wood fuels is also a source of livelihood for rural, predominantly women. How do we ensure that if we are asking them, everybody to start using cleaner cooking, those people that are engaged in this production, those are the equity concerns that I want to raise here. Those people that are engaged in those production, how do we empower them to be also able to transition? Because in the end, the just transition requires that nobody should be left worse off from where they are to where we are moving to. And I mean, clean cooking fuels, again, if you speak to people, and I think Ghana, we run a program where we distributed cylinders, LPG cylinders to rural folks. And the key concerns with the evaluation of that program has been the cost of the fuel and also the reliability of the fuel. Many of them, the retail centers for these fuels are very far away. They have to now take a car and move to another place to go and fill their cylinders before coming back. When the wood fuels that they use on the way from the farm, they can just gather some and come and cook. So if we are designing technologies for the transition, these are some of the equity considerations that we need to keep in mind whilst we are developing the policy options. The transition will happen, but how it happens, we need to take control of it to be able to ensure that people are not left worse off. Thank you.
Please, let's appreciate him. Let's appreciate him. I'll then move to Dr. Mantea.
All right, thank you very much. I'll be responding to the question as to how, in the face of rapidly rising fossil fuel prices and rapidly increasing risk of catastrophic climate change, we can actually transition in ways that do not create challenges for the existing inequitable societies that we have. I must say that this is a very interesting inquiry, and my expectation as I reviewed the document was to see some recommendations at the end as to which transition pathway will best ensure that we do not exacerbate the existing inequality of energy access in Africa, in the sub-region and Africa at large. Now, even though the paper did not devote much attention to this, it does a good job in exploring almost all the trends and facets of energy transition. Now, the authors set out by demonstrating a profound understanding of the role of energy in human civilization and shows how societal evolution has been inextricably bound with the evolution of energy sources through the ages. Now, if you go by the author's definition of energy transition, which is a structural shift in the dominant source of fuel for energy production and use, then indeed the world has already been through two transitions between 1700 and 1800, where the dominant fuel was traditional biofuels. And then between 1800 to 1900, when we transitioned to coal. And then between 1900 to 2000, 1900 to the 2000, when we transitioned to what? Oil and gas. And now we are making a transition from oil and gas to what? Renewables. And you find that, and I'm happy the authors actually did not miss out on that. In all these transitional phases, the dominant fuel in the previous phase were always prevalent in the next phase of the transition. That is, for instance, when we transitioned from biofuels to coal, we did not abandon biofuels entirely. And even as we speak, biofuel is still part of the energy mix for most developing societies. Again, if you look at coal, when we transitioned from coal to oil and gas, we did not abandon coal entirely. Coal still played a role in the energy mix of countries that had them in abundance. And again, when as we are transitioning from oil, I'm not a prophet, but I dare say that oil and gas will still have a role to play in the energy mix going forward. That has been the natural evolution of society and energy sources. And so for those who are saying we should stop entirely investing in fossil fuel, I dare say that no, a time will come when we'll be producing the fossil fuel. It will play an insignificant role in the energy mix, and those countries that have them in abundance are the ones who are going to extract them. They will be extracting them not for the export revenue, but for domestic consumption. And I'm happy the
the authors actually did not make this point. And the authors argue, however, that the emerging consensus on the meaning of energy transition as a shift away from fossil fuels is both prescriptive and too narrow to address the differentiated impacts of the shift on various countries and in an equitable manner. Now, this view, I think, misses the perspective in the literature that emphasizes deforestation arising in part from farming and mostly from logging, mining, and harvesting of wood fuel as a major contributor to climate change, which is what the reducing emissions and deforestation and forest degradation, the REDD+ framework, seeks to address. Two key points that underpin the current transition and which must not be lost in discussing the subject are: one, the exhaustibility of fossil fuel, and two, climate change and the contribution it makes to climate change and the contribution fossil fuel makes to this phenomenon. However, in the paper, we see an almost exclusive focus on the latter, which is climate change. According to the Millennium Alliance for Humanity and Biosphere, MOB, the world's oil reserves will run out by 2052, natural gas by 2060, and coal by 2090. So clearly, whether we believe in climate change or not, a time is coming when we will have no option than to replace our current energy sources. And the race has indeed begun. Norway is aggressively investing in renewable energy technology, even though it continues to exploit its hydrocarbon resources with unabated zeal. And it actually made its intention clear at COP26 amidst condemnation. Now hear this. Norway is on course to becoming the first country in the world to abolish sales of new internal combustion engine cars by 2025, just 3 years away from now. The oil and gas super majors are also investing heavily in renewable energy technology, while most African countries are in a business as usual mode. Look at the investments Ghana, for instance, is making with its oil revenues. And you will need no convincing that the country is likely to be left behind in this new race. Now, in 2019, the top 15 countries investing in renewables were all outside Africa, even though Africa has the greatest renewable energy potential. We are talking about 5 billion investments out of 366 billion global total between 2011 and 2021. That is a mere 1.37% share of the global total over a decade. Now, the paper does a good job in exploring the pace and pathways to the transition. It identifies three main approaches: two extremes, which is business as usual, and the other extreme, which is an immediate cessation to production of fossil fuel. There's also the midway, which is more pragmatic in my view, and which I would recommend for developing countries to toe. The authors observe again a shift in the literature away from emphasis on low carbon development towards carbon neutrality or zero carbon development, and points out that skeptics see this as a limiting the choices of energy sources and the development options available to poor countries. I guess it is important to consider low carbon development and the net zero agenda as not mutually exclusive, because they both lead to the same destination of reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. In any case, the evidence from most countries' nationally determined contributions, the NDCs, suggests that most countries are combining rather than opting for one. The authors again explore the linkages between energy transition, climate justice, and human rights obligations of states. I believe this section could benefit from anchoring its argument on the fact that the UN Framework Convention for Climate Change upholds the principle that no country should be left behind, and that the decisions made to transition must benefit the most underprivileged. This way, the benefits of the benefits and burdens of the low carbon economy are allocated in accordance with the principle of social equity. This applies both at the international and intranational levels. The authors further cite a Friends of the Earth suit against the UK government, challenging the decision of the Secretary of State for International Trade to support a liquefied natural gas project in Mozambique, on grounds that the decision ran counter to both countries' commitments under the Paris Agreement. The authors did not provide the date of the suit and how the court ruled, but it is intriguing to consider that the EC, the European Commission, has recently given approval for gas exploitation by its member states and what this means for the Paris Agreement. Again, countries of the North and most international oil companies have continued investing in new fossil fuel projects after the Paris Agreement and the post COP26, giving clear indication that they favor a slow transition. In fact, Shell's CEO has said that he needs the fossil fuel money to finance the company's investments in renewables. Some EU countries are in fact also threatening lawsuits on the basis of the EU Energy Charter Treaty, which was signed sometime in the 70s to protect investments in fossil fuel. I think the lawsuits have already started. Now, on the economic side, the total contribution of the developed countries to the Global Climate Fund is said to be around 1,238.75 as of 2nd August 2022. I think this figure requires validation because I've seen OECD sources that put the amount at $83.3 billion US as at 2020. So I would want the researchers to go back and verify that figure. To conclude, a couple of recommendations which, based on the paper, could be made for our consideration. First is a point that shifting away from business as usual towards a proactive energy transition path will ensure that Africa does not miss out on the opportunities that the transition affords, such as a timely access to renewable energy technologies. Business as usual development will end in an expensive, slowly deployed, and carbon-heavy power system that makes universal access very difficult and unsustainable. 2, it is important that the just transition position finds expression in the continent's transition narrative. For now, it's individual countries making these pronouncements and arguing their own individual positions, as we see in the case of South Africa and a few other countries, including Ghana. I think we need to be able to consolidate an African position. Possibly we can bring on board our, Caribbean and Asian Pacific brothers to have a common position around a just transition. 3, governments should incentivize technological innovation to scale up renewable energy solutions by rewarding novel inventions and providing tax waivers to companies who specialize in research and development of renewable energy and energy efficiency technologies. And last but not the least, government should decentralize renewable energy solutions where collaborative projects can be pursued with industry. Government could incentivize, for instance, corporate social investment expenditures in green climate technologies, such as small town off-grid solutions, liquid biofuels, carbon capture and storage, hydrogen, offshore technologies such as wind farms, etc., to complement government's effort. And finally, there is no doubt that the paper sets the stage for a dispassionate discussion of strategies that will ensure that energy transition does not compound the energy poverty that poor countries suffer already, and also worsen the situation of unequal access to power within African societies. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. By my watch, we have exhausted the time that we were given. We've even finished the health break. But I hope Atieno will give us some, maybe 20 minutes to hear from the floor. So, all right, so we will want to take some contributions from the floor. Quickly, 1, 2, 3. Please, let's the first, second, and third. Let's take the first 3. Then we continue.
Thank you very much to all the presenters. The issues that were discussed earlier on, which had to do with environment, energy, and resource governance in relation to inequalities. I think one of the things that came up very clearly had to do with the environmental and social impact assessment, which everybody thought that is one of the key things that we identify what could be done to either address or limit the extent to which inequalities can be fueled by extractivism or otherwise. Unfortunately, I think that the way environmental and social impact assessments are done do not really raise the real questions. For me, the environment itself is a human right. Environment is now a right to people, and people have also the right to development. So if you're going to talk about environmental issues, you have to put it within the context of human rights. And I do not see any discussion so far talking about really undertaking a human rights impact assessment when, extractive activities or energy processes are being undertaken. And I think it misses the point. The whole question of looking at the level of vulnerabilities is not looked at. The issues of discrimination is not even asked at all, not to talk about participation and real empowerment. And I think that even the issues of accountability along the value chain is not talked about. So I think there's a real missing link, unless we put the whole concept of extractivism and even energy processes within the context of human rights, we'll be really missing, seriously in terms of creating the environment for inequalities to be reduced or to be dealt with. Thank you.
Thank you. I want us to take as many questions as possible. So let the question be as snappy so that we can allow others to. Thank you. It's the second.
Great, thank you so much. And thanks to the presenters. Fantastic rounds of presentations all through. My contribution is in relation to issues of environmental protection. And what we've seen so far is that it's been mostly top down. The EPA grants the licenses and determines how the operations of companies are regulated. And you don't see much of a role for communities. And we know that the best protectors of the environment are the communities. And so how do we bring them? How do we bring the communities into the arena of regulation? I'll give one quick example in the law that was passed in Sierra Leone last week. One of the things that is found in the law is that in agreements between investors and communities, all of the environmental license conditions that the company has signed up to with EPA are automatically incorporated into the agreement between the investor and the community, which means that if EPA refuses to hold the company accountable for environmental degradation of a particular community or a particular resource, the communities themselves can bring legal action against the company to enforce those rights. So looking at those methods of incorporating community participation in the regulation of the environment, I think would be key. Thank you very much.
All right, the third. I saw your hand first, but maybe ladies first. If it's
sorry. Well, I don't know. Yeah, the presentation, like we know, is all about extractives, environmental damage, and inequalities. Fine. In the course of discussion, I know ESG or ESIA, all the terminologies take care of the issue my brother has raised. But the thing is that do we have the capacity for them? Because most times it will be nice for the presenters to tell us the strategies for enforceability. Because I see Nigerians daily, Chinese coming into our country, and we go around the countryside and you see them plundering, discharging tailings the way they want. You understand? If you go to Osun River today, Osun River, for instance, is a disaster in waiting. And if there is ESG, it is not possible because ESG is what we hold them to ransom about. Then the second question is the BIT. You understand? The BIT is bilateral international treaties. Yes, bilateral international treaties will be there because those are things the colonial masters were smart in weaving into any country in terms of agreement. But there are short runs to them. And what are those short runs? Even in UK itself, you have a mandatory obligation. The mandatory obligation demands that your ESG rating is critical to anything you want to do. And when your ESG rating, because you must find a way of bringing the community to be able to ascertain what the ESG rating is. Where the ESG rating is low, you deny that company from going further to work again the next year. So when a company that has invested so much can no longer work, you understand, it becomes a problem. So I believe that CAC must be involved, human rights must be involved, because there must be a shorter route to these things than hiding under or using the BIT thing as an excuse. To me, I think it is very critical. And then finally, you look at the energy transition issue. I wonder if any African government can meet these obligations. We were in Niger in February, and these are what ECOWAS themselves came up with because of the enormity of the costs ahead of us. There is a need for shared energy corridors so that we are no longer in silos, where maybe Ghana, Francophone country divide themselves into two blocks. You have some common facilities or energy corridors, you use to be able to meet our obligations. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've lost my time. No, we'll come back.
Can I? Okay, I'll respond to the first question on the human rights aspect. Well, I'm sorry that it didn't come out strongly in the presentation, but it's I think we did some work in it in the paper itself. And the fact is, the power asymmetry between the companies and national governments, and then the companies and the communities, and why the companies, operate with impunity, not just in developing countries, but we also find that even in developed countries, governments are unable to hold these companies to account because of the bilateral investment treaties and then the ISDS. So I think for developed countries, the ISDS system, that's the it was the World Bank that set up that system to protect companies from, governments unilaterally changing regulation and so on. So but these companies take advantage of these bilateral investment treaties to prevent the government from performing its regulatory functions. It would amaze you if the government wanted to change the regulation, they can easily take them to court based on those treaties. So it's important, I think, for every country in the West African region for us to examine the BITs and the trade agreements between the companies, our governments, and for instance, let's use Canada. So between Ghana and Canada, that's you probably have a lot of Canadian companies here. I'm not sure. Identify where their mines are. Look at the treaties that are binding your two countries together. See, the effect in terms of how it affects the government's ability to enforce regulation, to develop regulation, and then insert request to amend that BIT and insert the human rights provisions in it. So the issues of FPIC can be inserted right into the BIT. And then in the environmental laws, most of the environmental laws don't even have the FPIC stated there. So under international human rights law, the governments, the companies, I think under international human rights, the companies the international human rights is not enforceable. It's not binding on companies. It's there, but it's not binding. But it is binding on governments. So we take advantage of our national laws to then hold the companies account. So it's a start, but because these companies are more powerful, at least strengthen our laws strengthen our own laws first, strengthen the government's power base first. The next is, on Sierra Leone and the communities. I hear what you say, and I will even look into that, the effort that you've made with the communities, empowering them. But again, even if you can't, your communities cannot hold the companies to account, it's not every lawsuit that you're successful with. In the Niger Delta, only very few lawsuits have the communities been successful. A lot of them, the companies have not been as successful. So the Ogoni people in the Niger Delta successfully sued Shell, but only a fraction of the amount that they needed to clean up the environment. So you still need to rely on the government to perform its role as a duty bearer under international human rights law. Then Madam Janet talked about capacity. It still goes back to before you can, no matter how strong we are, our regulatory institutions are in terms of capacity, the fact is that the entire government is still weak in terms of, those bilateral investment treaties and the ISDS, which the companies exploit to prevent the governments from fulfilling their regulatory roles. So we need to strengthen that foundation first, and that would help the governments to strengthen their hand during enforcing regulation. Sorry, one last issue. You talked about ESG. Yes, what is driving the companies to become more accountable is because their financiers are demanding that they become more sustainable, that they protect the environment, they respect the social, the environment, the social, and then they abide by the national laws of those countries. So the various stock exchanges are the ones that have driven this buzz and the ESG reforms that we see, and getting companies to become more compliant and respectful of the communities. So I think it's important that the beginning of that was activists. It was activists that put pressure on the financial sector and the stock exchanges of the world to insist that they would not fund any extractive activity except the company was compliant with the environmental laws. And then that's where you have the IFC performance standards and the Equator principles, all developed by the financial sector. So, but we're not taking advantage of that. So if there was a I'll use Dauda here as an example. If there's a Canadian company listed on the Canadian Stock Exchange called Dauda Extractive Company, then we need to connect with the civil society and the environmental activists that are there in Canada, work with them to ensure that this company here is held accountable, and we monitor their annual reports to see what they're reporting on their environmental and social performance. Is what they're reporting on the stock exchange in their reports, does it match what is on ground? So we have to roll up our sleeves and get really dirty and go follow the data and report the data and assess what we see on ground against what they're reporting on the stock exchanges, and then follow up with their financial their financiers as well, picket it from there. But it requires a network working with our counterparts internationally. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Opanachi want to make an intervention. Doc, please go ahead.
My question is for the Nesria boss. So I want to follow up on the issue of capacity. Does the organization have the capacity to independently assess, monitor, and penalize the oil companies in Nigeria? I believe that this is part of your the functions of the organizations. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take 3 more rounds. We'll start from then the second and third. Let's add this one, 4. Please, the question should be just one, and it should be snappy, please. Yes.
I've been compiling my questions. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I think, let me make a general statement. Let me commend all the papers that have been presented, particularly presenters, and they are very rich. But there's an issue which I need to point out, perhaps which will benefit us. Some of these people, because we are talking of regional basis, the scope needs to be defined. It will help understanding. You can see Professor Jallo made some remarks because of what he knows about Nigerian case. But when you talk of globally, Africa, West Africa, there are a lot of peculiarities. What obtains in a place is completely different from what happens. And if I have to make comment, I will not stop because a lot of discrepancies were noted. So it's good to define scope. And at the same time, a lot of assumptions were made, best knows to the presenters. I don't want to be listening because of want of time. Every presentation is based on certain presumptions. It's good to highlight those things for his understanding and comprehension and follow-up. Specifically, there's a question I would like to ask. Can we eliminate extractive environmental impacts? Let me leave discussion to those discussants. 2, somebody stated.
Please, one question.
Okay, thank you. I'm not abiding.
So the others can also. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. My question has to do with electronic waste resulting from PVs, even as we look at renewable energy, because it is estimated that within the next years of 2050, we will have averagely 60 million tons of PV waste in our landfills. And most of these landfills are sited in areas that we know are closer to where we experience the inequalities. And so as Africa, even as we are looking at taking on board renewable energy, are we joining the discussion of carbon trading? Are we looking at contextualizing what works for us, or are we just going with the flow? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. 2 questions in a minute.
Please, 1 question each.
With respect to the permitting or licensing, can we consider doing it at once? Example, in Ghana, we have the Minerals Commission, Water Resource Commission, EPA. So if it is in the form of one, we can all analyze their document, go to the field and do proper checks. Instead of it goes through Minerals Commission, it goes through EPA before it gets to Water Resources Commission. And lastly, with respect to the energy aspect, I find that in Africa, we have crude and we have other stuffs. They've developed through using these stuffs in form of industrialization. Then they come back to tell us that this is what you do renewables. Meanwhile, we don't have the means. So is it that what God has blessed us with, we are going to leave it and then continue with what they are proposing to us? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The lead presenter established a connection between the adverse impact, between extraction and adverse environmental and livelihood impacts. But I'm just wondering, because I listened to her recommendation, I expected to see where she will situate environmental remediation and restoration as part of transitional moves. I didn't hear that in the recommendation. So I'm wondering, why didn't we hear that? Because for local communities in extraction sites, remediation and restoration of lost livelihoods is a key component of transition, and you cannot transition without restoring what was destroyed. And I wonder why that did not feature prominently in your recommendations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go online. Dr. Obani will want to make an intervention, then we'll come to the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Very briefly, just to say thank you to the discussant for the feedback on the paper. The citation for the case is there, and it's actually a case from 2022. The decision was in favor of the investments in that project. But the main issue there is that there's still a contention. Objections were raised on environmental grounds against the project. So that was something to consider, and that was the reason that was put there. And then on the point that whether we go through low or zero carbon, it's the same outcome we're pursuing. Indeed, that's correct. But the issue is what happens along the way. How does this impact on people? The impacts will be different depending on the pathway which we decide to pursue. Now, we haven't made a recommendation, or I haven't made a recommendation as to whether it should be fast or slow, or indeed a combination, because at the end of the day, each of these has implications. And I think that the countries are in the best position in collaboration with the local communities to decide what suits them the most. Because like I mentioned, the circumstances are different, access to resources are different. And this goes to the point of whether or not we can even have an African position or indeed a West African position. Because even countries that use coal, Zambia will tell you we've got clean coal compared to South Africa that has dirty coal. What does that mean if we want to have a general policy on the use of coal? So there are implications and issues that go against having a general or a singular approach and a prescriptive one. At best, we can have the countries come together. And indeed, I do favor the idea for a combination. And I also favor the idea for thinking about synergies, an approach where someone has oil and gas, someone has critical minerals. How can we work together? So the suggestion that was made, for instance, about having energy corridors, West African energy corridors and all of that, are things that I think can indeed be driven forward and achieve some positives. I'd just like to end by saying that, in a sense, the problem isn't lack of laws. A lot of the times what we find is that we have some of the best laws, but it's about enforcement. So whether we're calling it environmental impact assessment, social impact assessment, in a situation where we're relying on the companies themselves to tell us whether or not they have spilled oil and what quantities they have spilled and whether they have cleaned up, in a situation where the government isn't able to actually go into the field and check for itself how much has happened in terms of damage, what has been cleaned up, what hasn't been cleaned up, and what needs to be done, then there's a problem. And I think another thing to think about is also the structure of the contracts. In a situation where the government is partly responsible for the a share of the contract, production sharing, whatever, if we adopt an approach which makes the government a partner with a foreign company, then it also means that when liability occurs, whether it's liability for cleanup, the government is also responsible. And that puts the government in a difficult position because, one, they're supposed to be enforcing the rules, but at the same time, they will then be enforcing the rules against themselves. So these are just things to think about that I think also have implications on the way in which we approach the energy transitions. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Bani, there was something on electronic waste. I don't know if you can pick that up. There was a question on electronic waste.
I think the question about whether or not we are prepared for it, and I think that was a very good question, because indeed, Electronic waste is already an issue in terms of the dumping of electronic waste in very many parts of Africa. And if we do not have the capacity to address that, even when we think about renewables, that also has implications. And I'm very happy that was pointed out, because at the end of the day, when we think about energy transitions, we have to think beyond energy transitions as a value neutral, positive thing to something that could actually pose potential damage, for instance, in terms of waste. So as we develop the policies, the structure and the infrastructure for the energy transitions to renewable energy, waste is something we need to think about. And if I were to answer very simply as to whether I think we have the capacity to do it, I would say I have a lot of concerns, even judging by the ways in which we already manage our e-waste as it stands. So for instance, in some parts of the world, we have a situation in which you're done with a laptop, you're done with a TV, you take it back to the store that sold it to you, and they clean it up. It's not your responsibility. But at the moment, are we even segregating waste? We all have the bins, even in the urban centers where we have these bins. We put everything into the bin. Somebody comes and picks it up and takes it to heaven knows where. So the simple answer I would say is, I haven't done the research, but I would say we do not have the structures in place just yet. We have to start with as simple as even segregating our waste at source. So as a household, if we want to be able to deal with e-waste, we have to be able to even separate that e-waste from our food waste, from our plastic and renewable recyclable waste rather. So those are things that we need to take into account. And that goes to the point of energy transitions occur within the wider society. And this issue of managing e-waste comes back to the issue of even managing municipal waste, broadly speaking. And these are things that have to go hand in glove. So if we're not dealing with our waste properly, then of course we cannot deal with our e-waste properly. So it's a broad issue that needs to be addressed. And of course, the other side of it is, how is the mining process, the oil and gas production process affecting the environment in terms of water resources, land resources, and how are we managing that as well? So I do agree that waste management is an important part of the energy transitions debate. And I will just close by saying that even when we look at the national determined contributions of countries, for instance, Nigeria's NDCs, we see that the waste sector is recognized as an important sector in order to bring down greenhouse gas emissions, because we know that waste fields, landfills in themselves contribute to greenhouse gas emissions. So there are close connections, and there are also deep concerns about waste management that need to be addressed in order to achieve equitable energy transitions. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, the snack is ready. Kindly walk quietly if you want to pick something, because just after this session, the other session will take place. Thank you. I will let Amanda take the few.
Okay, one question was, can we eliminate the ESIA? No, I think we should strengthen it. We should align it with the IFC performance standards and the Equator principles, because the companies are aligning their environmental practices with these standards. Because if they don't do it, then they can't get funding. So we should also strengthen align our own ESIAs with what they're aligning their environmental practices with. I think it will strengthen the ability to hold them to account. Then the other question was on remediation, that you didn't see remediation and restoration in the presentation. You're right, and we didn't capture it in the paper. But I noted it early this morning, and I read a beautiful article on practical steps. As you probably know, the issue of degradation starts from exploration, but companies are not held accountable or are not required to, under law, to, the ESIA process starts from after you've concluded exploration. So there's even a need to amend legislation to start compliance from the exploration process. So, but thank you for that comment. We will integrate it in the report, and also issues around environmental audit.
All right, Dr. Chineri, please, if there's something, 1 minute, kindly chip in because we are wrapping up.
Yeah, thanks very much, Amanda, for responding to those very valuable questions. The only thing I would like to add would be with regard to Amanda's earlier response in terms of investment agreements between governments and multinational corporations. I would just like to add that what the corporations typically do is to insist that what they call stabilization clauses be inserted in the agreements. And what the clauses do is that they prevent the state from changing their laws in the future. And because some of these projects are decades-old projects, the states at the end of the day lose out completely because a lot of changes would have occurred from the time those agreements were entered into down the line to the end of those projects. So they make sure that those stabilization clauses are inserted. Of course, there are some arguments in favor of those stabilization clauses because any company would want regulatory certainty in any jurisdiction that it is operating. But the fact remains that those companies exploit those governments through those stabilization clauses. The governments themselves, they also need to improve the regulatory framework to provide better clarity and certainty around the regulatory process for both mining and oil and gas development in order to attract investors. So it's something that we also need to look at, both from the government's perspective and from the company's perspective, to be able to figure out an appropriate balance that will promote investment, benefit the companies, as well as benefit the governments where those resources are located. I thank Amanda for her response to the other questions. I don't think I have anything meaningful to add to what she has already said. But we have taken note of all the comments, and we are going to revise the paper, and definitely it's going to be a much more valuable paper that will serve the needs of our audience, which is West African governments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc. I will come to the table and give our discussants just 1-2 minutes for them to give us their closing remarks. Thank you.
All right. Couple of things. First, I hear a discussion around the environmental impact assessment, but I think it's important to point out that it is not the only framework for the management of the environment within the context of resource extraction. Perhaps more importantly is the strategic environmental impact assessment that we often gloss over. And we need to be mindful of the fact that the project proponent will actually develop the environmental impact assessment, and it will actually, the impact really is usually localized. What will be the effect of this project on its immediate environment? The strategic environmental impact assessment gives you a broader view in terms of the general impact of the project, not just one project, but several of them on the various sectors of the national economy. And the responsibility for undertaking the strategic environmental impact assessment is on the government. And indeed, in the process of doing that, you need to collect an national environmental database against which you check what the companies tell you will be the impact. So I think we need to get this in proper perspective. Two is the fact that in this discussion, I want to hear how we as citizens are going to engage our governments to begin to reprioritize spending of resource revenues, particularly oil and gas, to focus on energy transition. We miss this opportunity, our countries will have to go and borrow to invest in renewable energy. And lastly, I haven't had any discussion on the benefit sharing arrangement around resource extraction, particularly oil and gas. But I think it's important to ensure that since the communities are those who are going to live for generations to come with the adverse impact of resource extraction, we need to return a greater portion of the revenues to these communities. But more importantly, we need to work to ensure that the decisions around how these revenues are spent and to whose benefit these community people have opportunity to engage in them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will use my time to respond to some of the questions. Dr. Okpanachi asks whether the National Environmental Standards and Regulation Enforcement Agency in Nigeria had the capacity to monitor and enforce compliance in the oil industries. The mandate of the agency does not cover the oil industry. In Nigeria, we have a specific agency that is called National Oil Spill Detection and Response Agency, whose mandate lies on the oil and gas industries. And just an intervention on e-waste, there was a question on whether we are ready to take care of the volume of e-waste to be generated when we switch to a green form of energy, like the solar panels. Currently, what is going on in Nigeria, we are implementing the extended producer responsibility. So those producing those items must set aside some amount for taking care of the item at the end of its life. And this program is tailored towards circular economy. So at the international level, now we have the African Circular Economy Alliance, where all African countries are talking on the implementation of the EPR. So hopefully it's not going to be a challenge. And to do it, the ESIA, I think part of the recommendation of the authors of the papers, they mentioned the mainstreaming of African mining vision and the ECOWAS mining development policies, nationally and internationally, in the development of our policies in order to enhance and strengthen the environmental and social governance. And I believe those documents will enhance the way we carry on with our business. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll be brief. In spite of the, inequalities that I highlighted earlier from the energy transition, there are still benefits that we can take advantage of as African countries. We have to invest in clean energy technology development so that we can also participate in the economics of the transition. And that will mean that we should pay careful attention to the contracting process around the green minerals that we are talking about, the lithium deposits, the silica sands, so that we don't repeat the mistakes that we did with the solid and the precious minerals in terms of, overlooking some of these human rights concerns in the exploitation of those minerals, the revenue sharing, the fiscal regime that goes around it, because they are going to be the minerals of the future. And we have to pay attention both as governments and also as civil society to be able to monitor and police the process to ensure that we are learning from our mistakes. Thank you.
Sorry, very quickly though, and this is to the AMDC to think about. I don't know if it's the AMDC, but the African mining vision and the ECOWAS development plan, is there something similar for the oil and gas industry? Is that something we can think about? So as we're pushing our governments to mainstream AMV in our mining legislative and legal and regulatory frameworks, can we develop something similar for the oil and gas industry? Since more or less, as Prof said over there, it's still here to stay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, let's give it out. Let's just appreciate all the presentations. I won't even attempt to do any summary because we are all tired. I want to take the opportunity to thank our presenters and our discussants for the good work they've done, and also thank you all for the patience that you've exhibited. We will be going to the next section. Mr. Abu Brahima will take over. Let's all please stand up and stretch whilst we try to invite Mr. Abu Brahima. Let's appreciate ourselves, please.
Hello. We have provided QR code on the pillars around. Just look on the pillars. There's a white paper pasted there. You can just scan it and it will take you to where you can download all the presentations in PowerPoint. Hello, if you don't have the QR code scanner, please go to the website of ISODEC, www.isodec.org. At the home page, there's a button there for you to click to download.
Case studies. We have just 1 hour. So last marshalling of the energy for 1 hour.
Hello? Hello? Can we sit down and get going? Hello, good evening, everyone. We want to get started. We have barely. Let's get to our seats, please. Okay, so we are, like they all say, we are far behind time, but we have to keep going anyway. And we must complete what we have set to do. However, because of the time, we will have to do one case study this evening, and then the other 3 will be sent to tomorrow morning. We'll have to rearrange the time tomorrow to make sure that we cover all of those plus what was set for tomorrow. So therefore, since we have been enjoying direct translation, English, and so on, so we have some challenge now. So we have to be, we have to accommodate technology in the language side. So on that note, I would like us to welcome our brother from Burkina Faso, Mr. Karama. I'm tempted to say Kamara. Because in Sierra Leone and Liberia and Guinea, Kamara is more common. But this is Karama, right? Karama, thank you very much and welcome. Yeah, so let's now listen to the instructions for the use of the headphones.
Hello, good evening to us all. For the Anglophones, please tune your machine to channel 1 to listen to English. Et pour les francophones, tournez cela sur le canal 2 pour écouter le français. Numéro 2 pour le français, 1 for English, to listen to English. Thank you. Merci.
So as we all know, this is the time for live situations. We have been talking about inequalities and extractivism and the extractive sector from very, different levels, including the macro level, but also people were making a lot of reference to what is happening on the ground, to give examples. So now we have the opportunity to face the real situations as they obtain on the ground. We start with Burkina Faso, and as I said, tomorrow we'll go on to the other countries. So we have Mr. Karama that will start with us. By the way, you have 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Hello. Bonsoir tout le monde. Je vais aller en français. Et nous allons changer de perspective à partir de maintenant. Pour deux raisons. Depuis hier, toute la communication c'est en anglais. Et moi, je vais casser le rythme. Je vais communiquer en français. Et deuxièmement, ma communication va aller dans une autre perspective. Parce que depuis hier, nous parlons de la gestion des ressources naturelles et de la réduction des inégalités, mais dans sous un angle vicieux, c'est-à-dire le cercle vicieux, mauvaise gestion des ressources naturelles. OK. To see directly. Ouais, excusez, on va essayer. Let's try the technology. OK. OK. Can you help me? There. OK. So, thank you. Donc, je disais que depuis hier, nous sommes en train de parler de la gestion des ressources naturelles et de la réduction des inégalités. Et ce que nous avons dit depuis hier, c'est que la mauvaise gestion des ressources naturelles entraîne une exacerbation des inégalités. Et depuis hier également, nous sommes en train de voir comment passer de ce cercle vicieux à un cercle vertueux pour une gouvernance vertueuse des ressources naturelles qui va entraîner une réduction des inégalités. Moi, ma communication va dans une autre direction pour montrer que si nous n'arrivons pas à changer les tendances, si nous continuons toujours à réduire les inégalités, les dangers auxquels les inégalités vont nous conduire seront visibles. Et donc, à partir du cas du Burkina Faso, nous allons montrer comment les inégalités peuvent conduire à l'extrémisme violent à travers la gestion des ressources naturelles. Donc, ma communication, c'est les ressources naturelles et l'extrémisme violent
natural resources and violence
au Sahel et dans la côte ouest africaine,
Sahel
le cas du
within
Burkina
the
Faso.
West African coast, the case of
Donc, pour cela, je vous invite à faire un voyage de 15 minutes au niveau du Burkina Faso.
of 15 minutes to Burkina Faso.
OK. Donc, rapidement, mon pays, le Burkina Faso, est situé au cœur de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Donc, c'est un pays qui fait 274 km². Il est formé par 6 pays, donc au sud le Ghana, la Côte d'Ivoire, le Togo, le Bénin, à l'est le Niger, et puis du nord à l'est, du nord au sud le Mali. Donc, c'est un pays.
So
qui
it's
est
a country,
et donc,
it's
nous
a
allons voir
landlocked
par la
country,
suite comment la situation dans ce pays
how
peut impacter
the
sur les
situation has an impact
Donc,
on the
le
other
Burkina a une
countries.
population de
So the
20 millions
population is
d'habitants.
about 20 million people, which is mostly young because we have 77.9% who are less than 35 years. And we have three religions, main religions. We have three main economic activities, that's agriculture, livestock breeding, and then mining. And what we can note from this is that since 2009, gold became Burkina Faso's leading export product. It was cotton before then, but from 2009, it has been gold. And that shows the importance of this resource for the development of the country. And in 2019, gold contributed almost 13% of the GDP. And to give you an idea of the poverty index, in Burkina Faso in 2022, we had 988 GDP per capita, that's $988. And in 2014, 43.8% of the population lived below the national poverty line. So it is one of the countries, or one of the poor countries, despite the existence of the natural resources.
Okay.
So to tackle the issue, we will talk about the natural resources. So we have a lot of resources, natural resources. So we have land resources, water resources, forest resources, wildlife resources, and the rest. But for the context of this study, we focus on two resources, that's forestry and then the mining resources, because of their close links with violent extremism. And on the forestry front, we have 76 protected areas in Burkina Faso. So we have national parks, forests, and on the mining front, we have 17 active industrial mines that are actively working. And when it comes to gold panning, we have between 448 and 1,500 gold panning sites. So you can see the importance of this sector. So just to show you an illustration, you can see the map showing you the natural resource, the two natural resources, the mining sites, and then the forest. Everything you see in green is the protected areas. So the classified forest, the reserves, and everything that you see in black are the mining sites. What we realize is that whether it's the small scale miners or the industries, they share the same space. And that's a map to show you the illustrations of the two main resources. Before we give you the results, just to show you a little bit of the methodology, we use two main methods, that's data collection and then data analysis. And looking at the data collection, we did documentary exploitation. We also did data collection from resource persons. And during the analysis, we did some calculations, and then we used the ArcGIS software to access the link with natural resources. So the map that I showed you was from the data that we collected, and you would see the next map. So these are the two main methods that we used. So now we'll see the results, and through this methodology, we had the following results. So when we try to have the background and then the progression of the violent conflicts in Burkina Faso, we have the small scale situations and then the large scale conflicts. So we have intercommunal conflicts over land, or maybe conflicts between the herders and the farmers. And then we have the grand scale or large scale conflicts. So when you look at from 2015 till now, you can see an increase in the incidence of violence, where from the time we had the first attacks, violent attacks, and today we have about 1,028. So what do we see? So as the years pass, we can see that the violent situation is increasing or becoming bigger. And then we were also interested in the types of incidents. So we have the terrorist attacks having most incidences, and then we have armed clashes, and then we have the looting of or property destruction, and then the last is landmines or explosions. So this gives you the types of incidences or conflicts that we have since 2015. It is interesting to see. And then I would see the link between these and then the natural resources. So when we looked at the progression of the conflicts and we analyzed them, we tried to see the types of conflicts, and then we projected it onto the map. So we have a map showing you the sites of the conflict and then where the natural resources are located. And so what we realize is that where we had terrorist attacks is where we have a lot of natural resources. So we started from the northern part. How do I turn on the pointer, the light, the red pointer? How do I get it? So as I was saying, everything you see in red is the terrorist attacks, and then the black points show you the mining sites, and then the green parts are the forest reserves. So in 2015, the attack started from the north, and you can see it's concentrated around the mining sites, and then it's evolved to the eastern part, and then it came to the southern part. So where we have the natural resources are where we get most of the attacks. So it's like there's a link between the existence of the natural resources and then the propagation of terrorist attacks. And that is what we wanted to show in this illustration. Now we'll see why, because when we get an explanation to this, it will also help us to get solutions to the problem. So why do we have such a map where we have the mining sites, where we have the forest reserves, where we have a lot of attacks? So the answer is that the terrorist groups use the natural resources as food sources. So when they get into the forest, they get some food, they exploit the space, they have wildlife, they have fish, they have fruits that are useful for them. And then the second reason is that the terrorist groups exploit the natural resources to create revenue or to generate revenue through gold panning. When they control the forests, they have some contracts with the herders around. And today we realize that from the information we get, the use of these forest spaces gives them a lot of money or generates a lot of money. So in 2019, special reports show that from the control that they have over these spaces, they are able to generate nearly $2 billion. So the natural resources are used as a source for revenue generation, and we also realize that some sites that were controlled by the terrorists, it was the terrorists that were providing food for the small-scale miners. So the second point is the generation of revenue. And then the other reason is that the armed terrorist groups use natural resources as a preferred area for trafficking of all kinds. So once they are in a certain space, and they do all types of smuggling of arms, ammunition, gold, cigarettes, drugs, motorbikes. So anything they can smuggle. And then another reason is that these natural resources are used as a sanctuary, a refuge for protection, because once you are in the forest, you are a bit protected. Even when the defense and security forces are looking for you, you can find some hiding space in the forest. So on the strategic level, these natural resources are useful to them. And another reason is also the cross-border or international dimensions of the protected areas. As I showed you, looking at the borders, these areas are used because it's also a refuge for them. Since we have a problem of harmonization, when someone gets this space, they can go to the next country, cross the border, perpetrate some atrocities, and move back through the forest to the next country. So where you find them in the southern part of Burkina Faso, they can move to Cote d'Ivoire, perpetrate their acts, and then get back. So that's another dimension they exploit. And then recently, at the border between Burkina Faso, Togo, and Benin, we have realized that the terrorist groups use the natural reserves, the parks, the national parks. And that's also another aspect that we need to consider. So these areas serve as an attraction point for the terrorist groups. After this, what can we do to mitigate the situation? So we have many ideas. I'm not going to give you all the ideas because we don't have enough time. But we think that internally, we need to resolve the conflicts between the farmers and the herders. We need to encourage them to develop cooperatives rather than conflictual relationships, because we realize that terrorism feeds on inequalities. We also think that we should establish a good mechanism for anticipating and managing conflicts effectively. And then looking at the land issue, we need to reduce economic and social inequalities between urban and rural areas, including youth and unemployment. We also need to avoid stigmatization, because that's one of the big dangers that we have in Burkina Faso, where we think that terrorists are from a social class, so they are tagged. We need to develop intra and inter-religious dialogue to prevent radicalization. And we also need to improve regional cooperation when it comes to security. And we need to share information and then reread the law or revise the law and a couple the repressive dimension of the anti-terrorism law with a dialogue approach. And talking about reintegration of former combatants as well. So as a conclusion, we can see that we have the term of Sahelization, which has become Savannahization, and we are witnessing a liberalization of violent extremism in West Africa. So it's evolved from the Sahel area to the Savannah area and now to the littoral areas. And unfortunately, we've not been able to find a mechanism to stop this. But the interest of this presentation is to show that if we are not careful, we know what could happen. We've been invaded by the terrorists, and they are using the natural resources to push their agenda. So what can we do as an effective response? So at the national level, we know that military response is good, but it's not effective enough. And we need better management of small-scale conflicts to bring about a social cohesion. And then at the regional level, we need to strengthen coordination and harmonization efforts to develop better strategies for governance and equitable management of transboundary natural resources at the level of the ECOWAS states. And this is fundamental because for a long time, when we're talking about terrorism in Mali, we thought it was far from us. And when it's happening in Burkina Faso, some other countries were thinking it wouldn't affect them. But I think today, everyone is on guard and vigilant. So we need some awareness, and it is together that we need to find solution, because no one country can find solution to the phenomenon. And so I will end with this quote from Martin Luther King, is that we should see each other as brothers. Other than that, we would all perish. So aside dying from natural causes, I don't think anyone would like to die through any attack, through any terrorist attacks. So we need to create awareness, we need to manage our resources better, reduce inequalities, reduce the frustrations, and so we can fight violent extremism. Thank you.
Between 1991 to 2001, the use of natural resources, both as security, refuge, but also as a resource for food, for arms, for all kinds of things, to continue to terrorize people. So natural resources has great potentials as assets for development, but also as an instrument if it is not well managed, for destruction. So this is a story of Burkina, which can be the story of any one of us, any of our countries. Like he said, if it is not taken up as an issue. Thank you very much for opening our eyes to another dimension, not only environmental, but now terrorism, violent conflict. So now we have joined me to welcome somebody who has who is very, very vast in the areas of conflict, but also has great experience in the fields of development. He is a senior mediation advisor at the United Nations and former Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and Regional Cooperation, Regional Integration in the government of Ghana. And more importantly, also, he was the co-founder of the West Africa Network for Peace Building. Join me to welcome Mr. Honorable Emmanuel Bombande. He is going to be the discussant to this presentation, and he will present perspectives and ideas of how to handle this matter. Welcome, my brother. It's been a long while. Yes. Okay. So the floor is yours, and you can present from any angle. You have 20 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, ISODEC, and all the conference organizers for this invitation. Very significant and powerful gathering when I walked in and followed the conversations that were going on. Let me fully use the time available and try to give a feedback to the Burkina Faso case study. When I was invited and I was reflecting on my feedback, I thought I should begin with a personal experience that has never escaped me. After the transition in Ghana's politics, after a little hiatus, I had an appointment to work with the United Nations mission in Central Africa, MINUSCA. And one of my assignments was to advise the African Union on how we design a process of dialogue between the 14 armed groups in Central Africa and the government of CAR. And whilst I was preoccupied with that, part of the confusion was that the African Union did not have a representative because there was acrimony with one representative who had to leave. That's the background. And so a new representative was appointed. Maybe I should hold on his name. He arrived, but he arrived immediately after he completed a fruitful career as a Burkina Faso diplomat. And he was an ambassador and appointed to be the African Union representative in Central African Republic. When he arrived, being a Ghanaian who comes from the northern region, just like in all the other regions of Ghana, our languages cross across borders. We understand and comprehend. And so as part of my diplomacy, to get close to him, since I was going to work very close with him, the first thing I did in the very first meeting with him was to greet him in one of our local languages of the North, which is also spoken and understood in Burkina Faso. So I started by saying, Mabia, my brother, Ibiela, you are welcome. He looked at me and he was furious and he was angry. And that shocked me. So I had to take a step back and then found the opportunity to sit down and have a conversation with him. He says, I fail to understand why the world, why in West Africa, and you in Ghana, you use the dominant group in Burkina Faso, which is the Moshi, to force all of us to understand that whether we like it or not, we must speak Moshi. And that for me was a lesson of inequality. Because for him, we are never recognized. And when you heard that I was a Burkina Faso diplomat, your conclusion is that I'm a Moshi. And so I must speak Moshi. And so you are trying to greet me in Mori. And I felt offended. But that was the point we made up, and we became good friends. And that for me has a linkage with the paper that Karama has shared with us. And if you listen to him carefully, he talked about stigmatization, in which some groups now are believed to be the ones spreading the terrorism, and everybody is stigmatized as belonging or related or affiliated to that group. So thank you, Karama. You, the authors, presented with very good data, strong research-based evidence that natural resources have been contributing and sustaining the spread of violent extremism in West Africa. And I thought that was very clear in the paper. You highlighted the cross-border nature of the spread of violent extremism. You drew our attention to the activities of jihadist groups, and you made a link on how the spillover southwards from the northern Sahel beginning 2015, 2016, followed a trajectory into the border areas where there is the greater concentration of natural resources in abundance. And you gave us concrete examples of these border areas. You then looked at how these natural resources then became or have continued to be the areas in which, as you just concluded in the forest region, become the areas and the spaces in which the ecosystems support jihadist groups from living there and organizing themselves and attacking. So the first appreciation is to look at the corridors of the transhumans that lead into these forest regions. And the moment you begin to look at the corridors of the transhumans, you go back probably 100 years into our West African history, in which the trade routes were our commercial enterprise and creativity that, if you would call it, was our local economy in various ways. But we also accept that there was coexistence between those who were on these transhumance routes, and they coexisted with people who did not necessarily move around. So the point is, we always had in West Africa, and particularly the Sahel, two sustainable livelihood systems. The agrarians who concentrated on the land, they did not move around. And those who moved around, who were nomadic, and they traded. But then a lot of that would be happening around the cattle trading. And so what then we see happening when we look at the Burkina Faso case study is that first observation I have, which the authors have provided, is that we must appreciate the understanding of how socio-economic marginalization is most pronounced across the Sahel and the northern regions of the coastal states of West Africa, with respect to some of the groups who were dominant in the trans-Saharan trade and in the transhumance routes. And that coincidentally, these groups, and let us mention the names, the Pale, that we call the Fulani, dominantly would end up becoming affiliated to various jihadist and terrorist organizations. And so is there a coincidence? And the question that then obviously comes out is whether it is real, which the case study has tried to provide, or whether it is perception. These groups, dominantly the Pale, perceive themselves to have increasingly become dispossessed of their sustainable livelihoods by institutional, socio-economic, and political changes and arrangements. Let me frame it another way. In Burkina Faso, the case study that we have just been listening to gives us a broader perspective of two systems of sustainable livelihoods, which I'm trying to make the emphasis on. The farming communities, who are the agrarians, and the nomadic pastoralists. And Monsieur Karama talked about the conflict that has now emerged between these two groups. So the question that we should ask is, these two communities, who are the more disadvantaged in the interpretations of the ownership of land today, or the legal frameworks around mobility? Such a question could interrogate further how colonialism impacted on the roles and the relationships between farmers and herders, and how societies have continued in such a way that today the commercialization of agriculture or the products that come out from those who own and till the land appears to benefit them more than those who have been moving. To the extent that Burkina Faso speaks to the entire region, that when you are moving with your cattle, the expectation is that we want to continue to see you moving. When you are not moving, there is already a conflict. Why are you staying? But because of the impact of climate change, which you have been talking about a lot, not only are nomadic groups no longer moving, but they are trying to cultivate land. And people are like, we have never known you to own and cultivate land. Why are you trying to change the way you live? And so there is a conflict here that people are prepared to die. It's better not to exist, because to put food on the table, some people are changing their livelihoods from nomadic to try and be like a farmer. And the farmers are saying that is unacceptable. But all this arrangement is happening between us as communities and the type of structures that we inherited from colonial rule. So that for me is my first broad observation, and I'll try to be snappy. But that is not enough. In some of the earlier conversations, we talk about the African position, and I want to add on to that how we articulate. So I want to also be concrete. Just about 2 weeks ago, the president of France visiting Cameroon went on to Guinea-Bissau to meet the new chair of ECOWAS, President Mbalo of Guinea-Bissau. He raised a very interesting, well, I wouldn't call it interesting. He described what I've just been talking about and directly pointed to how in West Africa, the pale are marginalized and their human rights are being abused. And I wanted to hear a West African leader say that we recognize the problem, but you should not be the one raising it. Nobody has spoken about it. But it is his own colonial administrative structure that has created the marginalization. But we are not prepared to raise these issues because leadership feels and thinks that you cannot say anything that goes against the currency of the French president because you lose your privileges. And so you have provided us a case of Burkina Faso, but there are wider, bigger political implications. And that's just a small anecdote. My second broad observation is, if you read the paper, Kamara and his colleagues talk about how 45% of the surface area of Burkina Faso is now actively a terrorist space of activity. And we saw it on the maps because the dots that are red are literally painting the whole country. That was the observation he made. So what does that tell us? That the authority of the state is non-existent. It is not on the ground. It is not firmly on the ground. So try to create a mental picture of Burkina Faso as a space. There is competition between the state and the non-states in terms of recruiting, financing, and having control over natural resources in Burkina Faso. And the natural resources, as Kamara explained, then finances these non-state actors. So the question is, who is going to win? Is it the non-state actors that will gradually occupy the whole of Burkina Faso, or is it the state that is going to reclaim its presence? The reason I frame it this way is because what is curious is that Lieutenant Colonel Damiba, the current head of state, was appointed as the head of the 3rd military division of Burkina Faso. A few weeks afterwards, he says the democratically elected government is not fighting the terrorists enough. So I will overthrow you, I'll take power, and then I'll fight the terrorists. Since he took over, more Burkinabés have died. The situation continues to be dire. And he has not been able to explain the difference between what was happening by the elected government and what he's doing. And that's why, in order for us to appreciate the role of natural resources in financing and spreading extremism, we need to bring this into context. But related to the authority of the state not being present, and as Karama explained, it will be the same as Mali, because the President Ibrahim Keita was overthrown because he's not been able to fight off the terrorists, and that's why the military took over. The scenario continues to unfold. But what I wanted to add closely to this is the refusal by the state to acknowledge its incapacity. And so this state says we will fight the terrorists, But while the state is arguing that we'll fight the terrorists are claiming more ground. And the more natural resources they are able to have under their control, the more resources they have available to them. And it appears that we don't believe anything is possible or plausible until it begins to happen. Now, my second anecdote, which then goes to the northeastern side. In 2015, the first time that the president of Nigeria, at that time, Goodluck Jonathan, and the president of Cameroon, Paul Biya, ever met as neighbors to talk about the role of Boko Haram in the Lake Chad Basin was at the invitation of President Francois Hollande of France to talk about security. And in his keynote address, he said Boko Haram has linkages with Al-Qaeda and ISIS. And it's a threat not only to West Africa, but the whole of Africa. And he's happy that the two leaders are here so that we can talk about how to respond. Now, we are neighbors. We are only separated by a wall. We are confronted by the same challenges. We cannot talk about it, neither do we even find it necessary to meet and talk. It is the European leader who invites us to Paris and reminds us that the problem we have is beyond us. And we then both shake our heads and agree that we need to do something. This is a phenomenon, a mentality that speaks to what is happening, that our voices in civil society, academia, in government must rise up if we are going to turn around the deterioration of what is happening. I know the time is going, so I need to be snappy. Another significant, but some of the anecdotes speak a lot, and I think they are important. The other anecdote, before I then move on and I'll conclude. Even when we try to undertake our own initiatives, we have to fight. I was in the UN office in West Africa, working with my boss then. Many of you have worked with him, Mohammed Ibn Chambers. When the G5 Sahel, which was supposed to be a response of the Sahelian countries to terrorism, was talked about. The Sahelian countries of Mauritania, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger met and excluded Senegal. But they were sponsored by European countries. When Senegal raised the issue, but we too were a Sahelian country, they told Senegal that you are better than us. Let us handle this on our own. What was the driving mentality? That because of the nature of the Sahel, and keep in mind, the European Union had a Sahel strategy, or they still have a Sahel strategy. The United Nations has a Sahel strategy. The African Union has a Sahel strategy. Everybody has a Sahel strategy. This was driving the mentality that there's going to be billions of dollars to fight extremism. And so if we keep the door closed to other countries, then the cake will be big enough for all of us to share. So let's exclude the countries like Senegal. Senegal complained and complained, nobody listened to Senegal. They never joined the G5. The G5 never did anything, and they are on the verge of collapse. So even when the initiative has to come from us, there's a mentality that is driving division amongst us. We cannot work together. We will not want to work together. The other point I wanted to make is about how state stability then informs the management of the natural resources. In which case, when Karama talks about the governance of natural resources, the governance of natural resources has to be integral to the political governance of the state. And I already made points in that regard. So I agree with the authors, and I thought that they were brilliant in bringing this to the fore. But then the authors talk about the large-scale conflicts where a lot of the terrorism is happening around as an activity. And then they talk about the smaller scale conflicts. I want to suggest that it's in the small scale conflicts that the terrorists are able to find an entry in order now to have the bigger scale attacks. So that when in a village, farmers and pastoralists are fighting, they insert themselves and they take sides, but they do it very cleverly. They study the environment and they attack. And these were some of the attacks we saw in Burkina, like in Arbinda, in Yurgi, in which cases Sometimes the attacks are more than 200 people killed, 235 people killed. And the challenge then is, what does this mean in terms of the state response? Going back to the whole issue about society, I remember in Ouagadougou meeting quite a number of key stakeholders. And I was made to understand that in Yuri, for example, though it was a farmer-header conflict, the Morenaba, and here I'm not critical about Morenaba, he had deployed people to use traditional mechanisms of resolving the conflict. And there is a lot of hope that the two communities will coexist. So I asked the question, what exactly is the traditional mechanism? And I was made to understand that the Moshis have a traditional way of resolving issues. And in every country it is there. In Ghana, in Nigeria, we have this. But what I was drawing their attention to is that the Moshis have fought another group, the Pale, and you are using yours as the resolution mechanism. It does not relate to them. But because of the circumstances in which they find themselves, they go along with you. But the heart is not in the process. How do you think peace is going to be sustained? And that's exactly what has happened. The attacks have continued because they feel that you are dominating in terms of your culture and in terms of your traditions on us. And that is at the community level, which then speaks to the national level, in which I already talked about the role of the current dispensation. But before that, Burkina had to go to elections at the end of 2020. And those elections were important. So what did the elected government do? Very secretly, they negotiated with terrorist groups, which means in Burkina Faso, the terrorist groups are identifiable. They met through back channels, they negotiated with them, they paid them heavy sums of money, and the terrorists promised that we would allow the elections to happen. They waited. The elections happened. The president was installed, and they now came back and said, but you cannot govern. And that has continued up to the coup d'etat. So I want to also make the observation before I conclude that, whereas we look at the control of natural resources and terrorism to be intercommunal or at large scale, it is also a direct threat to the state. The state meaning central government. And we have already seen the coup d'etats in Mali and in Burkina Faso. So we cannot delink these attacks from the stability of the state. And if the state can be stable, unstable at that point, as our chair is echoing from his own experiences in Sierra Leone, the region too could be unstable. And that for me is very important at the third level. Then the other point is the question of identity. Because you cannot talk about Pale or Moshi or Bambara without naming them as different ethnic groups. So what is how are we resolving the identity question on the basis of our sustainable livelihood? People must exist, but this existence is coinciding with ethnicities. How do we deal with that? I don't need to belabor this. We saw Côte d'Ivoire almost completely collapse because it was the question of identity, ivoirité, that led to the civil war between the North and the South. As we speak, the three foremost political leaders have tried to reconcile, and they publicly agreed it's not possible. So we can look at that in terms of what it means. The other point is, I still remember with my boss in Chambers at the time, we said, be careful, because the previous government wanted to use what we call the Kolowego. It's a local vigilante, Moshi dominant group that acts as a self-defense. And you must have followed in the news that they were giving 1 week, 2-week training and giving a gun to go and fight in defense of the fatherland. They have become the attractive pole for the terrorists. Because when the terrorists know that in this village there are Kolowego, they go to attack to kill the Kolowego, but who are the vulnerable? The women, the children. The young people have moved massively into the big towns, and the old people are left with the women in these communities, and they continue to be at the receiving end. Then, at the end of the day, the question that we must ask is, the reversals that we are seeing, it is now very clear that a democratic government, however challenging, is better in responding to terrorism and creating the environment for a natural resource governance system that can be equitable and can continue to improve. And a lot of your recommendations are, how do we improve the distribution of resources in such a way that there is equity and there is conclusion? At least when the people elect their government, they can hold them accountable. As we speak today, the Burkina Faso government has admitted that the army has killed civilians in extrajudicial killings and that they will investigate. But if they say they will investigate and they don't do it, who can hold them accountable? And so I look at community, the state, and the region, and I integrate. And in my feedback, I think it's very, very important that, one, that the efforts to have limited transition periods should be supported by all, so that these countries can return back to democracy. But the challenges are outside the West Africa region, like in Chad, a different parameter is being applied because it's the same unconstitutional change, but it has become acceptable. So how do we harmonize this at the Africa level so that an unconstitutional change is an unconstitutional change? It cannot be blue in some areas and green in some areas. And finally, to conclude, the authors gave a range of recommendations and proposals. Let me not repeat, especially that we do not have the time, but let me single out and highlight that one of their policy recommendations is how we improve regional and international security cooperation. And here, my final anecdote. I still remember having a conversation with Ghana's internal security minister, because what we started to observe was that when the G5 Sahel meets at a summit, the coastal states are not invited because they're not part of the Sahel. And then I raised the question, but the impact is on all of us. You are meeting and we don't know the outcomes of the meeting, but the spread is moving southwards. And I think the conversations then went from one level to another, and Ghana initiated what is called the Accra Initiative to enhance cooperation, which continues to be the basis upon which finally the coastal states can have a linkage with the Sahelian states. How do we enhance that? But secondly, at the bilateral levels, at the regional levels, if you, in the 80s, for example, one famous phrase that was used in Ghana when you heard over the radio, a group of dissidents have crossed into the Ghana border, meaning that as neighbors, we're hostile to one another. And what then started to happen in democratic governments is that we understood that we need to develop foreign policies at bilateral level to build good neighborliness. And I point to the example in Ghana, in which though the politics can be very competitive and sometimes highly acrimonious, and many people don't like it, and civil society continues to say, you cannot do politics like that. One common agreement, whether it was this party in office or the other party in office, is a common foreign policy that whatever we do, we must promote what? Good neighborliness. And that was what I was pointing at between Nigeria and Cameroon. So after that Paris meeting, Goodluck Jonathan went to Cameroon and President Paul Biya came once to Nigeria. But that is it. Oh, I think President Buhari also went. But that's where it ended. Paul Biya does not go to any summit of the Central African region or the African Union. And yet the problems are shared. How do we bring leadership to be accountable to what we have been told? Because he is looking with the authors to a solution that brings a mind shift in the arrangements of natural resources government. And yet they are helpless in the hands of the bigger political decision-making bodies. So I point that out. And I also say that we must continue to build homegrown initiatives. And I mentioned the Accra Initiative as an example. We must enhance good neighborliness. We must have a united, coordinated, common articulation of the issues. Because inequalities begin with us recognizing that our dignity is something that we have the capacity to project. So that when people undermine us, we respond. When somebody comes to say that you people are doing this to yourself because you are all marginalizing, I'm not saying we don't acknowledge the problem, but we tell the person that we want to talk about it at home. You don't come and tell us. But that requires the leadership that has the courage. We need to have to pay utmost attention to the mobilization of the whole of West Africa in implementing the ECOWAS conflict prevention mechanisms. And if you refer to that, we see both the operational and the structural level of prevention. And finally, in 2015 and 2016, Ghana chaired ECOWAS. In 2021, 2022, Ghana chaired ECOWAS again. In these 2 periods of ECOWAS leadership in Ghana, there was an effort to push for institutional and political reforms at ECOWAS. In the first instance, the proposal, I don't need to go into the detail, the one sticking out proposal in institutional reforms is no West African leader should serve more than 2 terms in office. In 2015, 2016, Gambia said no, Togo said no, we don't agree. And because of the consensus approach to endorsing any ECOWAS decision, it fell off. In this recent chairmanship of ECOWAS, it could, let me be aware of the gender sensitivity. Chair leadership of ECOWAS, because our foreign minister is a woman who has done very well as the chair of the Council of Ministers. The proposal came again. This time, Cote d'Ivoire resisted. Togo resisted. Gambia was fully on board. And strangely, Senegal said no, they are not in favor of it. I bring this into the conversation to say that we cannot run away from the institutional reforms that builds the capacity and empowers communities and empowers nations to be able to respond to terrorism and to be able to manage natural resources better. We are postponing something that is going to cost us so much. And the earlier we did it, the better. But the more we continue to postpone it, the more we become vulnerable. And at the end of the day, we cannot say that we did not see it happening. And the reason is very simple. All the early warning in West Africa indicated already when Gaddafi's regime collapsed that the Tuaregs who were fighting in support of Gaddafi and now have all the weapons and brand new Hilux 4x4 vehicles were going to come back down south with their equipment. And that is exactly what happened. And they started to fight the Malian government, but then they were now infiltrated by jihadist groups, and they now started to spread. So early warning has clearly indicated to us that when we fail to respond, there are consequences. And those early warning responses are already again telling us the signs. So for a little bit more of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for giving us this deeper analysis of the issues our brother raised, and also bringing out some wide-ranging proposals as to how to go about resolving matters, but also challenging us that some of the options that are available are critical, they have been examined, they are found to be, people resist. And so some of those alternatives will have to be taken on board with seriousness and commitment. So now you have the presentation and you have the issues that Honorable Bombade has raised. Let's interrogate. Let's reflect now. What are your issues? Are there any issues that you want to raise? Since we are far gone in terms of time, we may have to reduce the number of participation, but because we can raise these issues again tomorrow. However, you have still some burning issues that you can raise. I can see Fufana, Sankita. Yes. Okay. Okay, let's take these three and see if they are, yes, 4. Thank you. First.
Thank you very much to both presenters. I really saw Sierra Leone in the presentation and the analysis in the 11 years of civil conflict that we envisaged in
from 1991 right through to 2002. Of course, the discussant said you should be cooperative and you should be your brother's keeper. During the Sierra Leone civil conflict, we participated by encouraging the sub-region to ensure that the war in Liberia come to an end. But the then leader, Charles Taylor in Liberia, told us, if you allow ECOWAS to be hosted in your country to end the war in Liberia, you will taste the consequence of the war. And we saw it in Sierra Leone for 11 years. But the luckiest part of it was that we had somebody in the UN system that retired and came to Sierra Leone to be the president. And he used all of the diplomacies as the discussant presented, that no, we should put stop to fire for fire. Let's use dialogue. Let's use cooperation. Let us identify the powers, both visible, hidden, and invisible powers. What was done at that time was to try to get the rebel leader out of the bush, to dialogue with Charles Taylor, to have the then Nigeria president, Sani Abacha. All of them came, and then the Togolese president at that time, Yadima, all of them came to the roundtable discussion, and that was how we ended the civil conflict in Sierra Leone. But coming to Karama's presentation, I saw really a very sharp change from 2020 to 2021 in terms of the conflict situation in Burkina Faso. In my widest imagination, I'm just thinking that there are several players in that particular setup, be it visible, invisible, and hidden powers. What have we done as a nation to identify these powers and bring them to the discussion table to see how best we can resolve the conflict in Burkina Faso? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Conte.
Thank you so much. The presentation and the discussion was absolutely top-notch. And it also was a bit scary because Karama talked about, it began in Mali and no one thought that it would spread to other countries, but now essentially it is spreading. And the reality is Ghana is also a neighbor to Burkina Faso. And we've seen how issues around inequitable access to natural resources can play into the hands of terrorist groups and people that want to make trouble for society. And yesterday we saw in one of the presentations that the northern part of Ghana, comparative to the other parts of Ghana, is essentially deprived. And you do not want to have those situations hanging for very long and not addressing them. And so my question is, are we taking notes as governments, as people, as civil society, to these kinds of situations that are being presented at these meetings? We saw that it was never in Burkina Faso, it was just in Mali, but then it spread into Burkina Faso. And that means there is the possibility, in fact, the probability that it could spread to other parts of the sub-region. So what could we learn from their terrible experience to ensure that we do not allow such to spread across and become a conflagration, if you will, across West Africa? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Right. Thank you very much. I think it was exactly what I was going to raise, but I'll just touch on it a little bit. Thank you very much for the great reflections at the country level. I'm going to do a small presentation tomorrow looking at the Northern case also along similar lines. But my interest is just to find out, I always say some of the issues are self-imposed. We see the identity question, we see the marginalization, we see the youth bulge and the unemployment, we see the early warning systems clearly, yet the state is not acting. So that is, I want your reflection on that. where all these indicators are flaring us in the face, and yet the state is not stepping up to say, I am prepared to address and observe inequality and to make sure people feel belong to this country. And that generates the vigilantism and the radicalism, and we are aware, and the situation is getting exacerbated. So I want to point out, in the midst of all this civil society, everyone is, if the things response, what do we do? Thank you.
Thank you. My sister, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Bombadi. I think I'm right. Yes, please. I'd like you to please respond to this. I read somewhere that in Sierra Leone and Liberia, the elite were incentivized to formalize their operations at the end of the civil war in both countries. So the rebels, there's some incentive that was given to them or provided to them to transition from illegal trade of diamonds to more formal enterprises. So, and that's why they adopted the Kimberley process, which I heard or I read that is no longer in operation. So can you please give an insight into how this conflicts in these two countries, apart from the political resolutions, what other mechanisms were used to ensure that, you know, the war actually ended? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we would ask people to respond to this for questions or comments.
OK, merci beaucoup. Il y a une série de questions qui m'ont été posées. Je ne vais pas répondre directement question par question compte tenu du temps, mais je vais essayer d'apporter des éléments de réponse de façon globale. Donc, concernant
l'utilisation the use of informal channels, as someone was talking about invisible power, we said that beyond military response, we need some intelligent response, conflict management, for example. And I think in Burkina Faso, that's where we've gotten to. After the military response, there was even a decree that allows the establishment of communal dialogue using the local leaders, the emirs within the localities, and then have a space for dialogue and try to negotiate with people who want to come back. And in the northern part of the Sahel, where we have the enemies, this dialogue was already ongoing. As my honorable said, during Kabore's term, to organize elections, we had negotiations with the jihadist groups. There were no attacks and the elections took place, and it was later that we realized that the terms of the agreement were not respected, and so we can exploit certain channels, but also at the local level in the villages, we can use these channels and see how we can manage the issue. But naturally, we are saying that we are going to abandon the military response and then only go with the dialogue. I think it's the two that we need to use. They complement each other, because I had discussions with a resource person, and he was saying that in Burkina Faso we have about 12 different terrorist groups, but we have certain groups taking advantage of this, some bandits, to perpetrate their own acts. And so some people take advantage of this terrorism, and then they perpetrate their own acts. And so we have vigilante groups. And some also take advantage to do some smuggling. So there is a confusion. And we have some groups that are available that we can reach and then have dialogues with, but we shouldn't also forget that there are other groups that we need to consider as well. So that's the answer I can give. I think someone spoke about the roles of the NGOs, and what I can say is that I manage a reserve, a park of 425,000 kilometers square, and then we signed a contract with the government, and this allows us to manage the space. It's at the border with Cote d'Ivoire, but in 2020 we were attacked because our means were used by the technical service to do some work. Before that, we were not attacked. We knew that we had some groups around, some terrorist groups, but once we supported the government to do some activities, a week later we were attacked. So we consider this dimension in our activities. So we partners, we are trying to do peace building in some villages. We are creating dialogue communities and see how we can manage conflicts at the internal level, at the community level, and see how we can avoid conflicts at the local level. So that can be the roles of the NGOs. They can do awareness creation and then try to put in place dialogue, and the state in addition. And sometimes the state must also ensure security of all the citizens. And another question, there was one question on Sierra Leone. So that's marginalization. The question about identity, stigmatization, it is a complicated issue because when you have the security and defense forces reacting or retaliating against the jihadist groups, there is an ethnic group that is mainly targeted. I didn't want to say it, but the Honorable spoke about the Fulani. But in addition to the Fulani, we have other ethnic groups that are targeted. So I think that we need to make the nuance. We need to see the nuance in this. We should be sure that, or we should bear in mind that not all Fulanis are terrorists. It's true you can find some of them in the groups. So that's the issue we have. So I think the dialogue at the community level can help us, maybe through frustration or marginalization. Some people want to come back and be reintegrated into the society. Maybe they were recruited, they were lied to, and they want to come back. I think these dialogues can help. It's true that we are getting close to civil war, and we are praying that we don't get there. But these are sensitive issues, and we are trying to send that message across that not all Fulanis are jihadists. And when we even capture them, all of them are not Fulani. You find other ethnic groups in there. So I think in a nutshell, I think I've answered your. If you are not satisfied, you can throw. But just one point I want to get back to cooperation. So if you look at Burkina Faso is part of ECOWAS, and we have WAMU, They are part of YMO. They are part of G5 Sahel. They are also part of the Accra Initiative. So what is the added value of Burkina Faso being a member of all these groups? But we can realize that in 5 years, 43% of the country was occupied by these conflicts. And so we need to start trying to question ourselves. Maybe what we are doing is not effective enough. And maybe from here, as partners here, we can talk about the policies. As I was saying, maybe apart from Ghana, all the countries around have been impacted. There have been attacks in Cote d'Ivoire, in Benin, in Togo. It's only Ghana that is left. So we are getting some information. But what is sure, as we said, is that today the jihadist movement is getting to the coastal areas. And that's one of their objectives. And we've gotten this from the intelligence services. And what we are doing is not effective enough. And I think we need to find better solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Kamara, and thank you for the questions that you brought forward. I'll link the first three issues that were raised. What are the actors doing aware of all these developments? Are we taking notes of the spread of violent extremism and terrorism? And what are we doing concretely? And my brother talked about how a lot of these are self-imposed. I will link those together by simply saying that part of the challenge is that we assume that we are on the right track to deal with these problems. And yet in that assumption, every day we see a deterioration. So the question is, our capacities to be very frank and honest with us in the type of conversation that allows the contribution of as many people as possible, particularly civil society, to interrogate what is happening and why are we not achieving the type of successes and objectives that we should aim to achieve, and what else can be done differently. The moment you put that on the table, you realize that the more civil society is active and involved, the more a government is better with the type of alternative ideas. But as we speak, in Burkina, in Mali, in Guinea, the civil society space is being taken away, it's being eroded. And if you don't have that space actively participating, then you have a problem. And the reason this is important is because if you look at the Burkina Faso people and you look across the region, we have overbearingly put the emphasis on a military response. But these are asymmetric wars in which you cannot actually see the enemy. So you cannot win militarily. Which then relates to the other question, what can be done? We are not saying that in the protection of the people, the military should not be active. That's not what we are saying. But we are saying it must be complemented by the other creative and innovative ways of responding. And how do we do that? We want to build social cohesion. We want the people themselves to have a conversation that we might be Moshi, Fulani, Dagomba, Hausa, but our common interest does not rely on our different ethnicities. Our common interest is how we all can be safe and secure. And the state can help us if we are able to also play our part. That is the type of dialogue that needs to happen. But you cannot have that when people cannot even travel to meet. We're talking about Burkina Faso, so all the references of Burkina Faso. But if you talk with people in this room, even in our own region, our own Ghana, Bolgatanga, there have been instances in which CSOs want to bring people from Boku to Bolga for a conversation, or go from Bolga to Boku. And the question is, are we going to be safe on the road? Now, when you begin to see and hear those questions, it means you are thinking, even if you say that you are capable. And yet the Northeastern Corridor is our weakest link in fighting of terrorism. And that is to the question about Northern Ghana. So that if we are not able to have peaceful coexistence in our towns, and those towns are vulnerable for infiltration, how do we fight terrorism? So that for me is one. Then there was a question on Liberia, Sierra Leone about the diamonds. So what I don't think I have a response except to say that there's nothing that is happening without a geostrategic interest of international actors. And these international actors are both private and government. Governments facilitate the private sector. So the question is, are we cognizant of that? And I think we talked about leadership. A leadership that thinks that my best friends, again, we are not criticizing other people because they are other people, but we're also talking on the basis of our interests. If we are leaders and we think that our best interest is served by Europe, then there's a problem. There's a fundamental problem. Today, the ambassadors of the United States, some of the European countries want to meet to Raila Odinga and talk about their elections. If elections happen in a European country, can African countries invite the candidates and meet with them? So my point is, unless we as Africans can raise our dignity and say that it's not just about the issues, but it's about how we see ourselves in relationship, we will continue to go through what we are going through. But that is happening because we are refusing to be selfless. We are refusing to be selfless. What is wrong with losing an election? Because you competed well, and you can go and tell other people about your experience. Talk to the young people, generational dialogue, talk to students. But this is where we are. So that geostrategic interest, if we are aware of it, then we negotiate on the basis of our interest and not how the international interest dominates. So it is very possible that there were international private companies and governments that prevailed on Sierra Leonean elite to be able to arrive at what they did. We are not able to provide the evidence, but what we know is that there has been dialogue, and Kamara made references to the dialogue, and he made reference to the dialogue. That was very helpful, and we must continue to pursue that. Though I must add that it doesn't mean because dialogue is critical, we should just do it anyhow, because if you do the dialogue wrongly, you can create more problems. So the question is, how do you frame the dialogue in order that it's empowering? There is a dialogue in which the state wants to replace the community. And again, I think I'm allowed to share very quick Chatham House related. Look, the current military government in Burkina Faso, or maybe I should take one quick step, but I'm going to be brief. In 2020, the UN supported through various arrangements for a 20 men and women delegation from Burkina to come to Ghana and understudy and share experiences on the Ghana National Peace Council, the Ghana National Peace Architecture. And they met everybody. They themselves were, and they were led by the Minister of State for Social Cohesion and Decentralization and Territorial Administration. This was January 2020. Then in March, we all went into the COVID lockdowns. And so a lot of those programs, and I have been kind of like shuttling between Accra and Ouagadougou with the UN office in Ouagadougou and putting a lot of things together. So yes, we put quite a lot of things on hold. And then when there was an opening, we went back now to how do you involve the communities to begin talking about their own peaceful coexistence. Then the coup happened. When the coup happened, the military government told the UN that forget all the things you were doing. We want to bring high-level political leaders, and that will be the beginning of reconciliation. We said, we wish you good luck, and we'll be there to support. So they have brought former President Blaise Compaoré to Ouagadougou. They brought former presidents to meet. The day that Blaise Compaoré was to Ouagadougou, people were angry and asking questions about impunity. So it is a good intention to reconcile, but how do you do it? Which then goes back to my point. If you can listen to civil society, because they live in the community, they were able to say, no, that's a good idea, but we think you should look at it this way. But when you think that politically, you make the decisions and the civil society do not matter, or other opinion and the elders and the chiefs do not matter, you are bound to find yourself in the type of situation that we've described. Then the marginalization and identity, I think my brother has responded to it. We must name what is not good and ask ourselves, how do we respond? Why is it that Fulani youths are more easy to recruit? So we cannot point fingers at Fulani, but whether it is real or perception, we need to have a conversation. And that conversation must be community, must be within the state, and must happen at the regional level. So that at the end of the day, if people's perception is negative, we can help to clarify that. And as one of you said, if it's about the equal distribution of resources, let us have master plans to do that. The Algiers Agreement had a clear plan between how in Mali, the north of Mali, where the Tuaregs live, and the middle and the south, they have a master plan on how to distribute national resources, gold mines, how the resources from gold can be equally distributed. Up to today, as we speak, Bamako, which is the capital and which has the center of power, refuses to respect the Algiers Agreement. And so the violence continues. But it's no longer what they knew as war. It is the role of jihadist groups. So this is the point that we have to make. Finally, my brother raised the multilateral institutions. I think our challenge also is coordination. In fact, you should have also added la francophonie. The francophonie being, you know, these days we all want to be part of these institutions. But the question again is, what is our interest in those institutions? I happen to have been privileged to represent the government of Ghana in the 16th summit of la francophonie in Madagascar. And I still remember in my engagement, people wanted to know why Ghana is an Anglophone country is in this meeting. And I said, for us, there is only one reason. If all Ghanaians can speak English and French, it is good for us, not because we are proud of it, but because we can use these languages better in the building of relationships with our neighbors. I wish we could all speak Yoruba or Hausa or More, but because that is not possible up to now, maybe not in our lifetime, but one day it could be possible. We are speaking English, and if we can also speak French and we are bilingual, we will continue to use it, but for our interest, not you. And I never miss those opportunities to let my presence be felt. So coordination. How do we take advantage of the fact that we belong to these multilateral institutions, but we sit together and we coordinate? And I think in the oil and gas sector, in the natural resources sector, in the climate negotiations, the actors there are showing a good example. Governments are working with civil society. They are going to the different COP 22, COP this. I think now we are at COP 20 in Egypt. I think that example should also come in the area of peace and security, in which we speak more and we share more. Then my final two brief comments. One is my former, and those of you who have worked with Mohammed Ibn Chambers, he likes to mentor. So one day we are having this conversation. He says, he looked at me and he says, Emmanuel, in Africa, we are too lazy to engage politically. That is our problem. If there is an issue, Ghana should fly to Abuja, meet the leadership of Nigeria. The following day, if the issue has developed into another, meet again. Be robust, daily consultation, daily engagement, and constantly out of that, you clarify yourselves better. But for us, we wait, and we're waiting for a summit. Either it's an extraordinary summit or it's a normal summit. And whilst we wait, every day counts. And bring along, as I've constantly said, because the moment you are bringing civil society, you are comprehensive because you are also bringing in women. The women must be integral. And finally, before I make this comment, I indulge you to, I ask for forgiveness. And I will say this. When the question was asked about Liberia and Sierra Leone, what worked? The rest of West Africa stuck with these two countries. I want to ask, Do we have that leadership today like Obasanjo? Like Rawlings? Don't look at their military career or what they have done. I'm asking, do we have that wherewithal? Selflessness. I remember the day here in the Accra Conference Center, President John Kufuor was opening an African Union summit because he was the chair of the African Union. President Thabo Mbeki was in Accra. The ICC announced that Ghana should arrest Charles Taylor. Now, the issue is not whether or not Ghana should arrest Charles Taylor and the Rome Statutes and the rest of it. Those are human rights conventions that we have all signed up to. The issue is the audacity and the effrontery that when we are trying to start something, because the ECOWAS leaders are all convinced, and you know the story with women putting pressure, and Chancellor agreed to come. I think it was an ECOWAS summit, not AU. And Thabo Mbeki came as the chair of the AU, rather. So after all the effort, we now have this man, and all the leaders are going to insist that whether he likes it or not, there will be dialogue. You are saying we should arrest him. What happened? There was a strong response, and it went into the corridors of Western countries. That let us do what we think is good because we are the ones seized with the situation. Now, what happened? The Accra dialogue took place. Liberia returned to peace, but the condition was that Charles Taylor should leave. He went to Nigeria, who offered to receive him. Later on, we know whether he was trying to escape or it was the escape to arrest him. You and I, we don't know. Then he was arrested. Didn't he go to the ICC? Is he not in jail now? So haven't we done the same thing internationally, but we needed to give space for the negotiations to happen? But when we doubt ourselves, then we are a problem. So the reason why I ask that question is because the Obasanjos, the John Kufuors, the Rawlingses, they stood firm. They responded with dignity and pride. I don't see that happening these days. I see a lot of rhetoric, but I don't see the real action. And the reason why I'm asking to apologize in advance, I talked about Ghana being chair of ECOWAS on 2 separate occasions in long-term duration. We did not feel the presence of the leadership of Nigeria. So if the Nigerians are going back aware of your elections next year, please elect somebody who will bring leadership to West Africa. Can you imagine that Nigeria with its full weight, with Ghana, we must have an institutional reform in which no West African leader can serve more than 2 terms. For Ghana and Nigeria, that is cumulatively 8 years. And for the other countries, it's cumulatively 10 years. And stick to that. We will not still be in the limbo. But either Buhari does not come to the summit, excuse me, or he's not paying attention. But we all know that they are the powerhouse of Nigeria. And President Kufuor used to say that Ghana likes to hit beyond its weight. But our weight, we can hit. We cannot go somewhere. So this is what I think must happen. West Africa must take leadership back and reorganize itself if we want to stop all this. I'm afraid the conversation has to go to that level. But you cannot deal with the inner issues when you don't have the arrangement at the political level, synchronizing and reflecting back on what should happen on the ground. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think that though it is late in the evening, I thought that we were going to be tired, but it looks like because the discussion is so rich and it's so pertinent, it has to do with life, and natural resources. So we're seeing the other side of natural resources, the use of natural resources. When natural resources are hijacked and they become the victim as well as the tool for destruction, we have to be all concerned. And I think that he has raised the issue about the need for a global engagement, in this case, sub-regional engagement. But I think that there is also the localized approach to resolving these matters. National level, civil society. The war in Israel, when you asked about it, I was scratching my head. It ended, but everybody played their role. Civil society marched on Fode Sankoh and his rebels, and 19 civil society activists were killed when we marched on Fode Sankoh. So we got organized together with Parliament, and we marched on Fode Sankoh. And from that time, that day, Fode Sankoh was arrested, and that's the beginning of the end of the war in Sierra Leone. The dialogue that took place in Lomé involved everybody. Government, the international community, ECOWAS, civil society was there in big numbers. In fact, civil society was calling the shots because no decision was taken by the government of Sierra Leone without conferring with civil society. So it makes a whole lot of difference. I don't know the level of organized, body of civil society in Burkina Faso, but I think that there is need to pay some attention to that. The interreligious councils, the women, they were so active. So we need to reconfigure the discussion and think about how we can save our country. It's about us. I mean, if, let's say, you talk passionately, but if the ECOWAS does not take action, the problem remains to fester in Burkina Faso. And it remains to be a problem that the citizens must try to take up. We have to reclaim our natural resources and use it for the development, not allow it to be used. That's why the Kimberley process was instituted. My sister said it. It was also part of the work of civil society at the global level when we work together to create the link between the rebellion and natural resources and the destruction of Sierra Leone and the economy. So that again shed light, and it actually forced the international community to take action. So maybe this is something that also needs to be done. So actions need to be taken at various levels if we have to shed light on what is happening. So ladies and gentlemen, this is late evening, and I'm sure we'll like to continue this discussion tomorrow. 3 other case studies will be presented, and I think they will be very interesting also. And we will also use this opportunity to thank our brother Karama, Momodu Karama, yes, and Honorable Emmanuel Bombande for the insights they have given us, for challenging us, for the passion you have given us. The spelling of bomb, like a bomb, B-O-M-B. Then Bombade. In Sierra Leone, when the ECOMA was in action, whenever they throw their big one, we say Bombade. There's always Bombade. B-O-M-B-A-N-D-E. No Y. Right? No Y. Yeah. Yes. D-E. Thank you very much. So thank you all very much. So let's have a very pleasant evening. Now I hand you over to the convener.
I know, thanks. I know you're all really tired. So just a quick one about tomorrow. We're pleading to start at 8:45. We are carrying over 3 case studies. So we need to hear the Ghana story, the Nigerian one, and the Sierra Leone, and then to do the rest of the business. If we start at 2:45, I think we'll just about make it. So thank you for your patience. We were anxious about what we wanted to cover. So I think ambition is not a bad thing. So have a good evening. Enjoy yourselves. We'll see you tomorrow 8:45. Good night.
Oh my goodness. I can see your wisdom produce increase.
Belatedly, but thank you, the interpreters. It was fantastic. Well done. Thanks a lot.
How are you? Yes, I did. What? Good. So well. Thomas, very well. I'll give you all the it's good. I'll say, I'll give you. All right. Oh, I don't see you. I thought you were going to. Oh, you are around. The LED is going. Oh, okay.